of what happened this morning. We'll begin the tobacco burden this morning is how we open our sessions for the Great Law, and that consists of what we say, DELARONDE. And at the beginning of time, and I'd say when they invented the wristwatch, long time ago, there was a time when creation, the twins, started creation. And they created man. When they created man, what they basically did is they picked up the clay. And it says, breathes into the clay. He made a clay doll in the shape of human beings. And he puts his breath into it, it says. So when he puts his breath into it, what that metaphorically means is that he gave it energy. This was his breath, and so when he did that, how we understand everything is there's two parts. One is a physical part, and the other is, for lack of a better term, English is really hard to explain, the spiritual part. And I like to use the word energy because most people understand energy better than they do spirituality. When we use the word spirituality, it gets associated with something that might be construed as religious, which it isn't. It's a fact. It's a fact that there's energy and there's a fact that there's material. These two things came together with an understanding. And the understanding is these, what we call the original instructions. And these instructions, the very first things we're given is the understanding of how energy and matter operate together, and how we're to be in relationship with that energy and that matter. So many things happen. And this is what happens when there is discord. When there is discord between the energy and the matter, what happens is dis-ease. In other words, how we understand illness, because these two things work together. And they work together for the health and the well-being of everyone. This understanding of the first words that are to be spoken is that we align our energy with that of the entire cosmos. And that's beyond the stars, where everything begins. And we talk about this concept of which is this great intelligent energy of the cosmos. And out of that comes this idea of energy. So that energy, there's a very long story of how things were happening in this other world. This world that's way up there someplace. Up in the sky where we say, we talk about it as being on the other side of the sky. These spirit beings that come to earth and populate earth. And so when we talk about the twins being born, that's in a long series of the beginning of Gayane Go, this great beginning of understanding. So when we receive our instructions, we're told that the very first words that we speak are those that reconnect and strengthen that bond between the energy and ourselves. We're drawing in that energy from outside to bring it into us, to touch the ground. Our understanding is that we're standing on the earth, and there's energy coming up from the earth. This is the matter. And from the top, from here is where we receive the energy that's coming in from above. When we burn the tobacco, because we understand that tobacco came from the cosmos, it came from the other side of the sky. It says, Oriana Karunyadi Jawain, Ye Dayehawe, Nene Jodilonta, Wa Etalunda, Megonta Jogunjan. That was what that sky woman brought with her. She brought that knowledge. That's our instant connection. Somebody said outside as we were coming in, we're instantly connected because somebody wanted to bring their cell phone in, and we said, no, you're already connected. So, thank you for that, Bill. And so that's really true. It's like that instant telephone call to say, we're now connected. We are now open. We opened out there. We're already in ceremony. What we're doing right now is we're bringing our minds together to be in one place, thinking about the same things. And when we think about those same things, it strengthens our entire being. The words that were put in, first of all, we're told that we go through these steps. There's a protocol to it as to the number of things that we talk about. And it starts with people. And I just spoke about how we stand. We stand with our feet is onto the ground, so that's that connection to the material energy from our mother, the earth. And then there's the other part where the energy is coming in from this way. And so we talk about that, and we give thanks. And the giving of thanks is more than just a giving of thanks. It's the beginning of the understanding of doing something. And what we're doing is this opening right here. So this was already opened. And then we move our minds to the earth. So we first acknowledge the earth and all Yahweh, all the things that she carries. And she has great, great energy. And so when we're connecting with that energy, we are connecting ourselves and reminding ourselves that this is an important ceremony. And this is the way we should begin every day. After we talk about the people and what the people brought us, we also acknowledge those ones in the people who bring their knowledge. We mention those people, those ones that may not be well, and we send them our best energy, and we ask the universal energy to be with them so that they may draw that energy for themselves as well. And then we talk about not everything. We shortened it up outside because we thought breakfast would get cold while we're sitting out there. So we shortened it up a little bit. And then we talk about all the things that are on earth. The first thing that Sky Woman saw when she came was just water. Nekne Omega Ega. So when we look at the waters, we realize that the waters are extremely precious. They are the givers of life as well. They are an entity. An entity, and we say it also, from the other side of the sky world. And in those waters is much life. We call Gunjam Suma. So it extends from the smallest microorganisms to great huge fishes out there, the whales. And so such a variety, they all work together. And so we recognize those energies that they're working together. And then we move our minds from the waters, because even our body is made out of water. And that energy is such a powerful energy. We know that this energy, as man knows that water is the most conductive material that we know. And so when we use the water, and that's the reason why these are normally made from the shell. It's another reminder, a connection to that water. These hold the words. This holds the energy from the words. It's the communication lines. It's the, what do you call those optic things for telephone lines? They're not really lines, I forget what they call it anyway. They're really, really conductive, and it's instant. This energy that we talk about is instant. When we use our minds, it connects to everything instantly. And so after we're from the waters, we go towards the land, and we look at the land, what's directly underneath us. And we say, here are all the grasses that grow. All those grasses also have energy. And we say, among those grasses are the medicines. And the medicines also are a benefit to us. And it also has these two parts, the physical part, which is the part that we see, and the invisible part, which is the energy that comes from the medicines. So there's two parts to that as well. And it also blends in with the tobacco that we use. So those energies, we give them special greetings, love, and respect. And we talk about not just the grasses, but the roots, because the roots is also part of this. The stems are part of it, the leaves are part of it. It's all energy going back and forth in the form, and it takes the shape and the form of a physical thing that we can see. After that, we go further up like this, and so we're right here with the grasses and the medicines, and then we look further away, and we see those ones we call Junhat. Those are our foods, and misunderstanding a little bit. People call them three sisters now, but it's really the sisters are actually the women. The women are sisters to the plants. That's how this real understanding has come about. So when we talk about the sisters, what we're talking about is we say, those are three relatives. And we call them relatives because they work together, and I think probably everyone here is familiar with how those three sustenance work with each other. The beans, they put nutrients in the ground that the corn needs to grow, and then the squash, that covers up the cover to hold the moisture in so that they all grow together. And when they're planted in that fashion, that's why they thrive that way. And after we talk about that, then we talk about the hanging fruits this time. And all the hanging fruits, we say the first one is the strawberry. And that's the first one that grows, and then you have all this whole season of fruits growing. And so with that, we say greetings, love, and respect again, because they're a living entity. And after we talk about the fruits, and then we talk about the trees this time. And the trees, well, it's amazing what they do really. We can't live without them, and they can't live without us, because what we breathe in is the oxygen that they provide, and what we breathe out is the carbon dioxide that they thrive on. So you can see when we clear cut or when we allow these things to happen, that we're actually punching holes in this whole web of life that we have that can cause us to suffer later on. That's why that's so important to be giving strength to these trees that are still growing for us, that are still precious to us. And we use the trees for many, many things. And we don't talk about all of those things, and because unless, normally when we do these openings, long time ago, I've heard my grandparents telling me stories and their friends that the opening address lasted all day long. So you can imagine all the things you can talk about, each one of these things. These days we tend to cut it short. And that's not our fault either, but we just do with what we can. So if there's anything that I say here that you need to talk to me later about, just there's going to be a question period, so we'll talk about that. And so the trees. In the trees also are the ones we say are gundirdio. Gundirdio is those animals that were specially prepared, and they received an understanding. They received the understanding that they were to lay down for us, that they would come and that they would just present themselves to us. That was their original instructions. And so we are also instructed to be that ones to take that. And isn't it beautiful that they give their life so that we can have life? And it's just like the fishes that are in the water, they do the same thing. Some certain varieties of them are the ones that receive that understanding right at the beginning of, I use the word time, but it's not really, it's when that happened, when those instructions were received. So then we move our minds up a little bit, and we say, in the sky world now, we see these birds flying around. And normally we recognize the eagle as being, in the northern hemisphere here, we recognize the eagle, and in the south they recognize the condor as being the bird that's most majestic. It flies the highest. And we say that this, metaphorically, that this bird flies the highest and is closest to creation. In other words, it's halfway between here and the sky world. Much higher. I mean, now we can fly in jets, but I don't think we're actually thinking about being closer to creation when we're taking a jet plane. Anyway, I don't know, maybe you did. Think about it next time you're up in a jet plane, that you're flying higher than the eagle. You're closer to creation. And we use them metaphorically as our messengers. And we also say that on top of the tree of peace, this is where we metaphorically place that eagle, because the eagle has a very, very keen sense of eyesight, and it can see afar. And we ask that metaphorically to be our intuition that allows us to see what's coming, to see if there's danger coming. And when that danger comes, we have that responsibility to then cry out to the people and say, there's danger coming. We must take action. So all of these things that we talk about are in a metaphoric sense. They're all there to give us a lesson. The same as the telling of the great law. And we talked about these things in the sense that they're not stories. They're a telling. It's a way of understanding. A way of understanding how we interact. So then we move our minds even higher than that. And we say to the thunder beings, we give them acknowledgement because they speak to us. They're the voices that we hear. And they tell us when we're going to have spring. They also tell us at this time of the year when we're having fall as well. And so, even though times are changing, even though the weather is being affected, we still need to actually probably need to reinforce that energy between us, because those energies need that acknowledgement so that we can benefit. And they're also a very powerful force. It makes sense that we be giving them tobacco to say we want to be safe and we want to have a good relationship with you. And so we ask them to be kind to us and to do things for us and bring us those rains that clean the air. And then we move our minds even higher than that, and we say, Roskondagehtekko, the great warrior, which is what we call the sun. And so why do we call the sun our great warrior? We call him the great warrior because we, as in our society, our responsibilities, our duties are divided up into male and female. But you have to also remember that that's not a bad division. All it is a division of responsibilities. And it's inclusive. And some people get really upset because we don't mention all those gray areas in between of people who don't identify with either male or female. Well, the fact is, this is totally inclusive. We use that metaphorically as well because now we are instructed to be constantly in mind of the changing times. And it says when the Great Law was first envisioned, well, not really first envisioned, it was re-strengthened. We're to be reminded of that. So when it comes to these divisions, they're not really divisions. English is a bad language to be using for this purpose because it has so many unusual connotations. It limits us when it's not limiting in our language, and that's really unfortunate that we can't do this in our language anymore. It's just one of the things that's happened to us. So we talk about this sun as being the great warrior. And I don't even like the word warrior because, again, it gives the wrong interpretation. We talk about the warriors, Gonjampanhasta. The warriors, they stand on the outside protecting the people. So they're really protectors. And so we liken them, these ones we call the Liskondagehte, these ones that we call the warriors, are really protectors, just like the sun. They shine. They give us light. They bring us heat. They go across the sky. They are so reliable. We can depend on them for our comfort, to be able to live in a home, to be able to enjoy life. That's their responsibility. They're the ones that are on the outside protecting all of us. And so when we talk to Roskondagehtekko, the great warrior, this is a reminder of how we relate to our people. And then we take our mind towards the other side, onto the moon side, and we say, we call her our grandmother. And we call her our grandmother because she is the grandmother of everyone. She shines up the nighttime sky. What she is responsible for, she has a great force. And we say, Yudiri Wayanawam, Me Yiti Istanadanu Yiti Sutta. The mothers who are all the women, are the givers of life. The givers of life are just like our mother, the earth. So if you think of the earth as being a giver of life, everything grows there, everything is sustained by her, and all of those physical things are just like all of the women. They are the ones that provide the new life. So that force we call the moon time. And that brings the new faces. That is responsible for that ebb and flow of the mothers. So she controls that. That's why she's our grandmother, and that's that relationship, and that we say is so very, very precious. And then we talk about the stars. And the stars, there's too many things that we have lost. We say we've lost knowledge about them, but we still realize that those stars are our guiding light. The stars in that special position in the sky, the skohons in Igahawi, so that time when the ones we call the Pleiades, is in a certain position in the sky, and that's our midwinter. So 364 days of the year we follow the moon as our calendar, and then that one day in the middle is where that's directly above, and that's the midwinter day, and that makes the full 365 days of the year that we know now. So those stars, they tell us when we're to do our ceremonies, and they also many, many other things that they're responsible for. We say they dress up the sky, and they beautify the sky. It's like a beautiful dress that they continually show their light to us. And there's many, many things about the stars. And we say the Milky Way, that Milky Way is where all our ancestors are. Those stars are so close together, it looks like a cloud in the sky. So next time you're outside and you look up, and you can actually feel that energy. Every time I see the Milky Way, I get a sense of unity between the sky world and myself. And you can too. You just need to see that every time you see it, it's so beautiful. And even now they have these pictures, the Hubble telescope and all of those other ones, and they can magnify, and it's absolutely astoundingly beautiful. And that's where our ancestors are. And in the sky world, then, we go from the stars, and we talk about these ones that are our protectors. We call them Deum. And for sake of not offending anyone, we talk about, in some opening addresses, they'll talk about Gayeni Nyungwedege. We talk about these four spiritual beings. These four spiritual beings are actually as many of those spiritual beings as there are stars. We say Diyukiyadanu. They're the ones that work with the universal energies that we can call, and in English there is no interpretation of what it is. And I would maybe use the word angels, it doesn't even fit that description. But they're energies that we can bring to us, and they're individuals. They have personality as well. And sometimes you can feel them, especially if you are in a place where you're either sad, and you ask for strength, you just say, oh, I need some strength right now. And the way things are in our contemporary times, we're faced with stress. And stress can cause us to be ill. And we ask those energies to come to us and to help us through these times. And they do. There's many, many stories about that. Again, we don't go too far into it, but we still recognize those energies as being possible, as to being strengthful, to draw energy from them, to be with us. And they were asked this morning to be with us, to guide us through this ceremony that we're doing right now. And I think we misunderstand a little bit too about what is meant by ceremony. Ceremony is what we're doing right now. That was the beginning of it. So when we do that ceremony outside, we burn the tobacco, that's the beginning. And the last thing that we draw our energy towards is down, we say. That's one of the words that we use. We say one that prepared all things. And prepared all things in a sense that this did not exist before. This is all new. So matter and energy didn't exist before. It was a conscious manifestation, I guess is probably the best word. A conscious manifestation by this intelligent energy of the universe. And it wished this to be so. And even though we don't remember where we were before we got here, it didn't hurt. And when we talk about now, we understand that this matter, matter and energy came together as one. And this is where we are right now. We're in this place of learning. And this great intelligent energy did a number of things for us. It says, na nabagay existo kwa suma. Exista. Tasumaya ne exista. Nenezimiti yunhe umwe. It gave us an understanding that put into us this flame of life. And that flame of life, we liken it to the stars because that's that spark. It put into us this flame. And so when that flame leaves, it's when our body goes cold. And when our body goes cold, it says, Ona du dekasi, and so the division of that energy now goes back to the sky world, because we even do that in our language, and I hope a lot of people understand a little bit about the language. And it says it means we're horizontal. And we use that word because when we say we're looking as far as we can see. And when we look as far as we can see, what do we see? On the bottom, we see the matter, which is the land, the treescape, or it doesn't matter if you're looking over water. We see land, we see matter. And then what's on the other side is all of that sky. And that's the energy. And it says, so we've crested, and we go over that crest, and we can't see that person anymore. All you can see is what's the land, what goes back to the land, and the rest you can't see, even though we feel them in us. And we feel them in us because that's that energy they left with us. And so that energy is always with us. And that's what we say when somebody passes away, we say, we ask that sadness doesn't stay with us to cause a depression. We say we have to let that energy go freely, because that's the love. So we're connected to this great intelligent energy by this love. A little bit after that, then in the tobacco fire, the tobacco burn, what we did is then we directed our energies to the reason why we're collected here together for this purpose. And the collection of that is this telling of how this original understanding came to us. We got offline somewhere way back in history. And we had to rely on one that was placed here on earth so that we understand how we were to be. And so this may have happened more than once in history. The last one we know about brought us this concept of how we're to be. And if you notice, it's in the circle. And the circle reminds us that there is no beginning and there is no end. And if there is, we can't detect it because it's seamless. And so today we're charged with the responsibility of trying to understand how things have changed over time, how we had to re-stand up all of these people as was prior to losing this concept. When we had lost this concept of continuity, we lost the concept of constantly being in alignment with this energy. We came to a dark time in our past, a time where there was no peace. Everybody was at war with each other. Kind of reminds you of the things that are going on today in the world. We're not at peace. So this is the concept that brought this all back together. And we lived hundreds and hundreds of years in peace before we were, quote unquote, discovered. Anyway, what we do is we talk a little bit about how that happened, and we give thanks to those people that were stood up amongst us, how our families were to come together. And we say our families came together with the understanding that in the center of the hub is Yichi-Isa, our mothers. That's the hub of our existence. The mothers are the center. And we reminded ourselves a little bit that if you go back to creation, we got Sky Woman, female, and she has a daughter, female. Then on the scene comes the other side, the male, the two twins. So there we have the balance that was so necessary to be working together. Coincidentally, when Peacemaker goes to the other side of Lake Ontario, not the very first, but one of the very most important people that he meets was one called Zigun Seze. And Zigun Seze was a double, triple agent of the time. And she lived in the Great Forest, in a convenient place where there were paths going through the forest, and war parties at the time were totally out of control, and their only purpose was destruction. It was the only thing that they understood. We're going through it all the time. And she'd see one war party coming through, and she would feed them, and she would get all their information from them, and share what she knew about the last party that went through. And she'd say, well, they went that way. And she was like double agent. She was doing this continually. And so when Peacemaker gets there, he knows what she's doing. And he talks to her, and he says that she now can be the one that would be the very first one to affect peace, to be able to receive this peace, that she was a double agent, and so she had to swing her intelligence around to realize that this was, in fact, a really good way to be. There was far too much bloodshed. It wasn't safe to go anywhere. Coincidentally, she's a female, which reinforces the fact that the female again comes into the center of the hub. And he says to her, the very last thing he says before he leaves her, and he said, you're going to be the example, and we're going to be following that example. And later on, as the law develops, and law again isn't really the right word for this, it's a way of thinking. It's a way of total bringing together energy and matter in a positive way, that the way it was originally meant to be. And so, again, we talk about the people, and we talk about standing up. What we're going to be listening to is we're going to be listening to how this law came into being. Law is the wrong word. I don't even know if there's a better word. Think of a better word than law. Yeah, it's like our ways. Those are footsteps. They're footprints, kind of like these markings on the floor. They're a guide for walking in a proper way. So that guide is perhaps a much better word than law. So when we're talking about Gayanuni certainly makes more sense to the way that we're to be living and to the way that we're to be walking in life, and how our relationships are coming together. So we'll look at the clan mother as being the one that has this great responsibility. She's the hub. She has helpers. The responsibility of the clan mother is to collect the voices of her family. And she collects the voices of her family, and when that voice is of one mind, then she then has the responsibility also to look around at the children to see which of the male has the proper mindset, has the proper personality to be a leader. And again, I don't like the word leader. It's not really a leadership. It is a position of responsibility, of carrying out what the family wishes to be done. So she collects those voices, and then she then gives the instruction to the chief. So the chief also has this responsibility to be now the carrier of the voice of the people. That's his job. His job then is to collect whatever the assignment is. They collect the men together to say, the family wants this done, we have that responsibility to carry that through. And I won't go into the details when he doesn't do that, that will come up later in this, because it's a long, long process about the protocol of how that goes about happening. So there's an interface constantly between the chief and the clan mother. The clan mother then goes back to the family, and then the family re-instructs if there's anything that couldn't be done by the chief. So those, we say, we give them strength. In the tobacco burn, we give them strength that they continue to do their responsibilities and they continue to understand those responsibilities to be done in a good way. Then we talk about Buddhiskamagete, and we talk about them as being the protectors, and we also give them energy. We ask that they be recognized and that they be honored for the things that they do. And then we talk about the young people, like the young people that are here today. And they're at that point now where they're saying, we're kind of lost because we hear this over here, and we hear this over here, and we don't know how to proceed. So we give them strength too. We say, what you're doing here is you're lifting your mind, you're bringing that heartfelt energy that was meant to be here right from the beginning. So we have our heart that's connected to this great intelligent energy, and our mind that now tempers us and leads us through our intuition to be able to achieve a good future. We also direct our minds to the young ones. And those young ones are under much stress as well. And so we direct our minds to them as well, so that we're thinking about how they're feeling and to guide them along the way, to nurture them and to be their friend and to be their mentor, if you will. And then we also talk about the little ones, the young boys and girls, and they're watching what we're doing. And I don't see too many of them. I see a couple here today. They're watching what we're doing, and we're the ones that are setting the example. So we encourage them to be here as well, and to be listening to the things that we're doing and we're talking about. Because what speaks louder than words are the things that we do. And then we also talk about the babies. And the babies, we say they have a soft mind. They just absorb everything that's coming to them. And I think about it sometimes because I've been asked certain questions about things that I know I haven't read in the book. And I wonder, where did that come from? It must have come from some time when I was really, really young and just wasn't paying attention to what people were saying. I was just there. And so that energy that I talked about before is still through us. We know we inherit traumatic stress. Even the doctors are saying, they call it, I forget what they call it. Anyway, what we call it is, we call it blood memory. And that blood memory is something that happened generations ago that comes up in our life. We don't even know why. It's just there. We understand it. And those are the things that we try to affect right now, so that we're constantly putting positive energy into these young babies that don't even know what they're receiving. So when they're around negative energy, it goes inside of them and it comes out somewhere down the line, and they don't even know why it happens to them. DNA, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, because even now they're talking about memory that comes to us as in our DNA. And this is scientists talking about this stuff. So our understanding of it is, they say they're stories, but they're not stories. They're tellings. It's a way of knowing. And we've always known it's in the language. So I can't argue with what's in the language. So then the last thing about the tobacco burn.
Getting on the quote, our way. I have some disagreement to that one. That is not our way of understanding from what I have been told throughout my life. When I was born, I'm born Hungwehu. My first words, Hungwehu. They weren't English. Look at that. There's English on there. How many here sit here called chief? Hands, please. Okay. You got that word on there. How many sit here as Yakayami? Loyali? That's Kili Malahoda. Our way. That circle. My mother, who is a language teacher of Oneida, I asked her, what's this word mean? When you, I can't say it properly. What's that? Okay. What did I say? She said, people circle. In that word there, does it say Loyani? Does it say chief? No. If it's Giniwarihuta, they are Loyani, they are Yakayani. All the ones have duties out of that. And I hear you mention Arnadala is the head of this circle. That circle's supposed to be flat. No one's higher than anyone. All those wampums, those are all agreements to the white man. Where are our agreements that bring those things up? The bowl with one spoon. From what I understand, the first agreement of our people was made with the man and the woman. The men looked after the people, did not work. The women looked after the people, did not work. They made agreement. Comes the beads they carry. Once that agreement's made, the women start organizing the families. There is not 49. There is 49 in that document. There is thousands of families registered to that. Yet we don't pass those information around. Why? That's Giniwarihuda. Those things, they are made through the white man's understanding. Where is our understanding? That bowl, that includes all of us, includes all this land, north and south. Yet we're stuck in a little circle. Why? because our minds are not able to expand to what this gentleman says. Whether you believe me or not, I've been to the sky world. I visit my relatives up there. You know where that sky world is? 2 inches off the ground. We're there. We're with them. Yeah, this man, the other side? What other side? There's no east side road on the city. Oh, I said, you know, you and I must have the same grandma. Because I asked her this morning, guide my tongue, and she gave you my message. Thank you for that. Right now, this talk is getting me a little upset, so I'll have to let go.
He kun horaa sua ko joku teko. Oman kun sanat tiswahtaati ai suoti ni wata satan jungoli so wat kun horaa kun. Kana sarata ni junkets. Vox kere voke tan afisas nuo kenakere. Voke junkke aaka. This gentleman over here just made my hair stand up. It's alive. We are still alive. There's still hope. What he said was right on the money. Okay. It's absolutely true. Last night, that's what we talked about. Cheap. So I look, we all carry around those little phones today. I Googled, what does chief mean? And it told a leader, right? And it told he's going to give directives, tell you what to do. So we're using the wrong word. But who taught us? Who taught us that word? Generations ago. Those people that came across the water, they start teaching us. We didn't ask what it meant. We knew where to use it. And we start using it. A lot of our language that we use is being used against us. Okay? Because we're using the language that they taught us. European, English language. Okay? Like he says, it's very clear when you say the Gogyokwon Haksta. It's very clear what it's talking about. Gogyokwa is the people. And it goes around the people. The Gogyokwan Haksa. That which goes around the people to keep us in one direction. And there's 2 issues in that circle, around that circle. Okay. The old people used to say they are holding hands, inseparable. You cannot take them apart. You can't. That's why they're woven like that. Goes around in a circle. And the first one is the first message, which was natural. When he opened this morning, he mentioned all of the things that we give thanks to. It's a part of us. We're supposed to understand all of that every day as we're moving around, giving thanks to all of that stuff. Okay. And then in that circle, you have okay. Those are the people that have been put into that area of responsibility. And on their shoulders, they are encouraged to never permit the people to let what is being taught to you Don't ever let these issues get old. That's what they're taught. But it looks like it's getting old. Because we as older people seem to be forgetting on how to teach the younger ones in a natural form setting in our families. We have given that responsibility over to those people that came across on the ship, because he made a law and said, you have to send your children to my school. That's what he did. Residential schools are not over yet. You're still sending your children to those schools. You're not teaching them at home. The TV is teaching them. iPhones are teaching them. iPads are teaching them. He's stealing our minds. He's stealing our minds. And when there are ceremonies going on, it is their responsibility to stand up and talk to the people and remind the people what their responsibilities are. Not just at the longhouse, when there's festivals going on. It's their responsibility. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's always on their shoulders. Teach your children. Teach your grandchildren. A lot of people today are saying, I'm a grandparent. I raised my kids, I'm all done. I don't have to do it no more. What I was taught is when you become a grandparent, you have a second chance. All of those things that you forgot to teach your children, now you have a chance to teach your grandchildren. That's what I was taught. So it just goes on, you have a second chance. That's one of those circles, one of those strings. Okay? Then the other one is where we're having our problem as a people. Guyana de Go, which he talked about, a message that was given to us. The peacemaker, we call him. Shunido, we call him. Teganuida, we call him. It's a different name. But what we are taught is Shunido, he who had built a house. And he describes that house. It's not a house like this, where the sun comes up and where it goes down. The sky is the roof and our mother is the floor. That's the house. And if you want to interpret that, that's our country. That's the land that we live in. And that's the land and the people and all of the nature within that we are responsible to support and protect. Guyana let go, the great nice way, the path that we are following. Guyana let go. Okay? Within that system, there's a certain rules that were given, and the white man calls it constitutional rights. Okay. The path has been made. We just got to follow it. Right? We sat today in that second string that's holding hands. It addresses us as the people inside that circle. In our country, that's what it addresses. How do we maintain who we are as individuals inside that circle. Do we run off and vote in Canada? Do we run off and vote in the United States? What's the law? Our law. Out. Can a Canadian go vote in the United States? And vice versa? Can a United States citizen go vote in Russia? What would happen? Why do we do it then? We make excuses. We just went through a whole couple months of that question. Voting in a foreign people's government. Yeah. That circle makes it very clear what happens to you if you accept the laws of a foreign government. Yeah. You're stripped. You're naked. You're standing on the outside of that circle. You're finished. You can no longer say you are that pure person with constitutional rights on the inside. Now you are standing on the outside of the circle. You have now United States constitutional rights, Canada constitutional rights, because you threw yours away. You see, law is strong inside that circle. But we as a people are being oppressed. Ever since those ships got here, they have been trying to change our subconscious. They have been trying to conquer our minds. Forget about everything that we were given by our ancestors in our land. 24 hours a day, day and night, they are working on how to conquer you. Conquer that circle. They want to be able to say, now this land is mine. That's what they want to say. And the only thing that's going to keep us alive is if we remain one people. We can have little differences of opinion and understanding. That's natural. But the formula is in that circle on how to bring those minds together into a decision-making process, which today is being interfered with by entities from other governments. They spend so much money year after year to hire your brother, to hire your sister, to hire your mother, your father, your grandmother. You don't know who. Sometimes. Secret agent. Espionage. We don't hear those words too much anymore, but they're in play. And we look the other way if that check is coming to our family someplace. If that check is coming into the reservation, we look the other way. And this is where it has brought us today. Very dependent people. We're afraid. Right now our foundation is cracking and ready to crumble. Right now, today. AFN, they gave them a small group the authority to make a worldwide decision on our issue. Okay. That circle local, if we use it, gives us the right to stand as who we are in our language. We made an agreement with them a long time ago. We said whenever we meet formally, we will wear our clothes that we have on today. So we recognize each other. Okay. That's why today, whenever we wind up in their courtroom, it's an official place. Our people will dress in our clothes, and the judge is sitting up there dressed in his. We go to government, we dress in ours, they dress in theirs. Okay. What's lacking is what comes out of here. Yeah. That's what's lacking. What's coming out of here is what he put in here. We are using his language, not understanding his language, like the word chief. How many other words does he use on us that we don't understand, but use it every day? Use it at the table where he's negotiating. And we think we're doing so good. Wow, I told him that guy. Yeah, that's what we do. My father and those old people that sat at the longhouse in Akwesasne when I was a kid, they always taught, when you come to the table and they're sitting on one side of the table, you're sitting on your side of the table, you always use your language. Always. You speak through an interpreter. Yeah. That way always gives you doorways out the back. Yeah. We had a little conversation over here this morning, we laughed like a son with it. The word "ustedes," okay? It's funny. That's what the word means, "ustedes." Okay, so I asked the question, what does it mean, ustedes? See, it's almost identical word, but one says it's funny, the other says don't touch it. You see, our language is the same way. We can manipulate that language so that the interpreter says something that we didn't really say to the other side of that table. So when it comes to an issue, you can say, hey, we didn't say that, the interpreter said that. See, here's what it really means in our language. You see, language is very important in our culture. Okay? And inside that circle is all of our languages. And I like what the gentleman said over here. Every point that he stepped on, he touched on, was right on. I was so glad he said what he said. We are live. This circle, those wampums over there, there are wampums over there that show how many people have come to sit under the tree of peace, that ever-growing tree of peace. Yeah. Every time a nation of people came to sit under the tree of peace, take shelter under the tree of peace, they added another one. They added another one, kept growing. Today, we have forgotten that. Today, we act like jealous people. Ooh, the Senecas, they're like this, they're like that. The Oneidas, they're like this, they're like that, and so on and so on. The heck with the, we are the Mohawks. You see, that's not what that says. It says we are one people. No one nation has the right to negotiate land. None. But it has happened. Just like the United States, just like Canada, no province, no state can go and cede land to another country. We have that same thing. No individual nation within that circle has the right to cede our land over to another country, another people. Because when the Nuestro Unido came about it, he taught us how to think in our favor, how to protect our interests, how to sit in clans. That eagle sitting on a tree, that's each and every one of us. We are supposed to always have an eye out, watching everything. We're supposed to always be listening. And our responsibility when we hear something or see something that is going to be danger to our people, it's our responsibility to bring it to our clans. The clans will discuss it. And if it is important enough, they will alert the other clans to discuss it. And then when they come to decisions, they will give to their LORAN their decision, their mindset. Those LORAN will bring it to a council, just like that. Okay. And it is their responsibility to tweak those decisions, and bring it together into one direction so that everyone will be safe in that decision. If there's an error someplace down the road in that decision, there's an opportunity to bring it back up. It's not the end of the line when the decision is made. You can bring it back and revisit that decision and make it proper. You can even scrap it if you like. It's a liar. That circle one is very important. We have to remember, how do we unify under the Constitution that has been given to our people? How do we, like the peacemaker said, this is as far as I can go, he said. I'm getting old. It took my lifetime to put you guys together. You people have to put it on your shoulders now. You carry the load now. I encourage you, he said. You take this load and you spread it. Make it strong. Make it big. That's what he said. That's as far as he could go. And it done what? He brought peace. Within that, like he said, they have responsibilities. It's in the Constitution. No one nation can say there are no more warriors. No more okay? You make one little different sound in that word. And if you change it a little bit, then they're carrying the dirt of Mother Earth, which they protect. It depends on how you use it, the sentence that you're using it in. Yeah. You see, very descriptive language. All right? They have responsibility. And if money was not involved, the LORAN that we call LORAN today have been compromised. Yeah. Because of it. Of wisdom. You see? What do we do to bring it back? You cannot accomplish it if we don't talk to each other. When we try to talk to them, it's always money that gets in the middle. Why is that? Out there, the white government right now, is spending so much money to keep our minds apart. We have to put that aside, and we have to look at what we are standing on, what we stand for as a people in our homeland. And we have to remember that there are children that keep coming to Hatiko. They have to be safe. Our ancestors were murdered, raped, hung, whatever, in order for us to be able to be here today. The people that came across tortured our ancestors. Our ancestors tried to bring peace to them, teach them how to have a good mind in a peaceful way, live in peace. But instead, they brought weapons. They brought a dangerous lifestyle to us. They brought individualism to us. We forgot what it's like. Let me touch on this just a second. It is beautiful. It is comfortable. But I remember, as a kid, people would come from other places. You know what our people did? Do you remember what our people did? They made room in their homes for them. Yeah. That's where I learned a lot of what I know. People came from different parts of the Confederacy. My father said, "Oh, you use this room." 6 or 7 of us in one big bed. The company stayed in the other room. The company they stayed on a couch when they had time to sleep, because they stayed up all night talking about our issues. And us as kids, there used to be a hole in the ceiling where the pipe used to go through. We'd be all right there till we fall asleep sometimes, listening to their stories. Beautiful stories, but it made us understand how they were so committed to pass on everything that they know, so we don't forget. It's something that we're losing, because we came through a short time in our history where everybody, or the majority anyways, of people had money. We got spoiled. Now that's disappearing, and we're coming back to the reality that the governments have put there. It's going to get harder and harder to survive. Okay? That circle walking again is the only thing that we have as a people that's going to bring us through the storm that is coming. You can see the clouds getting darker and darker. They're trying to conquer us, wipe us off the face of the map, and become their slaves. There's a word in our language, Gatshen, Masuguni. He's going to make us into his pets. You know how you train a dog and you put a collar around him, and if he doesn't sit, when you tell him, you can do what you want to do to make him sit, because you're his master, right? His words manipulates them, right? Mr., master, same thing, right? Sir, what's that mean? Do you ever ask that question? Something like still endangered slave or something like that? Yeah. There's people in here that know what it is. Yeah. Still a slave. That's what you're calling the master, right? Yes, sir. See? Who
only what we are as a people. Wouldn't it be nice if we would be sitting here today and everything I said in my language, you could understand at least 50% of it. The Oneidas would be able to understand 3/4 of it because our languages are almost similar. See? It would be awesome if we could get back there.
Yeah.
You go on up there. Maybe somebody else could explain clear what that is, but those are those two things that go along with very important issues, because that's our life. Okay? Now,
I want to acknowledge everybody in this room at this moment. I want to greet you in our ways. Each individual, I give you greetings and honor. I give you thanksgiving for allowing us to share an experience. It's this morning when my good friend offered the words in the burning of the tobacco, my heart swelled again. I felt real good. It's such a, we're so lucky. We're people, we're so lucky that we have these ways yet. It's so fortunate that we can come together and make a fire. And that we know what that fire is. And we know what that uyakwauma is. And we know when we put that uyakwauma on that fire, we know that it's going to carry our words and that those that we are addressing will hear us. We're so lucky that we have so much of our ways yet. Some of you may have traveled to the other Hungarian people across this land, maybe to the east, to the north, the west. A lot of them, they fumble at even knowing how to identify in their own language who they are. When we come to them, in our way, we say, what does the land look like where you're from? That's how we ask, what's their nation? What's their affiliation? It's so magnificent to ask a people, what does the land look like where you're from? So this morning, it was so nice again. We're so lucky. Some young guy asked me, he said, we didn't have a sumagoa. Usually, what we would do after we burn tobacco, we would put a song through of Ostoagoa to reaffirm. But I think that this morning was powerful, straightforward, and direct. That to have a Ostoagoa, maybe later, in the next few days, we can have a Ostoagoa. It would be nice. I want to honor a friend who's gone before us, who basically gathered us together about 8 years ago to have a discussion about Kayanlegoa. And those around him, those that he worked with, to gather us together and to have a discussion about Kayanlegoa. You see, those of us who had the opportunity to hear Kayanlegoa maybe 20 years ago, here in this land of Oswego, we were clearly understood that it's the mandate of the council of chiefs that they regularly recite or regularly remind, regularly teach the people what Kayanlegoa talks about. had not been doing it. They had left it alone. They were doing something else. They were They left that responsibility not let go to do their due diligence to teach the people to gather dust. But this of this community decided that we need to do something about that. And you did. Some of you did. Some of you remembered. Some of you said, we're going to invite and open the door and put an opportunity together that we may have a discussion on Kayanganon Siragowa. Like I said earlier, some of us had the opportunity to hear it. But it was so many years between time, it got cloudy. We weren't absolutely sure. Although we talk about it, every time we come to a meeting at the system, we weren't clear what the articles were. We constantly debated what the duties and the responsibilities are of Rodianetsu, Yodianetsu. Kairi diori wage luna degi wage. Konunque udi wajirage. Rodi smaragete. Rodi dansera. We had forgot those things. We weren't living up to them. You know, that event that happened here created a ripple in a confederacy. You woke them up. You reminded them that they have a responsibility to the people on Gayarego. And it immediately struck a chief's committee on the recital of Gayarego. The very next summer, they had recital at Oneida. That's the effect that you guys caused. And that's a whole mountain of thanksgiving that we can give to you. You did it. However, there's some lapses. I was there, I went to listen to that. It was a magnificent story of the peacemaker, where he came from. He, the peacemaker, had message of peace, righteousness, and strength. We were reminded of that. But what happened, in essence, he said the story that was told to us, the teachings that were given to us at that time, was only the beginning. It was only about the 1/10 of the story. They taught us about the path of the peacemaker to come and deliver the message. And they stopped at the time when he was going to deliver the message. It did not go beyond that. So we did not hear Kayangre Goa at that first discussion, at that recital at Oneida. It was nice. There was a lot of people there. There was a lot of interest. There was a lot of excitement. We're going to hear Kayangre Goa. It's our precious teachings. We're going to hear that now. Some of us came away, jeepers, maybe next year. You know, maybe they will continue the story next year, maybe. We hope. It was a beautiful story. It's a good story. And it's well done. We give a lot of credit to the people that put it together, because it was so many years that they were doing it. That they were stumbling, they were, you know, it was an ad hoc kind of deal. But it was good. It was good feelings. I'll never forget The longhouse was so full. In the nighttime when we had to dance, we're dancing, but we couldn't move. We just had to dance in one place. The whole longhouse was just so full, we couldn't dance. To go, we can't, we gotta dance in one place. There's so many people on the front porch and back porch, people were dancing, having a good time. It felt real good. It felt real good. So to you who were part of that, thank you. Walk to one Murad. The one Jordan. I'll never forget. The energy, the smile, the full-heartedness, and the firm position that he took of putting that together. You stood with him. You walked with him. You argued together with him to bring it together. It was good. But for 5 years, 6 years, they repeated the same story. They repeated the Ganoida's journey. And they got to the place where he gathered together and planted the tree of peace, and they stopped. The symbol of our law, Kayan, the everlasting tree of peace, the symbol of our law. They would stop. Just as they were erecting that tree in the story, they would stop. They stopped at Anadara. They stopped at Akwesasne. They stopped at all these, but they never told the law. They did not discuss the duties and responsibilities of the title holders. This didn't happen. Now, I will say, I don't know what happened at Tuscarora this year. I didn't go. But there is a very strong desire by many young people in the Confederacy to hear the rest of the story, to hear the articles of Kayan-Legoa. And this exercise we're doing now is a little bit of the foundation of that. There, it's a profound teachings, and my friend here explained it so well because it was told to us in the language. It's so meaningful and so thorough. To do it in English is almost like you got to do it 3 times just to fill in the blanks when you hear it in Mugwehumwe now. So my address to you, each and every one, and I'm so happy you guys brought it up about our Chinito-Wawanota, our language. It's in every one of you's DNA. You already have it. It's just that you shy away from practicing it. You're afraid to make a mistake, and somebody might laugh at you. Stop that. Go ahead and talk the best you can every day. 1 word, 2 words, 3 words. Use it. Because that's the only way you're going to learn. If you keep being shy, your children are going to cry. We're so lucky in our language. You wanted us, we. And the message I want to leave with you is, I don't know what it is to be without that language. Okay? I was brought up in the language. I knew only Ganyubela until I went to school. I got kicked out of a kindergarten because I didn't know any English. So, my parents were very firm. You will be fortunate if you speak in your language. I come from a rather large family, So there was a lot of discussions. My father, they say my father was a great storyteller. He could tell a story about anything, anytime, and we would enjoy. He was also a barber, so he would cut hair and tell stories, and that was the best place to be. So, I say to you, it's a worldview. It's a whole way of thinking if you understand and speak Ongwelwe now. It's like somebody explained it this way one time. It's the difference. If you're watching a TV program, if it's black and white or in color, that's the difference. Thank you very much.
내가 waktu meratung sebuah itu, waktu semua itu was bangun karena apa ya gue, dan sebuah itu, dapat diguna tu kau tercina ni kau minta tahu jadi cuba tu. Negatif lagi, yang deko, nunggu was waktu muda. Yang deko itu betul waktu kan agar dibuka mau juga. Dan zaha, dan ayuan itu raya dan mana tempat mereka syukur, orang zaha ayuan itu rasa sedih, dan orang itu kau nanti wajar nak hoda tu, dan mengori basuh, dan dia ada bawa ini, dan itu itu rasa kau dan dia tu di kau di tu. Negatif lagi, waktu kan asyik ada musius dan asyik hilang lagi. Waktu kan, dan dia semua tak sutra, tidak hoda ni wajib kau jaga rolo.
Yeah.
I'd like to give a greeting to everybody that's here, that you've come here. We all came here today. We were fortunate that we've been invited to come here and to share with you what we have learned, what we know of who we are and our ways. And we ask you to listen well. So far you've heard different ones speaking, and they've expressed from their own minds the knowledge that they've acquired. We're all going to share with you what we know. We're not here to tell you that we know everything. We can only share with you what we have learned. And we hope that you listen well, because there are many people who are not here that should be here. But those of you who are here and what you learn and so on, think about these things. Dissect what we say. Don't just accept what we say because we said it. Think about it. Investigate it. Make sure what we told you is correct. And as your minds get stronger, go out there and after we part, and talk to other people. Explain to them what you've heard, what you've learned, and encourage them to think about our ways, to think about these things. Because all of this knowledge will only make us stronger. That's what power is knowledge. Today, we keep talking about Gayadere, and we give credit to the one they call the peacemaker, the Ganawita, the founder. And in English we keep saying these things. And sometimes even in our language we kind of not say what was. When I was growing up, like my friends here, in their homes, people would come from different territories, different communities, different families. And they all ended up at my home because I was raised by my grandparents. And all of these people would come, and I remember the old timers, like even George Buck, Huron Miller. You know, a lot of these old timers, Rusty Oaks from Akwesasne, Corbett Sundown from Tonawanda, all of these old timers, they're all gone. But they all came to my home supposedly to sleep, but sat up all night talking. And I would lay on the top steps, listening, instead of going to bed. I lay there listening to these guys. And I learned a lot of things. And I used to hear them kind of debate, discuss, enlighten each other. And it was great. But one of the things is, in our ways, when we bring a child to the longhouse, everybody says, it's when we're going to give them names. But that's not what it says in our language. We say, we will raise their names to the people, so the people will know this child and what that child's name is. Who's the mother? Who's the father? What's the family? So we will know this child. And they will say, this is your child. All of us. It's not just that mother and father that raised that child. It's all the people's responsibility. And they said, this child right at this time, we don't know what the natural gift, the natural ability of this child. We don't know what it is at this time. The child is too small to not demonstrate to us what that is at this time. But as that child grows, it will reveal its natural ability. Some will become athletes, some will become medicine people, some will become speakers for us, there's thousands of things that each and every person will have what it is special that is done. Mine was to listen. I grew up in a big family. There were many of us. And to this day, and growing up in my family, they would say, how come you know all these things? And we all grew up together. How come we don't know it like you did? I said, the thing is we all heard what the old people talked about. I said, the difference between me and you was I listened. I was a listener. Today I don't listen much. I talk a lot. But all I'm doing is, I will pour out to you what I've learned. That was my gift from creation. To speak, to listen. Before you can speak, you must listen. Then you have something to talk about. One of the things that I've learned listening to the old timers when they talked about the longhouse being established, they talked about this man. They called him the Ganawida. Some people are afraid to say his name. Others call him the peacemaker. But one of the things I always listen, and I heard others talking, they said, the Ganawida brought Gayandaregoa to us. They said, but I used to listen to the old timers. They said, Nene, the Ganawida, Ne Zahari Wayata, Ne Gayandaregoa. He said, he did not create Gayandaregoa. He replanted Gayandaregoa in the minds of our people. Zahari Wayata, Yante Hoyotu, Ruri Wayatu. He re-established Gayandaregoa in the minds of the people because of all the turmoil that was going on. All the strife and misery that was going on. He brought peace back to the people. But what he did was he reminded them of Gayandaregoa. This formula that we use to maintain peace amongst each other, to strengthen us, that is what he brought, was a formula to do this. Gayandaregoa, he just said, hey, look around you. This is Gayandaregoa, that sun that's in the sky, the wind that blows, the rain that comes, the earth, everything. That's Gayandaregoa. Gayana, the path. That's creation's path. All the way the natural world works, they always go in the same direction. There's always that harmony. And that's why creation survives. Gayandaregoa, the great good path. That's what he reminded the people. He reminded the people, this earth and you mothers, you're the same. He said to you, you're like that son. You're supposed to be supporting these women, making sure. Do not bring and leave the women and the children in darkness, but be like the sun and continue to give that light, that warmth, that protection, and that security. He reminded them of all these things. We always had families, but the families were in turmoil. They couldn't practice our ways. They couldn't do our teachings anymore. And so the system our people lived by, because it wasn't only here in the territory of Rinshuni, because at that time we were no longer with the Rinshuni. We had abandoned Bandago. We had abandoned all these things. But all the way to South America, all the way to the north, to the east, to the west, every place people say, we have clan. Because that was only natural. And the word clan is a terrible word. Yeah. We have the fires all over this land. That's our families. Today, we always say, I'm a Mohawk. I'm a Wolf clan. And then we look at other Mohawks who are Turtle clan or Bear clan and, oh, you're not the same as me. And we do that to each other. Oh, you're a Naida, you're a Nadaga, you're a Kanu. We keep creating entities. We keep breaking up our family. We shouldn't be breaking our family. That's why with the open one we had. Chatateca. My relative. You, my relative. Chatateca, my brother. My sister. We're always connected. We're not. We keep saying, Anganyagahaga. No. I'm a Wahumwa. That's what we all are. The only reason I'm a Ganyagahaga, I come and I live in the land of the Flint. You're my family. But you live in a land where the stones stick out of the ground. You live in a land where it's hilly. You live in a land where there's a lot of swamps and marshes and so on. You live in the big hills or the mountains. That's why we mentioned earlier, what is the land like where you come from? That's where you live in that land. But you're Uguahumwa. You're Uguahumwa. And when we see our brothers and sisters from all the other fires across Turtle Islands, the two turtles, we always say Uguahumwa. Why do we say Uguahumwa? Why do we say Uguahumwa? We're the humans who continue to follow the way of the forever. And what is the forever? Creation. That's who we are. When we see the newcomers come, we could not call them Uguahumwa because they had a culture, a worldview that was totally different from ours. And we said, their ways is not of the creation. Their ways are what they created from their minds. Those ways was mine. That I am just in the image of this God. And I believe in possessions. The culture of possession. And that's what infected us today. That's why we become so jealous of each other. We become critical of each other. And we're great at accusing each other because it deflects from ourselves what we're doing to each other. Today, the drug dealer next door. He's married. He's raising his children. And because of the lifestyle and ways he's chosen, he's probably the one that's beating up his wife. He's abusing his children. And you look next door and somebody brings it up to you and says, oh, that's none of my business. That is none of my business. That has nothing to do with me. You have your children. You're raising them. Your daughter, she grows up. She falls in love with the drug dealer's son. She marries him. 6 months later, your daughter comes home with 2 black eyes, a broken jaw, and a broken nose. Are you still going to say it's none of your business? Responsibility. We all have responsibility. That's what Joe Hux taught. That's what he has. The responsibility of all the 49 families. And it's that responsibility, if we allow it to be continuously neglected, in a short time, there will be nobody here to speak this language. There will be nobody here to do our Thanksgivings. There will be nobody here to teach our children, to give our children a chance to survive, a chance to exercise their birthright. Because we've become irresponsible. But it's not our own making. It was put upon us. That's why today, I keep looking back when I was a child. We have a fire in our community, the house is burning. You know, we saved the house 95% of the time because everybody in the community, as soon as they see that, everybody went running there with their buckets and whatnot and put that fire out. Meanwhile, there was other men running into the house, taking out all the furniture to salvage what they could in case they lost control of the fire. At least the family had something to start with again. Today, we got fire departments. You know something? Oh, they could shut the fire out. But there's no more house. There's no more furniture. There's no clothes. There's nothing. Everything was lost. Because it's not my responsibility to shut that fire out no more. It's the fire department. It's not my job to stop that man next door from beating up his wife and kids. Call the cops. It's everybody else's responsibility now, and you have no responsibility left. Even within our lawn houses. I will ask you all here, how many of you have ever sat in your family council, what you want to call the clan, and decided on the major issues that face this community? How many of you have sat in those clan meetings? 8 years ago, Jacques asked us to come here. We had put on this exercise showing how this process works. Many people from this community, from other communities, had said they never experienced it. That this is not what's practiced. But yet, our so-called leaders are beating their chests that we still follow our ways. But yet, the family, where is the family involved in this? Where are you as an individual involved in this? That's not what Jokwanaxa is about. It's about everybody's responsibility. We're great at telling stories. We're great at showing symbols. Everyone, you've all seen the tree, the 4 roots going in 4 directions. You see the eagle sitting on top. And there are beautiful stories about it. Beautiful words that go with these stories. But the real story is not being told. Only the romantic story. Nobody's explaining those roots. Those roots are our ancestors. They're firmly embedded in that ground, in that Mother Earth. And it says, if anybody should wish to trace these roots, if anybody from anywhere in the world would hear about us, you're going to shoot it. They have only to trace these roots. It's like when you do the research to find out about something, you follow the roots. And that was the mark our ancestors left, the teachings they've left, the effect they've had, the influences and so on. That's all somebody has to follow. And they'll bring them to our home. And when they come here, they will see us. We are that tree, all the families. That tree has all these branches. That's all the families. And on those branches are the needles of that pine tree. And he says it will always be green. It will always be alive. If you know about the tree, you'll know that needles fall off the tree. That's each and every one of us. Every one of us is a needle. And someday we will fall off that tree. But where do we go? We go back to our mother. We go back to the earth. But the new ones are coming out. And those are the ones that's coming from the earth. It's the faces that are still within the earth that are going to come up, and then they're going to come onto the branches, and they will become the new needles. They will become the new leaves. And we have to make sure and ensure that that tree will always stand. That tree will always be protected. We will always protect and watch that tree. It does not die. If that tree should ever fall, it's not us that will raise the tree. It's not the needles that will raise the tree. But it's the responsibilities that go with it. What feeds that tree is the responsibilities. What fertilizes that tree to keep it alive is the responsibilities. Each one of those around, that's about the responsibility. And each string shows which one of our families has what responsibilities to make sure we protect that tree so that someday when our children are born, they will have the right to exercise their birthright. That's our responsibility. Those children are not our property. They're our responsibility. And it is our job to make sure. It's our responsibility to make sure that they will be who they are. We will not be what's that word? Dissidents. No.
Dissidents, no, what's the one?
Yeah, that, it's like when Irishmen or Frenchmen, they come to this land, and then they become Canadians of Irish descent. Our people should not be of Ungahumwe descent. They should remain Ungahumwe. And that's what this Ungahumwe Pakistan is about. And it shows all of us what our responsibility is. Royane does not have power over us. Yaguyane does not have power over us. They have a responsibility that we have bestowed upon them. And we chose them because we respected them. Yeah. And they have to represent that respect. God said. They will raise our words. A Royane is not appointed to express his point of view. He's supposed to express the point of view of his family. Yagoyane, same thing. She's there to make sure that Royane is doing his job. And that if he's not, she's there to correct him, remind him. And if she's not doing her job, you women will correct her. And if our family is not correcting our Royane, it's the responsibility of the other families to correct our family. And if we still refuse to fulfill it, they can take that responsibility away from us. And we will be considered dead, and our bloodline will never be able to have that respect and responsibility. And another family will be given that task. It's to ensure, because we have a responsibility to defend and protect the ones who cannot protect and defend themselves. That's the future generations, that's the children. That's what the local Naksa teaches us, reminds us. And that's why we have a family. We have a family called Ayumonta. It's not a man, it's a responsibility. They're the ones who remove the dust. They're the ones to recite that all the teachings, to reveal, take the words back out of Onekoa, the Wampums, and to teach the people, remind the people, so that it never gets old. They never allow the dust to accumulate, because if the dust gets too thick, we'll never see it. We'll never know of our responsibilities, and we will cease to exist as Umwa. When I was a boy, I used to always hear old people say, only the Umwa will survive. If there's ever what they call, when the earth comes apart, when everything we know starts to fall apart, only the Umwa is going to survive. And I remember a lot of the people who didn't know our ways would say, oh, I don't have to worry about that, I'm going to survive. But that wasn't what was meant by the old people. That says only those, meaning only the humans who still follow the ways of the creation will survive. Those who still have a relationship with the creation. Just because we got the blood of our ancestors flowing through our veins doesn't mean we're like them. Doesn't mean that. It's what they put here. That's what will help us to survive. What's our relation? If there's no more Walmart, if there's no more IGA or no more Super C, how are we going to survive? There's no more gas station, how are we going to survive? I remember back around 90-something, we had an ice storm in the east. Holy moly, you should see the people. They didn't even know how to boil water. They couldn't even take a bath. They were dying because they went out and they bought generators and they had in the garage and they got, what they call that, gas poisoning there. Yeah, they were dying left and right. And then my neighbors come to my home. Holy, you got coffee. Holy, we got powers going. How did you make the coffee? We boiled the water. No, but simple things. Kerosene lamps we had candles. We kept going on. And if we're going to run short of kerosene, shut them off early. Everybody go to bed. Or else sit by the light of the fire. And we told stories. One day electricians came around, my kids were saying, oh, but go out there, tell them not to turn ours back on. You know, but everywhere else, people, you only went to the Oklahoma communities, and the white people who had wood-burning stoves and who had a little bit of knowledge of how to survive did well. But everybody else. And so now here, I ask again, who here would know how to survive? Should we lose all of these luxuries? Who here? Who knows how to put a garden in? Who knows when to harvest the corn? Only the ones who store on the roof. But the young ones today, one woman I spoke to, she says, oh, I'm going to plant a garden. I says, good. But it says, in the meantime, what are you going to eat? That says, it doesn't take overnight to put seeds in and harvest the next day. I says, it takes a long time for those things to mature. And he said, well, I'll go hunting like every, I said, and so will everybody else. I said, if you remember the Depression, I says, growing up in Kahnawake, I was born after the Depression. The only animals we ever seen was chipmunks, rabbits, and partridge. We didn't even see no deer, we didn't see no bears, we didn't see no squirrels. The people went out there because they were hungry, they hunted all the animals. And that's the only things that we could find. Chipmunks, rabbits, and partridge. The people ate everything. For years, that's what they were surviving on. Especially the ones who lived in the village and didn't have gardens and didn't have food store and so on. My grandma used to tell me, she says, we didn't really realize there was a depression. The only way we really realized we had a depression was we didn't have enough shoes for the kids. Half the kids would wear the shoes and go play out in the winter. They come back, dry the shoes a bit, and the next crew would go out and wear the same shoes. But she said our table was always full. Our house was warm. We had everything we needed to survive. And the white people used to come from across the river. Families would work in the gardens so they could have 2 meals that day. And then when they went home, my grandmother, she fixed them a bundle they take home so they could eat tomorrow morning. And then next day they're back. Our family was supporting sometimes 15, 16 families. We didn't know what depression was because we were still connected to the land. But those who weren't, they were lined up in the village waiting for the soup bone. They were sharing the soup bone. Now, I tell you those stories because this is what it is. Today, you got your THOMPSON. You got your THOMPSON. It means we have a lot of things today, but the budget's up. It came too easy to us. We're taking all these things for granted and we're wasteful. So we get a little bit of money, we all run out to Walmart to get the sale. We're buying things we don't even need. When you go home, walk in your house and just look around and say, how much of this I have bought do I need? I always tell my kids, don't buy what you want. Buy what you need. Don't do such a job, because it came so easy, don't waste it. Because the day's gonna come. Right now, what's facing us as a people, all across this land, is self-government. Taxation and municipalization is knocking on our doors. All these programs that we've become accustomed to will be taken away. Because Canada is not going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it now. You're going to pay for roads. You're going to pay for your kids to go to school. You're going to pay for all these things. Already the cutbacks. Already people are having to pay. Oh, no more free medicine. And today, we've been so accustomed to running to the clinics and the hospitals. We don't realize we live in a pharmacy. There's so much medicine out there, but we don't know them. We don't know our relatives anymore. We don't know what our relatives have to offer us. We don't know any of this stuff anymore. When I was a boy, we used to come here from Kahnawake, and I'd come see medicine people here. The old man Soudan, Daisy Thomas, all different people, Miss Silverspit, all different people here in Oswego still continue those medicines. Murray Henhock. All of these people still know these medicines, but all these people I named aren't alive today. Who has maintained that knowledge? Daisy's son Seymour and I, always we were good friends. But he didn't know the medicines, and that was his mother who knew that medicine, but not him. So how many of them taught their children and grandchildren? That's what we need to be careful about today. It's just like our language. Today, we keep using our language, and We don't think twice about how we even use our language. I keep hearing everybody keep saying, I speak Kanyukeha. I said, I don't. I speak Umuahumeneha. Because the language I speak came from our people. Umuahumeneha. The people of the way of the forever. That's who language was passed to me. So I speak Umuahumeneha. Kanyukeha is not about, that's not where your language came from. Your language did not come from the land of Flint. It came from your ancestors. When you say Kanyukeha, that's stuff that came from the land. Omudakeha, that's something that came from the land. When you have Da'akeha, that comes from the land. Umuahumeneha is the language. Again, we sometimes we go out there, so I mixing me up. But we what he said. That's what we do with everything. That's what we do with everything. That's why we all treat each other like we're all aliens to each other. Instead of to be family. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We got to stop what the white man put in our heads. He called us the 5 nations. We're not 5 nations. We're not even a nation. We're a people. Where's what we are? We are a people. A nation is just a higher status of a corporation. It's not about a people. It's an entity. We are not an entity. We are a people. And that's what we need to remember. That we are a people. That's who we are. And our representatives have to represent that. Not their own conflicting interests. They have to rely upon the direction that comes from the people. They have to rely on the philosophy and the principles of who we are. That's what Udokanaksa shows us. These stories he talked about, these beautiful stories, they're nice. Those are the stories we tell to the children. We told those stories to the white man and we recorded it. Why did we tell him those stories? Because he was a child to our ways. That's why we told him the stories by the way we told our children. There's this word of what things represent, symbolism, the other word. Or you use it. When you're trying to explain something and you create this story, you use the word well, I can't remember. But anyway, we do these things. It's like when we talk about the tree. What does the tree really represent? Well, children have a short attention span, so we tell them stories in a way they'll listen longer. Well, today the fact is you are parents, you are grandparents, your aunts, your uncles. No one should be talking to you as a child. They should be talking to you as an adult. And what are the realities that face us every day? That's what you need to be talking about. That's what you need to be reminded about. It's in you. It's just we have to help each other. We need to re-empower each other. We are not a sick people. We are not a damaged people. We don't need healing. We need empowerment. It's like when DELARONDE, when he got the men to stop fighting, what's the first thing he did? He went to the women. And he had the women go. And whatever they seen, that's what they would come back. And that would be the totem of their family. The woman says, I've seen a bear. I've seen a heron. I've seen a snake. That's going to be the totem of your family. He didn't say you're going to become a snake. He didn't say you're going to become a beaver. You're going to be a bear or a wolf. He said that's going to be the symbol of your family. peace and harmony. That's what he did when he went to the women first. The women couldn't do it because the men were too busy making war. So, first thing, in order to start the people back up again, you had to go to the women, the givers of life, the ones who would bring us children, the ones who would be the first one, they would be the foundation to the teachings of the children. And the men, like the sun and the winds, the thunders, we will be supporting them. These are the things we need to start to understand what is meant by this. Why do we call the DeWeers our grandfathers? Why do we call it the Swata Sultanka? Ichidawakjila? All of these, Marazeroguma, Jisukwa. You know, the Wadokoguma, Scott, they got the Voyaging Hunzada. And what is the Longhouse? It is not a building. What we know today. Oh, we gotta do everything at the Longhouse. Our mother is our floor. She is our foundation, our mother. Now our relations to the top of us is the roof, our ceiling. That's our roof. But we the people, we're Rodinu Shuni. We are the walls, and we are the doorways to Ganushnuni Umwe, to the way of the Holy Place. That's who we are. Some people say, oh, the four directions are our walls. But I said, did you ever notice? It's an empty space. Rodinu Shuni. That's why we need to learn our language and what it means, not what we've interpreted it to be. Just like we say, oh, it's raining. But it doesn't even mean that. Yogo, you can see it. Gano, that is precious. That rain, that water that's falling from the sky, we can see it as it falls and when it hits the earth. What happens? It quenches the thirst of all life. It replenishes all the rivers and streams and even the underground streams. It's telling us. We can see it. It's telling us that life's going to go on. That's Yogo Jikanoru. Yogo Noru. You see, we have given our words new interpretations, and we have to stop that. When we're teaching language, we have to tell them what was the purpose to putting together the words as our ancestors did. Because that's what's going to make us who we are then. It's that language that's going to guide us. So when I was growing up, Aksota, she always said, anything you want to know, it's in your language. The past is in your language. The present is in your language. And the future is in your language. At that time, I had no idea what she was talking about. But as I got older, and started to experience more things, and I needed answers, I always went back to the language. And it was always the language that guided me. I remember what words the old people used when they talked about who we are and what our ways are. Not these educated people who were telling us what our ways are. Where did they learn? Kahitusharate, on a paper. And the thing is, who wrote that paper? Some anthropologist, some historian says he's not of our people. He's from England or something. That he didn't even know enough to refer to our families as Gahwajid, as family. He said clans. We're not Scots or Irishmen. We're Omahuwa. So the things we have to look at our language to guide us. Because oral tradition is the most accurate history, oral tradition. When you write your history, everyone who reads it will interpret it his own way. Even their law books, they have people who specialize in reinterpreting the law. And for us, Gaita de Goa does not mean the great law. If you have to have a law for your people, that means ya te ciudadanía. They are no longer a free people because they're being governed by an elite group who say what the laws, rules, and regulations will be, and you have to abide by that, or there will be some form of punishment. You know? And that's all. It's not going to law. It's not the great law. It's a great good way, a great good path. It's thousands of years, the generations of our ancestors' experience has designed that path for us. That's what helped them to survive. That's what helped them to find the formulas for peace and harmony. To respect one another, that we are all equal. No one's voice is more powerful than anyone's. Even in the story of the Ganoita, when they wanted to use his name as a LORAN, he said, don't use my name, because you will raise it above all others. And that will be kind of what they call that, like the measuring point. And everybody's going to try to be like him. And he said, and don't name any of your children after me. Because what you're going to do is, you're going to expect that child to live up to that name. And if he can't, because that is not his gift, you will cause permanent damage to that child. You will hurt his mind so badly because he cannot live and follow the footprints of the Ganoita. He should have his own. Each and every one of us has our own. And that's what we have to do, live. That's why they said, don't give that name to a title, don't give that name to a child. He says, it's the teachings. It's the work. That's what you continue to keep. So that's why after people say, well, then we shouldn't mention his name. Because one of the things in our history, the way we did things before, we never put anybody on a pedestal. Only after the white man came, we started saying, oh, here's our Indian heroes. You know, we didn't have Indian heroes. Because back home, you know, I went out and did something that the people asked me. I went shut down all the drug dealers. I went talk to them and told them they can't sell drugs no more. That is the wish and the will of the people. And I told them this is your only warning. Because this is not something that's harming an individual, but it's harming us all as a people. So I told them, 58 of them I would see, 58 drug dealers. Only 2 didn't listen. And the people came back to me and said, there's 2 that won't listen. What do we do? I said, that's not my call. I said, my job was to go up there and tell them. And that's what I did. But people say, I shut the drug dealers down. I didn't shut them down, I talked to them. But it was the power of the people that shut the drug dealers down. But the people couldn't recognize the power they had. They were accrediting me without that power. If I went alone to do these things, they better beat me up or shot me. But I just brought the message. I was just a messenger. And so when they asked me, what do we do with these people who continue to sell? I says, that's not up to me. That's not my call. I said, you the people, you have to decide. What can you live with and what can you not live with? You have to decide. The people met for 3 days or 4 days. The decision finally was they banished these people for life. And one of them has died since, the other one, she still lives on the outside. She can't come back. The only time those people could ever come back was during the day, because their mothers were still alive. The people said, we will not punish their mothers that steal their children. We will let them visit their mother during the day, but when darkness comes, they got to be gone. And today, that one woman still lives on the outside. Her children are back in Ganawaga, but we don't punish the children for the wrongs of their parents. So I think the people made a good decision. And today, they've stood by that, and that woman still cannot come back. The other guy, the drug dealer, was using his own product, and he OD'd and died.
I just wanted to add a few, nothing new, but just maybe bring our minds together for the reason that we're brought in here today. This morning we heard a lot on Kunjokpanhaksta, and which was emphasized a number of times. What's really important is the families. This is the symbolism that we use to bring our families together. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about families. I think we all realize just how important the families are. When DELARONDE started putting back or bringing peace, he did so by the way of bringing the families back together and reminding them how that whole operation develops, continues, strengthens itself. Because we talk about it in the way of Ojama, Gahwajire. Literally, I like some of the way you took apart the language, and I'd like to just do that one. So we have Gahwajire. Ga is the creation of it. It's been made. Hua comes from Gahwawae, means it's all wrapped together. And Ojire is the fire. Gahwajire. This is how our families were meant to be. It's the wrapped up fires. And when we have things that happen in our communities, and I'm sure there might be some of the discussion that we need to talk about, is they say, what to walk about that. Nena knahoga ba gaayante, ujiyage. Neva kum retsrobohte. Some darkness came to the families, and these are the logs. Something came and hit that fire, and it spread those logs all over. So all that was left was the embers. And it seems today that that's what's happened.
Yeah.
And there's been so many things, so many contributors to that. And it seems to me a likely place to start is to be thinking and asking questions about how are we going to collect those logs and put them back on the fire. Nobody. Somebody else has a different matter. We would definitely like to hear of where we'd like to talk about, or what the subjects we'd like to talk about. We are going to get into the great law, but today was set aside for the speaking to this family circle. We talked about the family quite a bit. And so there's a lot of open spaces, a lot of things that we need to be able to fill in before we go on with the actual articles of how it was laid out to be. And first, I think we need to hear from you for the input. So that gives the speakers a chance to address those particular things. Who has something to ask?
Okay, the way that everything was kind of explained to me is like, we can't even skim over like, when we start our opening address, one of the main words that we use is Neum Gornigora. In our minds is the power of creation. So it starts off with how we're tied and connected to everything. We can't have families, all of our medicines are all intertwined, like how we're tied together. We tie our men to our skirts, we hide our children under our skirts. We tie our moccasins on our babies when they're born, we tie them in the medicine bag. Every wampum that is actually strung is tied while it's put on, and each one of those has a story. It's to be able to untie those things, to talk about them. That's where we have a lot of the problems, because people can't connect anymore. They don't understand that every wampum on each belt is tied. There's when I was younger, I heard a lot of different ways of the Great Law being done. They kind of stuck in my mind. The one was, there was a panel of men and then a panel of women behind them. And every time a question was asked, those women would talk to those men, and two men would listen to that woman, and then they would address how to word that question so it would have a balance, because everything comes down to, you need two men and one woman to have that balance with creation. And then the other way, like there was another, like there were a lot of really distinctive people who led up to my understanding of how we're supposed to function. The other way was Anne Jock. She used to do great law readings in her backyard. And when she would do them, they would be completely in Mohawk, and it would be all her family, her grandkids, there'd be hundreds of people there. And she would completely do them in Mohawk. And she would look out and watch people as she was talking, and she would explain things. She would ask different people to come up on the board and draw stories of what we were relating to. And each one of those stories went directly to the king. And she showed how that symbology of what you're hearing can connect you and tie you to that king, where you fall, and you know how you hear those stories. She had a very, very kind nature about her. Like, she would break it down so that everybody would be able to understand what she was addressing. If there was somebody who looked like they weren't sure of what she was saying or how it came across, she would go and talk to them, so that when they continued after, they would be able to address those concerns, because not everybody is a public speaker. Not everybody can stand up and ask the questions that they really need. So during that time, she taught us that our creation story is beyond just the Great Law. It's how we live, how we interact. And we have to find that balance, how we're tied together. Until we can find how our moccasins tie together, we're never going to be of solid ground. The only time our moccasins aren't fully together is when we die. And she says that's because we had to leave that knowledge for those other ones to carry. Because if we took it with us, it would go with us and it wouldn't be there anymore. Then the other, like the main thing, like even Harvey, when I was younger, he told me that every wampum's tied together in a certain way. We string them a certain way. And when we tell the stories of those wampum, we forget how they're strung. So how can we tell people where we come from if we don't know? And so all of our culture that I've understood came back to being tied together, listening to different people's opinions and how they came. So you have to find that balance in where we're tied together. Like we have always, whenever they do the readings of the Great Law or they talk about it now, it's mostly men. There isn't that balance anymore. There isn't that duality, that perspective, that understanding. Women are of the earth, we feel the earth, we think differently, we feel differently. And so when we say we tie our men to our skirts, it goes right back to the point where those men are wanderers. They're meant to come to our homes. They're meant to take care of us. They're meant to help us. But we're meant to have two energies to find that balance for our children, so we tie them. And our children, right from babies, we tie bracelets around their wrists because we're tying them to the earth. We're tying them to us. And it all comes back to the opening address. You can't be of one mind if we're not tied together. So I was wondering, how would you guys relate being tied to the Great Law and getting people to relate in a more deep sense? Because even like our language is very detailed. The slightest thing can change the interpretation, and that's why as people, we meet in families and we meet, separately within our clans and we talk about these things. And a lot of times there's those fractions that are already there, but we know that we're tied together. Like all of our medicines are tied together. We tie our lacrosse sticks, we tie the ding ball, our fireball, that all that's tied. And that's tied to keep us connected. And until we retie ourselves, we're
I like to try to address what you bring up, and, it's really good for you to bring these things up. For quite some time now, even back home, in Ganwaga, Kazasne, Ganastage, we've been asking Ganishtansara, the women, to get involved with what we're doing, for them to be a part of what we're doing. And one of the things is, you have to realize, a lot of them are very shy women. They don't feel comfortable to be up front and so on. At home, oh yeah, they'll give us the word, but when it's time for gatherings, they're kind of a little too laid back. And the other thing is that many of them don't have a whole lot of this knowledge. It's nice to have those people, but as I was saying earlier, is that when we come into this world, each and every one of us has a quality about us. That's who we are. And for those of us who are up here, it's almost like our gift was to be speakers. But before we became speakers, we were listeners. And we listened and we learned, and we're passing these things on. And like John told you, is that you can't take these things to the grave. And in the language you say, you cannot use this knowledge as a pillow when you go to the grave, because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the ones who are living, the ones who are left behind. And when we talk about what is our culture, what is our way, there are many stories to try to reaffirm our beliefs in our ways. And many different families will have different stories about, how you tie the shoes, the moccasins, how you tie this and how you tie that. Those are stories as teaching tools. And like our wampums and that, or the Gorahasuma, we string some of them up, others we make bells with them. And before we even put them together, we already know ahead of time what is the words that are going to be put in it. That's why in the language we say, we'll put the words into it. We don't put the words into it while you're making it. You have to have your mind is already made. And so when you start to put these bells together, and you complete the bell, you put the words into it. It's not you alone. Because when you're doing that, it's not yours. It's everybody's. And so the people come together, so then they put the words into it. And they say, this will be the reminder to remind us what words we put, what was the message we put into this. And so to keep them together, we have to string them up. And so a lot of these, we're going to hear a lot of different stories. And I'm not going to say what's wrong and what's right, or which one's right or which one's wrong. The thing is, if it works for that family to teach something in this way, to reaffirm the philosophy, reaffirm the principles, then we tell those stories. Today, we talk about a lot of different things. What's a medicine and what medicine games, and in the language, we know all the medicines are tied together. All the foods are tied together. And the medicine and the food are tied together. And because they're all working together to help life to be sustained. And the thing is, plants depend on plants, animals depend on animals, insects depend on insects. So it's always everything, it helps to keep the balance. And the variety of everything helps to keep the balance. Why do we have the wolf? Why do we have the deer? And in order for the deer to be strong, the wolf has to be strong. And the wolf will take out all the sick deer to make sure the ones who remain are strong and they continue. And so the thing, each different element on this earth all has its purpose. And those stories that you've heard and everything, we didn't all know the same story. If you go to each of the different territories, one story, you can hear 5, 10 different versions. But the message is the same. And that's what we need to understand, is that we're not clones. We're not all made the same. We don't all understand the same. That's why we talk about the grandfathers. When the grandfathers come in the springtime, and they're coming, you can hear the rumbling of the grandfathers. And when we acknowledge them, and we thank them, and we say that the grandfathers, they help to bring the change of the seasons. They help us to see our environment in 4 different ways. What our mother looks like in the springtime, what she looks like during the summertime, what she looks like in the fall time, and what she looks like in the winter time. It's the same mother, but each and every one of us will appreciate something, but it has to be explained to us differently. Growing up in my home, my grandfather always talked to us, but he didn't talk to us all the same. Because as a grandfather, he knew each and every one of us had a different character. And he knew he had to explain it in that way so that we would understand. Like for me, I probably had to understand it in springtime, right? And my sister would understand it in the summertime, and and so on. But that's how these stories are. They're not all the same for all of us. And like my grandfather always said, I had like 14 children I raised, and there's no 2 of them alike. Each and every one of them had to be dealt with different, because each one of them was an individual. And it's nice to know these stories. It's nice to remember these stories. It's nice to have a whole arsenal of these stories when you're raising your children and grandchildren. So, those are things that are good. But as far as all of this stuff, our minds were made up before we went into putting these things together. Then when we was put together, then it was explained to everybody what this represented. That's why we say, we will put our words into it. And each time we'll remove the dust, and then we'll take those words out and we'll repeat those words. And we do that every year. We're supposed to do that every year. But like was explained earlier today, is that I remember back in the late 60s, I was one of those young men who traveled all over the Confederacy, and talking about the Confederacy, talking about Goa. And the old people kept saying, you don't know Goa. And we said, we know that. That's why we're traveling, we're trying to learn. And then they said, well, we haven't had a recital of Goa in over 200 years. And we said, don't you think it's time we did? So that's when in 1970, the first so-called recital was done here. But we were disappointed because they didn't explain to us the responsibilities of the annexo, the responsibilities of the people. They talked more about these stories, and they even talked about witchcraft, they talked about all this kind of stuff. We said, how is that going to help us? How is that going to reorganize us? So we kept on pushing and pushing and pushing, but no one has done an actual Goa recital. No one has. The closest it's come to is, it was held in the Cayapanedo, and a young man at that time by the name of Seth Lafort organized it. And he asked people of knowledge to come and to do this recital. And I told him, I said, don't ask for a recital, ask for a symposium. Have all the knowledgeable people come here and tell what they know. Share their knowledge with the people. We don't come here to argue. We'll come here to share our knowledge. And it's up to the people to dissect this. It's up to the people to help working together to come back to the understanding of what is Gairegoa. Many of the people didn't come. The guys who were supposed to know everything, they didn't come. Some guys did show up, and it was pretty successful. Then 8 years ago, Jakbade organized one here. It was for 10 days. It was a discussion on the Gairegoa. It wasn't a recital. Because every time we had a recital, like some people mentioned, is that they don't speak the language, but they sat there for days. And it was only in the language. So they didn't learn anything. They heard the language, they don't understand the language, so they sat there. So it was a wasted trip. The thing is that I would prefer that we spoke only in Ngwahuma now. But a lot of you here don't understand the language. You don't know the language. So we have to do it in this foreign language. But what we've come here to do is to try to have people to start to become aware of what is Gairegoa. We're here to try to answer the questions to the best of our ability. And that even after I talk, you might still be kind of confused, you know? But it's maybe I didn't explain it properly. But maybe the other two sitting here will do a better job at it. Or maybe they won't. I think they won't now. But anyway, you know, so a lot of these things we learn when we're young. One of the things that I advise, we're going to learn a lot of things and hear a lot of things as we go along. But I encourage all of you, never accept what you hear just because you heard it. You heard it from somebody you think knows. That's why I always tell people, don't accept what I tell you because I said it. Hear what I say. Analyze it, dissect it. Make sure what I'm telling you is correct, because I could be wrong. I doubt it, but I think I could be wrong. But because those are the words my grandmother told me when I was growing up. She told me even to question what she says. She says, what do you need to get your taumaya? I also have the ability to make a mistake. So that's why she said creation gave you a mind for you to use, not somebody else to control it, but you to use. Okay, maybe I got off track.
Nyama, mua ganito kara di kamana ke, nene anda giri wagir, China ho tane sahtara. I would like to say a few words in relation to the way you brought up a relationship. First, let me say, like I always say, I'm very fortunate to be in the circumstances the way I got involved with Ganushimi Ume. I was already 20 years old when the first time I ever went longhouse. My father was coming into the longhouse, and he would always take my older brother and my younger brother to the longhouse. And he never afforded the invitation to me or the rest of my siblings, just Joe and Steve. And they would come back and they would talk about all the stuff that was going on in Gano system. They talked about all these people from different nations coming there. And there's real Indians living out beyond just Aguasas. And then they would talk about all the singing that was going on, and people were laughing and joking. People were friendly, they were visiting. And I'm sitting there, jeepers, how can I get involved with this stuff? Anyway, I did. I went, there was a gathering, Unity Convention in Aguasas. And there was people from all over, people, especially Navajos and Hopis, people from Florida, people from Washington State, people from Canada, and they were all in the longhouse yard. Some of them camped out, some of them playing guitar and visiting one another, and they're all dressed in different traditional clothes, especially the Seminoles. I was really, really impressed. What the gun really went around. And then all of a sudden, a man came out to the front and he said, hey, he says, it's time to go in, we're going to start our discussion. So, me, I didn't know anything, consistent. So all the women started walking in, I didn't notice that there's a door for the men and there's a door for the women. I didn't know, right? So all the women are walking in, I said, well, I'm walking with them. Huh? I got chased out the door. Not because of anything, but the doors for the women. I didn't know that, and I got really embarrassed, you know, but I didn't know why. But I didn't quit. I ran around the building, lined up with the men, walked in, and took a seat. I'm telling you, my world changed that day. That's the first time I ever heard Kanawagero, Alik Gray, do Ohandu Kaliwate. I was never so uplifted than to hear this old man talk about things that I always knew in my heart, but I had never heard anybody say. I knew that the earth was my mother, but I didn't know how to say it. I knew that all of the universe I'm related to, but I didn't know how to say it. And here's this old man saying it. It just made a world change in my heart. But my mother's a Catholic. My mother was a Catholic. And I really had a hard time. How am I going to explain this to my mother? How do I tell her that I had a spiritual experience? So I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to say it right away. So I dragged around the house a couple of days, kind of like trying to be by myself. I wanted to say it, but I didn't know how to say it. Finally, she said to me, she says, nahodag de sa likod, heart. Ayaw rin nahodag de sa likod. It seems something's on your mind. Tell me what it is. That's my mother saying this one. So I said to her, I said, "Kano sis na guess what? I went to the longhouse." She says, "Oh, hindi, sagir ka nito. What were you doing there?" I said, "I went there to listen." She says, "Wasa THOMPSON na deladikam. Did you listen carefully?" I said, "What I heard was inspiring. What I heard was inspiring." And then she said, probably the most profound thing in my days as a young person. I'm just a young person. She says, "Kuya, dosa, asonak niyol in your hands and etela. My son, don't just go halfway on those kind of things. All the way, go all the way." She gave me a license to go to the longhouse. And that was a big thing for my mother, because her mother was very strict. She's a stick-carrying Catholic. Get the church, bang, you know. So, eventually, I went to longhouse. It wasn't long before they kind of recognized me as a person who's not shy to speak. I guess I learned very quickly. And this is where I'm going to address to the issues you're talking about. I got appointed to be Rodeno Satsdelisto, keeper of the order of the house, on behalf of the chiefs and clamas. The Garihog, Ross David, asked me if I would sit by his side. He said, "Sit right here, and I want you to do these things for me." The first thing I noticed was that in the longhouse, at that time, the women were not allowed to just get up and talk. They would have to get up and ask if they could have a voice. Ikaw sa man with the clamas. Not when the issue is on the floor crossing the fire, but in between. They would ask if they were given their personal opinion on that. It was a very orderly thing. It was a very respectful, very beautiful thing. So I learned the rules and etiquette of council very quickly. When there's very difficult discussion on council. The fire represents sides of the house. So when there's an issue brought to the council, to the well, people no longer have the authority to speak. There's nobody speaks while the issue is alive going across the fire. But a lot of people didn't understand that. So it was my job to go and quiet them down. So what's that? Wait, can you wait a minute? And a lot of people got upset with me because they didn't think it was any of my business what they had to say on council. And I said, no, it's not me. I said, I am trying to keep the way we do things here. I said, you have an opportunity to speak, but not right at this minute. The issue is crossing the fire, so it's the Chiefs Council are seriously considering this matter. Sometimes it got very rough. Sometimes the women demanded that they have a voice immediately. So it was my responsibility to go and talk to them and say, would it be possible for you to take your representatives and maybe go outside and talk about it and then come back in and then you'll be of Scotty Gumra. Scotty Gumra, your family will have one collective way of thinking on this matter. A very, very difficult sometimes because sometimes the women have a very strong opinion about something that's going across the fire that the men weren't looking at. So I have a long history of mediation and etiquette, discipline. It's a very hard road to go. But it was beautiful. I was taught by the clan mothers. The women taught me how I should behave myself as Rodenu Satstedist. They told me that here's the way we do. We will respect you more if you stand up and tell the chiefs that the women want to talk. Makes sense to me, so that's what I did. And then it changed. We had this beautiful, there was a time when the chiefs were in order, when the clan mothers were in order, when the people were in order, respecting the process, respecting the way we conduct ourselves as it relates to meetings, council, and ceremonies. You see, the Lodianesu have a distinct role in the ceremonies. Their job is to get up and encourage and give thanksgiving that they have people that still believe in these things. They make it pleasant. They make the ceremony more meaningful by their being there and encouraging people. Honey, learn the songs, learn the speeches, learn all these things. Make sure you know how to wash corn so we can have corn soup. Make sure you have all the things that are, and then we had this special woman. She wasn't grandmother. She was just Yakisuta. She was a grandmother. And she was one that just walked around. She would get everybody, especially the women, to make sure that the meal is getting ready for those that are gathered, that they will have something to eat. Just her very presence spoke about her duties and responsibilities. She didn't have to say nothing. Just the women would see her and they would know, hey, get in the kitchen and make sure the soup, somebody stirs it before it burns. Those are what's something at ceremonies, there's this thing about when the meat is ready, they will announce 2 men, one from each side of the house, who will lift the kettle off the stove and serve the people. It's a minor thing, but in ceremony, it's a very distinguished duty and responsibility. And we took it seriously. We taught these young men that they're chosen for a very special reason. They honored these young men by asking them to take the kettle off the stove. And then, things changed. Our world got complicated. A lot of issues were coming at us. We had conflict over land with the police, had conflict with the goddamn Canadian Army. And it seemed like, at that time, the women were more eager to speak. There's a femininity that happened. It's good, but the protocol wasn't open enough for them. They would get up and yell at us. Although we understood what they were saying, if they would follow the diplomatic system that we've always listened to, we would have been more kindly listened to them. But because they were yelling at us, we shut our ears down. It really was a very difficult time for us. Our council started to fall apart. They weren't meeting. They weren't having meetings before the council, family meetings. The three clans were, the three components of each clan were not getting together. There was a lot of innuendo, suspicion, gossip, and the ways, things that are not nice. It got worse. It kept getting worse. It's very bad today. It's very, very bad today. And we need to remind people about the beautiful tradition, the beautiful protocol that we have in our council meetings. Nene ona yuwachistuni. There's a way to behave yourself. There's a place for everyone to have a voice. But don't be getting up and yelling at us. I don't know, in this generation, my friends, if we could ever get back to that. I hope so. I hope our young people will begin to, and it's all in the language, like my friends say, it's all in the language. But our young people are learning language in a way that's different than if you learned it from birth. They learn it by memorizing things. They don't learn it from feeling it. When you learn from birth about the way you talk, it's your feelings that's talking. It's your feelings you put into the expressions and say what's in your heart and mind. Today, it seems like a lot of people are taking what was written down and they're reciting the speeches. I don't know if I'm explaining it properly, but there's a difference. They get the deal. I hope that because it's there, it's in all of us. We don't have to go looking outside for it. It's here. It's in your heart and it's in your minds. You, here, are the ones that can put the blue of love back into that. We have to teach each other how to work together. To rediscover lovingfulness. We had an experience of that it can work, that it works. We went through it. That's why we're so strong in it, because we saw the joy in it. We saw the beauty in it. We saw the social dance that celebrates it. We saw the ceremony songs that celebrates our good, kind ways. You just gotta discover it. You have to find it. It belongs to you. Use it. Look for it. Go after it. Keep it. This Diyugikwalhakta is a very good foundation of those teachings. The ceremonies, the councils, learn about them. Go to the chief's council and sit there and listen. I know it's heartbreaking. I know it's not easy. It's not easy to sit there and listen to people argue with one another. But there's two purposes in you going. One is your learning. Second is the people who generally argue will see you sitting there. And that there's a care there on your behalf. We can't let the councils dictate to us. It's not their job, it's not their responsibility. They are supposed to be raising our voice. And when they're arguing with one another, they're not raising our voice. You know, so we gotta get back into our plans. Find out who's got any stunts around. Will direct us back into the loving full ways that have been given to us. Like I said earlier, we're very, very fortunate. You want to swio, we can still remember our ways. There's people who can still teach us our ways. So don't waste it. Don't let it get old on you. Don't sound you stone on it. On it.
Sinabi wish rutara ko tanla kemiara na naoto wai manudo tinija ko tekuteka. When you talk about how everything is intertwined, everything is connected, we have on the table here the condolence game, and we have here Vidoko and Huxka. It's the same thing. They're the same thing. On here are the 49 titles, the 49 responsibilities of our people. On here you have the 49 responsibilities of our people. And it had, both of them always addressing the responsibility. Our people, when they came together, this was, like we mentioned earlier, it was laid down flat. And when everybody assembled, all of these strings were on the outside of that circle. Then when Adodakpo would do the roll call, this is Adodakpo, the title of Adodakpo. This is not a family like the other 49. This title represents the binding of all the families. That's why it's called Adodakpo. It's because all the families, they're all connected by this one responsibility. Then when he does the roll call, calls for each of the family, their representative. If that Royaner and Yagoyaner, that family is represented there, he will take that string and he will put it inside the circle. And as each title is called, and if they're present, their string goes in the circle. If they're not present, the string stays outside of the circle. And so once that roll call is done, and the greetings are done, the acknowledgement of each other, then council can start. They can council. But one thing is that if not all the 9 Yudiane and Yudianetsu are present, although they can have council, they cannot make any decision unless all the 9 Kanyukehaga are present. Because the rest of the Confederacy gave that respect to the Kanyukehaga because he was the first to accept this formula and to start to work towards peace. So he was considered like the foundation, the Kanyukehaga was considered the foundation to this Confederacy. And that same thing is that roll call is all on here as well. And these two go together. And so when we talk about everything's intertwined, it's exactly that. And that's why the songs and stuff that go with all of this, it has to be. And to reaffirm all of these things, which the food. It's a food that reaffirms everything. It's always the food. And where does all that food come from? It always comes from our mothers. It's what reaffirms. And that without the reaffirmation from our mother, this is not complete. It has to be. We do everything, it's always the food. Because that's Jumheko. That's what keeps us alive. It's our mothers. And so, when we talk about things that intertwine, the more you start to learn about all of these things, the more you understand those connections. You know, because the thing is that things are intertwined, but not by a string. It's by our philosophy and by our principles, by everything that helps us to be who we are. Yahweh for listening.
When Adonai came to the long house, he was told to sit beside Shraf. Okay. They got a hold of him. Okay. I don't know how many times I've seen him and heard him address the women at the long house. He is addressing your Diana. You're supposed to be sitting in the same way we are sitting. When you are over there, you're supposed to be sitting just like us. So that you can pass back and forth what's your problems on that end in a manner that's not yelling at each other. In the same way that we take care of the bigger political issues, the issues of the day, you can take care of your issues in that same way. That Gasutsara that he talks about, you don't even have to say anything. You just observe her walking around there, checking this and checking that. Going over to talk to this woman or talk to this woman, and things are happening. She doesn't have to yell at anybody. They just respect her. And they do as she is asking. Okay? Kaya in our law, it's in the whatever your ways are, that's what I respect. Whatever you do, the way you do things, that's the way I respect you. Okay? So when you ask something, I know how you want it done. So I'll try to do it that way. See? The whole Confederacy, our Confederacy, is all set up as family. Within the Confederacy structure, we have aunts, uncles, grandparents, both sides, brothers and sisters, cousins. They're all in there within the structure of the Guyana de Gold. That's how we address ourselves. When we came here today, see? We are brothers and sisters. Today we all come together as family. Brothers, I say hello to you. See, it's nice to see you again. We came together again to talk about our issues. We always addressed each other as brothers and sisters, as family. That's Ganurukukatsa. You love your family in a natural way. You respect your family in a natural way. You wouldn't hurt your family intentionally. That's how the council is supposed to be looking at its people, as their family. Today, it's not happening that way. Today, they are copying what was copied from us and has been way out in the left field for generations now. They are turning around and taking that position and dictating to us, telling us what we can and can't do. They're even asking us now to get licenses and permits from them. You have to go there and ask them to give you the permission to do whatever you want to ask them. Okay, that's not the purpose. Their purpose is to make sure that we are safe. Our sovereign rights are in place. That if there's any danger approaching us, then there is a process that they are supposed to be listening to, not afraid of. Those processes are all there for our use. You have an older brother. He might be bigger and stronger than you are, and he might push you around a lot. But if you need help, that's where you're going to go. Those Rudiana and Yudiana are in that same position. The women, Yudiana, are there to teach the young women how to raise their families. And they do it in many ways, just by doing it themselves. Here's how you do it. And they go about their business, and the younger ones watch, and that's how they learn. And it's passed down another generation. You women have the most important time of the life of our next generations. You need to take advantage of that. It's so important. When you're holding that baby to your chest, you're showing them how you feel. You're showing that baby that you love that baby, you feel that baby, you can feel the warmth, and that baby becomes accustomed to that, comfortable with that, and it's going to come to that whenever they need that. You women have that. You have the first 5 years of their life. The Christians, they said, let me have your children the first 5 years of their life. You can have them the rest. Because it's those first 5 years are the most important time of that child's life. And you women are the ones that have it right in your arms. All you have to do is talk to them. Show them the feeling. How to love one another. How to feel for real. How to love one another. How to respect one another. How to speak to one another. When they get to a certain age, when the women, the girls, when they're turned into a woman, the boys, when they're changing their voice, they're going to change of life. The women take their boys and they give it to the men. Teach these boys how to survive in this world. And it's the men at that time that start teaching them how the world evolves around our people and what their responsibility is going to be and how they are to relate to our people, how they are to conduct themselves within the clan, how they are to respect everything that's around us. That's where they're taught from that point on. The girls are taught by their aunts, their relatives, their women relatives, on what they need to know.
in their world. It's all natural, but the oppressor's system has taken that away from us. We don't have time anymore to sit with our and hold the children like that every day, all day. They're in pre-K, they're in daycare center. They're right down, some people, when the baby is 6 months old, they're already in the center someplace. Well, they're out in Walmart. See, they're supposed to be teaching that child what life is going to be like, making it easy, giving them all the information those children need to know about themselves and how to survive in our world, in the circle world. There's a lot of big issues in that circle one that is bothering us today because many of our families fail to teach their children what is important in that circle. I hope the women come to light and take a more direct action in the life of the conflict. It depends on you. We do it all for you. Yeah. Many of our people went to battle so that you could be free, so that you could remain with your families and make them strong. We were talking on the way down. How come our people aren't afraid to die? We're not taught in here about heaven and hell. We're taught we came to this world, to live in this world, to love this world, take care of this world, and when we're done with it and it gets old on us, we go home. We go home to our family. There's no scared action in that. That's why our men in battle were not scared to die. And it's recorded. It's recorded. They were not scared. They would go into battle singing their song, their personal song. You see, that was taught to them when they were young. Adum. You see. Okay, I think I've run out. Anybody have a question? Yeah, you had your hand up earlier.
The three components of each plan, what are they?
The three components of each plan. DELARONDE, you brought that up.
Nên còn ta ra cái gọi rồi đi nhá, thì là nhá cái ha cái nên là áp số vậy nên
Yeah, okay. Okay, the three plans, yeah. In okay. There's Rudinya. Okay, they call them that because of the way they are. Their neck can be stretched. Okay, their neck can get long. Rudinya. All right? And this is what was said in council. This is what I heard. The way they move slow, they're protected, but they move slow. So everything that they think of has to be weighed ahead and thought out because they move so slow. And predators can get them, so they move slow and carefully. Okay? So that's why they are the well. Right? So you throw into them the well so they can formulate it into their mind so that it can be thrown to the other side of the house. Which is called Renatahuni. You ever watch the wolf clan when they move? The oldest one is at the front.
they set the speed, okay, of the rest. Then the next one. And the healthiest one is at the back. Okay. Rodinia. They have it all planned out. Okay. Oh, sorry. They're not Tahyuni. They have a path. Okay. That's what the word means. They're in a path. They're not Tahyuni. All right. Now because they have a set path and a mindset that takes care of the older people and all of that stuff, they're within their path. Their minds are formulated that way, so it's put into their fire. And then they hash out what the Rudinyat presented to them, okay, which has been presented to them by the clan. Okay. Now it comes over here. They also have heard the issue through their clan. Now they take that issue and they put those together from what comes from the well to what comes from the clan, and they tweak all of that. When they come to it, then they throw it back to them. If they like it, they can throw it to the third side, which is Rutiquahoke, which is a bear, okay? But Rutiskarewake would be the clan in itself. Rutiskarewake, okay? And what they said is the way they are, the way the bear is. When they get mad, they growl, right? When they get mad, Utskara comes out right here on the end, on the side, right? Don't mess with them, all right? They're mad. So when they're in the council now, they came from there, went back to the well. If it's okay with the well, they say that, okay, we're of one mind on this issue. Now we throw it over here, you're listening. You are listening to how it has gone back and forth. What is on your mind? What do you say? A couple of things can happen there, okay? Number one is if they're listening to that and they like it, they can discuss it and they can add a little bit to it or accept it as is. If they accept that as is, they have to get up. They have to go through the whole process of what took place and what was said. They have to do that. And then when it comes back with their decision, that's what they have to say. Now they sanction. Now we are all of one mind. Now what we want me Now it has been confirmed and sanctioned, and now we put it back into the well for you to record it and remember what it was. Okay? Now if they don't accept it, if it went back and forth and they don't accept it, they want to kill it right then, they can do that. Okay? They can do that. Any one of the clans can do that. But if they want to change something very important to them, then they have to tell that and put it back into the turtle, the well. Okay? They talk about it. And if they accept it as is, they'll add it to whatever, and they'll throw it back to the Rinatahiyuni. Rinatahiyuni goes over. And they talk about it. Whatever happens there, if they like it, they throw it back. They go through the whole thing again, what happened, then they throw it over here, and then they have to go over the same thing again, what happened, and then if it's accepted, they tell that, as it is now, we accept it, now it's confirmed, we're of one mind, that's how you record it, we put it back in the one. Okay, so that's how that process goes. Those three clans in Radinyukahak, I think if I remember right, every council, the different lands, peoples of different lands, that's how it's set. There's three clans.
I'm only going to add something to it, only because he's old now, he forgets things. When the council, they pass these issues back and forth, and they go through the whole process, and that, but sometimes they can't come to a conclusion. They can't come to a conclusion, and so rather than continue to try to hash this out, and they say, we're going to adjourn on this one, and we're going to put it under our pillow, and we're going to sleep on it, and we'll deal with this at a later date, give us more time to think about these things. But if the council does come to one understanding, not one mind, one understanding, and then it would be the Garihoga from the Turtle Clan. He would get up, and he would address the people. He would say to the people, you have observed, you have listened, you have seen the process that has taken place before you, and what the conclusion that the annexation has come to. And then he'll re-explain how everything went and how they came to the conclusion. Then he'll ask the people. He say, so what the Humsataja? Topan is a word he hold. Was what he wanted, but you know, hold, or no headstone. Then there was the annexation. He asked them, you the people, do you accept the conclusion that the council has come to? And it is up to the people. If the people say, we have no problem with the decision they've reached, then it goes back to the council, and the council will ratify the decision. But if anybody has an objection, the council has to listen to that objection. And then they ask the person, why did you not accept the conclusion? And then the person has the right to explain why. And the process is that they listen to that person, because sometimes everybody else would have come to this understanding, but sometimes they overlook something. And that one person may be the person to help to make it right so that it does not become a detriment to them later or in the late future. And so this is how careful, this way, they are all of like minds when they leave, because you don't want people leaving the council and saying, I didn't agree with that. But if the person couldn't express it, then that's what happens. So now you do not have a unified people. They always work so that everyone could be satisfied with the decision. That's how carefully this is done. And you don't rush it.
But it has to be legitimate. He has to have a good...
Yes, he has to have whoever is the one who got satisfied has to have a legitimate reason for objecting. Because a lot of, it does happen where everybody, comes to an agreement, but there's always somebody that notices something that was overlooked. Yeah. And that's the purpose for always turning to the people, because there are more minds among the people than those 50 men sitting there, or 9 men. You see?
Yeah. I just wanted to add, what we're explaining here is to the individual councils of the different lands. But in the Gajahoanum, in the Grand Council, it's the same structure. It's the same process, except that in the older brothers, you've got the Kanyokeaga and Seneca, or Sujindola. And then on the other side, you've got the younger brother. It goes back and forth that same way until it comes to one mind, the issue. Then it goes to the firekeepers, Onondaga, okay? they have two choices. Either they can accept it, or good reason, what's the word? They can veto. They can turn it back, okay? They can not accept it and throw it back over to the well, over to the Mohawks and the Senecas. But they have to have a good reason, and it has to be legitimate. If it's thrown back, then they go through the process again. They rehash that whole thing. When they come to one mind in the two councils, then they throw it to the younger brother, and they have to talk about it. They do to discuss, they go through the whole thing all over again. Then if they come to one mind on it, whatever revisions they have, if they have any, it comes back over here. And it could go back and forth, who knows how many times, okay? Until it comes to one mind on the two sides on that issue. And that second time that it goes to the Onondaga Council, they have to accept it. That's the second time. They have one veto, but they have to accept the second time. The other thing I wanted to touch on, Onondaga. In the story, he had a lot of power. He was using supposedly evil ways, right? So all of the Rudiana that accepted the great law made it to his island, and they talked to him, and they convinced him to accept the peace. So they combed out all the bad out of his hair. And in doing that, they said, you want real power. Look at these guys all sitting here. They have all these people, they're following them. What if we give you a position where you can control them? That's real power. So they gave him the position of a dog. Okay, he explained what that is. Everyone's connected to him. His role is to make roll call. Everybody here? They all answer him. Right? His role, he can come from anywhere in the Confederacy. But the law says he has to reside in Onondaga, in the territory of the Onondaga. Just like Canada. He can come from all over Canada, but he's got to reside in Ottawa. Just like the United States. Come over to the United States, but he's got to reside in Washington. They got it from us. Right there, he's got to reside in Onondaga. He doesn't have to be from Onondaga. And the Rudiana, all the Rudiana are the ones that chose that position. Because that position has no clamor. No clamor. Because he's got a different responsibility. The people that watch over him are the Rudiana. They're the ones that watch over him. Okay. The reason why he is to be in the territory of the Onondaga, because it's the center point. Okay? When our runners from far come looking for him to bring a wampum asking for a meeting to be held, they have to find him. So the easiest place is to find him in Onondaga, center point. If he is not there, then he can go to Unawileto. Unawileto sits at the end of the table from Agadaho. They sit on each end. Unawileto is a very important title. Okay? What's his name? He used to do a good job with that. Murray Henhock. Tiny, I like him. But boy, he did his job. He did it good. Right? And if those two guys are not there, again, it's in Kayamarekoa. they have to go to the war chief in Onondaga. The Rushkaragestego in the language, the biggest of the men.
Sategari was that.
Yeah, so that's his title. Yeah, Sategari was that. That's his title. Yeah, but in the languages, there's Rushkaragestego is the man that's the biggest man of the men. That's how he's described. That's why Onondaga has to be in the territory of the Onondaga. And you gotta get this right, okay? Onondaga has a very big role that they don't understand just how big it is. Hospitality. When somebody comes to your house, it's a very big thing, hospitality. Our ancestors, or even our grandparents, I remember somebody come in the house, food right away. Second, go, let's go. Drink, they finish, then they talk. Right away, that's the way it went. Onondaga's the same way, right? Back then it was easier. The white man wasn't here yet. The dollar bill wasn't here yet. But there was a lot of deer, a lot of turkey and wild game running around all over the place. The men would go out and get the food, and they would prepare to feed the families that were coming to the Grand Council. And there were thousands. Back in the day, it's recorded. It didn't last for a weekend. It lasted for months sometimes. Weeks and months, it says, depending on the issues. Today, very big issues are discussed. Maybe 4 hours one day. And if the weather is pretty good, you get 3 hours the next day. And they have to have a decision because they gotta go home. That's the way it is today. We're under lots of pressure, and it's changing the way the Grand Council is conducted. Okay? It's very important that we convey to our public that we love our public. We love each and every one of you people here. We would not intentionally bring harm to you. We would do everything in our power to protect you. That's the way our law is formed. There are two things that split the Confederacy. Both of them are lies. Okay? One was to get rid of a position in the Mohawk Council. They said it happened, and I explained to you how the council works. What happened in that case? It went from there to there, back to there, back to there, and they got mad, they got up, and they all left. And they told the world what they were going to do happened. And it never did. First line. The second line was the warriors put out a hit list on the chiefs. They didn't put out a hit list. There was a man that was speaking in the Grand Council and was talking what the law says for the Rutiskala to do on certain situations. They weren't home yet, and there was a rumor passing around that the warriors came up with a hit list on the chiefs. Second line. That is the foundation that is ruling the Confederacy right now. They are standing on water. and it's sinking. They are sinking. And in sinking, they're sinking us because they're standing on lives. The guy under the boa says the person that you put in that position will be straight, and it's your responsibility to put that in place. That's why when his name is brought up in any of the councils, any of the clans, it's the clan's responsibility, number one, to question that personality. You have to make sure that that personality speaks your language. That's a given. You don't want to be embarrassed anywhere in public. Your representative speaking a foreign language can't speak in his own. That's a no-no. You don't put that in a position. But the councils are full of it. He will have family. He has to have family in order to hold that position. Why does he have to have family? So that he knows the feeling of loving his children, loving his family. He knows what that feels like, and he will protect it. That's why he has to have that. Julie will never know that. Oh, speak, yeah. He has to be able to speak in public. Yeah, that's right. He has to be in good health. He has to have good eyesight so he can see what's going on. He has to have good hearing so he can hear what is being said. And he has to be physically fit, okay, so that he can know what's going on in and about him. Yeah. See, that is an area that we don't talk about too much. He is to be in good shape because we don't know what's going to happen during our lifetime and his. He is always moving around amongst the people. Okay? And one of the things that might happen is maybe there's a big problem brewing someplace. Maybe there's a big fight going on someplace. And his mind is pulled into going into that direction. He has to approach his Yagoyana, and he has to put in front of her his intentions. And she has to accept to take his horns for the time that he is gone. And when he comes back, she can put it back on him. Okay? You don't see or hear about it too much, but it has happened. And it is in the law that a Lorana can go to war if there are very few men left. He has the option. There's a lot of little things like that in the Guyana that go that we need to touch upon and we need to keep alive. Right? Okay? Anybody else?
I got just a short story to talk about the qualifications of Rihanna. And this really happened when Esraga and I were present at this. Back in 1977, there was a World Indigenous Conference at the UN in Zurich, Switzerland. That's the first time that the Haudenosaunee issued Haudenosaunee passport for us to travel in European country. So 4 of us from Akwesasne were selected to be part of a delegation to go to Zurich. And Esraga represented Bergland, Aaron Oaks, I believe, represented represented Clan, and Chief Louis Thompson represented Renatayuni. Myself, I represent the council, that is my title. Louis Thompson was an older man and very limited in the English language, and never was married. But he was a good leader. He was very careful in the family. He took care of his responsibilities, and the clan mothers fully supported him 100%. Anyway, it's a kind of funny story. So we traveled, we had our passports and everything. We took off and we went to Zurich. And it was a long walk from where we were staying to the place where they have a meeting. So every day we had to walk up this big hill, and Louis Thompson is so older than looks down, So we would get up there. And this is the world's indigenous people, like South America, all over the United States. There was Canada, there was countries like China has indigenous people, Australia has indigenous people, South America, Brazil, all that. So we were there, and we were well organized. The American Indian movement was well organized. There was a lot of organizations that were organized and had presentations ready. So we're sitting there, right? And they convened the meeting. And on this panel, you have to listen. You have 8 channels to listen to whatever language you were listening to. Well, you can listen in English, you can listen in French, Spanish, and Korean, and Chinese. Somebody put Korean language on Louis Thompson's earphone. So he sat there, listened all day in the Korean language. Okay? He doesn't speak English too well, so it didn't really bother him. But at the end of the day, he says to me, he says, they don't talk Indian too much around here, do they? He's listening to everything all day in Korean language. But it was an experience. The Haudenosaunee delegation was extraordinary. I don't know if there was anybody from here that went in 1977. There was Kanawagero, Zaslono, Bilivalidas, but we had a really good delegation, and we really presented our issues well there. We were there were organizations in Canada, people, Native people across Canada that were there listening. They really listened. And the other delegation that was really interesting was the Hopi delegation from New Mexico. They were talking about the prophecies. And the other thing that we noticed, and this is important, because our diplomacy, the Haudenosaunee diplomacy, is very high caliber. I want you to know that Indian governments all over the United States and Canada respect Haudenosaunee diplomatic representatives. They really have a high regard for it because we know how to behave in a diplomatic way. We get certain instructions when we are, when we are instructed to travel. We're told of a certain behavior. Don't let the shiny things of gold and silver interfere with your activities. Don't let certain behaviors interrupt. You are there representing your people, and there are a lot of obstructions in this world that can get in your way. Be careful. You represent our people. So there were representatives there from South America. I don't remember what countries, but they had to disguise themselves. They had to wear a head covering, and a face covering, sunglasses, because it was on TV, it was on world TV. If the countries where they came from knew who they were, they become disappeared, murdered. That's why they had to disguise them. They had a very important message. They had very important things to tell the world, but they couldn't do it openly like we are here. We didn't have any problem with that. And then we traveled together to come home, back to the United States, back to New York, We were all lined up with our Williams-Uni passports. And then we get to the customs, and then there was an issue about what are they, because they didn't know what it was. They didn't recognize it. Passports, they didn't know what it was. They wanted us to go back to the country we came from. Okay, thank you. So we were home. But it was the first time that the passport, they didn't recognize it. They basically dropped us and let us go. They didn't want to create a political scene in this country. So they just, they let us come home. Some of the Indian tribes in, I believe it was in Wisconsin, they had Indian passports, but they also had United States federal passports in the back pocket. Just go back up, just in case they get in trouble. If you don't accept this passport, well, I'll try this one. It's true. It's true. Some of the Ojibwe representatives in Ontario did the same thing. They had two sets of passports. In case the Ojibwe one didn't work, well, here's the Canadian one, back it up.
Se ajaa tänne nousi toiseen ajatuksena voi olla.
You know, we've always had this idea of we're peoples. We're not Canadian Indians, we're not American Indians, we're people. This is our land, this is our home, this is our country. Some representatives had just basically a folder with a feather in it. And they presented that as their relationship to this country. It was a very interesting time. And although not much was ever written from it, to now, after all these years, there is a Declaration of Human Rights in the UN as it relates to indigenous people worldwide. That's where it started in 1977, and we were there. So this idea about Kayanlepoa, this idea about clans, this idea about representation, it's well known that we have a very high class caliber understanding of what's our duties and responsibilities.
I'd just like to inform everybody here, this resolution that was passed at the United Nations, the rights of indigenous people, does not apply to us. Canada, the United States, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand refused to sign it. And only a while later did the United States and Canada and Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand sign it. Because according to the United Nations, we are not people. They do not recognize that the Unga and the Aborigines of Australia or the Maoris of New Zealand and other countries, that they don't recognize us as people. They refer to us under the UN as population. Just like the deer, or the ducks on the pond, or the grass that grows on your lawn, or the trees of the forest, we're put in the same category. That's why even today, here in Canada, they put us in a department, they call it the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. That's basically the Interior Department. And the Interior Department is the one that deals with parks and rivers and lakes and resources and so on. The Uga is a resource. He's not a human. He's not a people. The United States is the Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Department of the Interior, which is the same thing. They were all categorized as part of the natural environment. And the thing is that it didn't just start when the Americans and Canadians established themselves. It came from when they first came across the ocean under the Papal Bull, a part called the Doctrine of Discovery. The church had declared that if at time of contact, when Europeans came to foreign lands, and if the people were not Christian at the time of contact, then we have no sovereignty, and that we should be treated just as the rest of the wildlife of this land.
Yeah.
And so they said we could not own our lands, we didn't have any human rights, and that started way back, even before they came to this land, because they were doing it when they were going to Asia and Africa. Because the people out there were Christian, that was how they were trying to justify that they had a right by God saying that these white men can steal everybody's land.
Yeah.
And that still applies here today. But our people don't understand that. And when they put us in a category as Indians, it's not because of Indian people. It's because an Indian is a corporation. That's why you have this tax exempt status, because you're part of this corporation, a not-for-profit corporation. And so when people think, well, if we don't pay tax because we're tax exempt, no. Tax exemption is a privilege. Non-taxable is who you're supposed to be. That they have no right to tax you. But they have you give up your birthright for a privilege. And if they can give you that privilege, then you've given them the power to take that privilege away from you, and which they will do. Now, before, not long ago, iron workers could go from Canada to the States. They didn't pay tax. And then back in the 20s, Paul K. Dido case, they tried to force him to get a green card because he was from Ganawagi working in the States. But he fought that. And they even brought up the Jay Treaty, even though the Jay Treaty is not ours. It's just a trade agreement between the British and Americans. But in that trade agreement, it said that they would not interfere with use free travel back and forth and all this kind of stuff. And so our people supposedly won that case. But for any of our cases to be adjudicated in the white man's courts, we didn't win. We think we won, but we didn't win. Because by going into their courts and adjudicating this in their system, then we forfeit, our birthright. That we, give up our sovereignty. Because I'll tell you, back in the 90s, I testified in a court case in Niagara Falls. And there was a Tuscarora council there who sued Joe Anderson, Radishkaragete, and the people. And they took the people to court. And so the people asked me if I would come in and testify on Diana de Cuba. And so I agreed. But before the court started, the Tuscarora council came in and they sat at the front with their lawyer, who was the Assistant Attorney General of the state of New York. So the state of New York was financing their case, their lawsuit against the people. And so the judge, he watched this, and he says, before this court starts, he says, I want to know from you, he asked the Assistant Attorney General, do your clients understand by coming into this court that they have given away their sovereign immunity? Those Tuscarora chiefs looked at each other, no clue what the heck this judge was asking. And the lawyer didn't know. And so they all turned around, looked at the back of the courtroom. Orrin Lyons was sitting in the back. And they looked at Orrin for guidance. Orrin said, it's okay, yeah. So they said, yeah. Right then, the judge said, so this is supposed to be a representative of a people, of a government, and yet they're subjecting themselves to a foreign court. And so they lost the case. They lost the case. And so I testified on Diana de Cuba. I explained the Ohade, Ojokuan Huxta, the Ainu Haktabel. I explained all of those things. And the judge just listened. And when I first had to testify, the Attorney General was asking me, do you live on an island? I said, no. I knew right away, just by that question, what he was trying to accuse me of. Then he says, do you run an illegal gambling establishment? I said, no. The third question was, did you ever take up arms against the police? I said, can you be more specific? Which police? And he looked around, he says, the New York State Police. I says, oh yes, I have. I says, also the federal marshals, also the OPP in Canada, the SQ in Quebec, the RCMP, and against the National Guard. I said, I've taken up arms against all of them. And I looked at the judge. I says, I did that because it was my duty and responsibility under my Constitution. I says, no different than you. I says, when you came to this land and adopted our Constitution, I says, you put in there that your citizens have the right to bear arms and to form a militia. I said, should the Soviet Union invade the shores of the United States, is it not your duty and responsibility to defend your country, your government, and your people? The judge says, yeah. I said, and you got that from us out of the Guyana-Goa. Everything I explained, I always pointed back to the judge that you took that from us. And the judge did not have a problem. He ruled against the chiefs. And he told them, he says, if you have a problem with the businesses that the people in Tuscarora have going, he says, you have a right to protest it. But he says, since you brought it under my jurisdiction, he says, you can have 5 people hold up signs, but you cannot obstruct the businesses. That was it. They lost the case. Same thing just happened. I testified in another case in Montreal. And because there the band council decided this new law that they were making, if you marry out, get out. Well, some women asked me if I would go in and testify on what is our way. So I agreed and I went. And so my first thing that I would say to all the judges, this case does not belong in this court. These are internal issues, but I understand why it was brought up here. And so I explained to him, I says, I'm not here because I'm taking the position of either side. I'm here to explain to you what is our way. And so I explained about the adoption process. I explained about, that our people never went by blood quantum. That was a part of the assimilation process, the genocidal process. And, how the rights of women were taken away and so on and so forth. And I said, that's not our way. I says, we have always taken people in. I says, you can go back to Eunice Williams, when she was brought from Deerfield, Massachusetts, as a young girl. She was adopted into the Mohawk people. Then there was William Fenton, who the Senecas took in. Roddy Holquist was taken in by the Mohawks in Akwesasne. I says, bring it closer to home. Oh, I says, and also, I says, King Louis XVI's grandson, what you call the missing dauphin. I says, he was adopted and taken in Ganawaka. I says, it was never about blood. It was the mind. What kind of mind did these people have? I says, and bring it closer to home. I says, across the river, a place called Lachine, there was a war fought between the Iroquois people and the French, and we defeated them. And you call that a massacre. I said, and for us it was a victory. But I said, anytime you lost a war, you said we massacred you. I said, but it was a victory. I said, in our ways, when you take life from our people, we'll replace that life with one of yours. I said, so we took care of women and children, and we brought them home, 150 of them or more. I said, they lived with our people until the French negotiated with us to return their people. I said, we returned their people, but within 4 months, all 150 of them came back to live with us. Because it was the only place they were ever treated like human beings. I said, and we adopted them. I said, that's why a lot of our people in Ganawag and so on, I said, we're like complexions, because a lot of them are our ancestors. And so I said, but it was always the mind. I said, for us, when we took somebody in, we took them in as babies. It didn't matter if they were 6 months old or 60 years old. When they became a part of us, that's the day they were being born, as far as we were concerned. And it was in our law that we would never bring up their past, especially to use it in a negative way against them. I said, that was our way. I said, you, on the other hand, I said, you did not have an immigration policy. And I said, you got that when you came here. Because you see how we did it. Because what happened was that because we were adopting many of your people were applying to our people to become a part of our society. I said, Canada, at that time, Britain and the United States decided that they couldn't stop us from adopting the Europeans. So what they did was they said they would not recognize the adoption, and so their former subjects would still be forced to comply with white laws. And I said, so that discouraged people from seeking to be adopted by our people. Then you start to impose the blood quantum and, and so on. I said, but what you did was you took our formula and you created an immigration policy, a process. I said, but you didn't do like we did. You did not bring these people in to be family. I said, you took these people in to be slaves. You called them citizens. I said, citizens do not have rights. I said, they're just a more sophisticated way of not calling them slaves, but telling them that they're citizens. And the judge listened to all of this. Never said a word, he just wrote all the notes down. Then the Crown prosecutor got up. He never cross-examined me. He was afraid to cross-examine me. And then, so when I went to sit down, he got up, the Crown prosecutor, he said to the court, he says, Your Honor, I have to inform the court that our experts will not be coming in to testify. There were 4 people that were supposed to be going there from, they called the Longhouse, to go and testify on behalf of the Band Council, saying the Band Council has the authority to make laws in our community. And when they found out that I was testifying, all 4 of them backed out. And so that a lawyer had to get up and inform the court, he says, our experts will not be coming in to testify. And while we were still in the courtroom, one of the experts, who is a professor in the University of British Columbia, and he's from Kahnawake, he texted one of the women, and he says, I just want to let you know I'm not coming in to testify. I've changed my opinion. And yet, it was ridiculous because this man was one of the ones who designed that law for the Band Council to evict women and people from our community. They lost the case too. The Band Council lost the case. And the Band Council, after that, their chief kept saying to the people and to the media, what Paul LORAN said was right. It was right. But they would never tell the people in Kahnawake what I said, what my words were. Just that I was right. Because he did not dare to say I was wrong, because I would have visited him. So the thing is, I want our people to understand the power we have, but when we don't assert it, we are nothing. We are nothing if we don't assert it. And each time, even when I went to Brantford to testify, that was my first statement. This case does not belong in this court. And I explained about what our ways are. And it was very sad that that case was ever brought to Brantford, because what it's told everybody was that over here, nobody objected. Not the Band Council, not the Longhouse objected to these men to be charged and to be brought into they brought Ontario jurisdiction into Oswego. And nobody seemed to understand that. That is very sad. We should not be allowing our people to go through the judicial system out there, because that's what that DELARONDE has always been about. And it's clearly stated in Article 7 of the 1794 Canandaigua, even though it's not a valid treaty, but that explanation in there comes from DELARONDE, is that if our people committed a wrong against any outside sovereign, like the United States, Canada, Great Britain, whatever, they have to launch a formal complaint either to the Confederacy or to the nation that person comes from. And our people will investigate. And if a wrong was committed, we would compensate them. Vice versa. We also would lodge a formal complaint if a wrong was committed against our people. See, because we're not doing that, but in 1974 to 76 in Kahnawake, when we took over, we shot white people, but they could not process us through the courts. Because we told them, if you want justice in this matter, then you have to implement the two-rule. You have to make a formal complaint and then we will utilize that process. President Ford was the president, and it has to be the president or somebody who's specially appointed by the president. So he appointed Forrest Gerard, who was then the head of the Department of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. He appointed him to be his special appointee to implement the two-rule. Over 200 years that two-rule was not implemented until that time in 1970s when the young had forced the hand of the United States. And in the end, their findings was we were never in the wrong. Even though we shot people, we were defending, and we have the right to defend ourselves. And so what the United States did was they had to compensate the people we shot and their families because we asserted it. They tried to come to us with Jane Doe warrants, Joe Doe warrants, and that way we said, take your warrants and put it where the sun don't shine. It's not applicable here. But when we stand and firm and do not deviate from our ways, there's nothing that we can't win. But we have to believe in who we are.
Yeah.
That's the only way it works. The minute we use something that's in theirs, then we've gotten out of the canoe and we've put our foot in the vessel. That's what that DELARONDE explains. That's what he tells us. And that comes from our people. Because the white man didn't have that kind of system. He only got it when he came. And today the whole world uses the DELARONDE. International trade and tariffs and taxes and everything else is all based on the DELARONDE. I personally met with the man who was in charge of that. He's a Dutchman, and out of Holland. And he's the one at the United Nations who's the one who designs and so all these laws and tariff rules and so on and so forth. And he kept coming across this DELARONDE. And he told this lawyer from Canada about it. This guy's, his name is Randy Maston. And Randy Maston says, I know the people that created this. He says that they are white people. So he came to the United States, and I met him in Buffalo along with some other people from Red Hill from here. John came he lives in Cattaraugus, and another guy from Manitoulin Island, and we met. And he asked about this DELARONDE, so I explained the whole thing to him. He says, you know, he says, it's amazing. He said, I can't find any documentation about this. All I do know is that this is the formula that's being used. He says, and internationally, in all trade agreements between all nations all over the world, this is the formula they follow. But it's amazing that the people who were the creators of this, they have no part in all of this. It doesn't apply to us, yet we were the creators of it. There's a lot of things that's been going on, but our people are unaware. But the more we talk, the more we spend time with each other, the more we'll learn about these things. And we will re-empower ourselves. Nobody can empower us. Only we can empower ourselves. So if we're waiting for a Messiah or somebody to come and save the day, there is no white knight coming to save nobody. It's just us. It's that guy sitting over there who's going to lead us into salvation. I just thought I'd share some of those things with you, just to encourage you how powerful this guy Renegoa is. But we have to learn it.
There you go.
Make the whole thing was a family. And today we talked about a lot of things, but now the report's really important. Send your family back up and get the family back together. We got our only right now is they're just up there in the room, more or less, because so very few of them eat with their clans. But I don't know if you like the word clan or not, because we're not, they said we're not Irish or that, but the thing is, that's what we're going to look at. All the people here now, only that's my concern. See what happened in the community the last few weeks here. That concerns the hell out of me. And we got a little guy here, we're looking at now, said maybe you're going to save us, but if we would get off our ass and put our family back together and start looking after our people, he's not going to have a future. That's just how I feel. And I think that's what everyone else feels that way here, we gotta start looking at, start to get our families empowered and put us down, back up again, so we go back, and the chiefs have some to fall back on. Like I said, there's a lot of wise people, and a lot of educated people that they can fall back, and they don't have to go see a lawyer or something like that, because we got people in our community with a lot of smarts nowadays, and I think that's the people we're gonna have to start leaning back on. That's our families. But, yeah, so God's saying, man, that's what I said, I feel part of that Wampus, family, real great part of it.
You know, there's something that's happened in our lifetime, several times, and sometimes we don't seem to recognize that fact. Here in Oswego, I remember a time where people would never question what was happening. Not so long ago, some women in this community went back after getting land for this community. They organized and they made a move. And the people supported it. People came out. And even when the police were sent in, the hundreds of them, the people responded. The people said no more. And both councils opposed the people. Later on, we can speculate the reason why they were the ones ending up sitting at the table and negotiating. And since then, both councils have tried to take, as entities, take those lands. And now the people have no say on those lands. But both councils were smart enough to sit at that table. Always they had this secret weapon called the people to defend their position. I remember when we first started out to re-establish the council known as the Men's Council, 1968. We were just young boys then, teenagers. We re-established it. And we went to the council to sanction us. And the council said to us, no. We said, why not? They said, we don't have the authority. They said, Kainaregoa has already given you the authority and you have that responsibility to rekindle your fire. And so we moved forward. And that's how we went to all the territories and that encouraging to have a recital of Kainaregoa. And we started acting and attacking the enemies of our people. And and challenging. And then every time we challenged, they sent a force against us. But we stood up to the forces. We ended up fighting. We ended up having to pull out guns to defend ourselves. We didn't start out with guns. We started out with our minds and our beliefs. They came at us with clubs and shields and so on. The first time, they broke 2 of my ribs. They arrested a bunch of my people. They broke my uncle's ribs 3 ribs and that. And then we came back with baseball bats and whatnot. They came at us with guns. Then we turned and we got guns. And we didn't have AK-47s or any of that stuff. We had 12-gauge shotguns, 410s, 22s, and that's what we had, hunting rifles. But we stood our ground. And when the people needed us down in Syracuse, they called us, come and help us, bring the warriors, help stop the expansion of Highway 81. All the different communities were calling the warriors. But something happened. Then the propaganda machine started, that there's no such thing as warriors. That's not in our culture, that's not in our way. It was because one Royan there, in Ganawaga, he was condoled, his title was Honorary Kulo. He did not like the people who went to Ganawaga because he didn't get our permission. And he was very close with the RCMP. And so he opposed what we were doing. And he lobbied in Albany for the governor to send in the National Guards and to wipe us out. And so when some of the kids' families came back, they were down there just to help and support it. When they came back, those young people, 15, 16-year-old, 14s, every time there's a festival, the young people would go to the longhouse the night before and they would clean up the place. They would start the fire so the longhouse was warm, so when the women and children and the people came, it was comfortable. And then they would sing all night, practice the songs for the ceremonies. He came in there and he told them to leave. They said, no. And they said, well, this is our house. He said, you want to leave? He went out, he called the local police, they came in, they beat up those kids and threw them out. And then the call went out to us, and we came back from the young guy. And the guy came out, and we went to the police station. They begged us not to, inflict harm on them. But we told them, this is the only time we'll tell you. Do not ever come back to that longhouse, especially do not be wearing guns. And, and they said, well, the chief called us. We said, well, he had no right to call you. And so, the whole Confederacy, this community as well, put out a letter and everything saying that they don't not recognize him because he went outside that circle. Every community across the Confederacy put that letter out. And so what he did, this man, is he refused to vacate that position. So when Grand Council was called, he went to Onondaga and he tried to resume his role. And the council would not proceed because he was sitting there. So the grandmother went and she asked him to vacate because the council will not proceed because you're sitting here that you have alienated, you have deformed yourself. He refused to move. So the keeper of the house approached him and told him, your women relatives have spoken. They have told you to vacate that position. Now I'm telling you to vacate that position. He refused. So they put it in the hands of Radish Kornagete. Radish Kornagete went and said, your women relatives have told you to vacate. The keeper of the house has told you to vacate. And we are saying vacate and simply you're back to the wall. He refused. They grabbed him physically and they dragged his butt out. And then his supporters jumped in and the other men came and grabbed them and threw them all out too. What those Rodianes who witnessed that day was that the people had the power. The people had the protection. And that the people could enforce that dynamic law. And so many of that council knew that they themselves were violators of that dynamic law. And they knew that at any time that could be them being dragged out. That's when the propaganda machine started. There's no such thing as warriors. And so today, our people are defenseless. Our people are defenseless. The only defense our people have is their men relatives. And now they're saying the men relatives have no right to protect the people. That's why these councils can do what they want. That's why Eric Caucus can do what he wants. That's why Eddie Friend can do what he wants. That's why the province can do what he wants. Because responsibility is not being carried out. The men are not doing their job. In our language we say, Ruana de Wodeto, Negojokwa. The men have left the people in darkness. They are like the sun. The sun is not rising to put light and to support and protect and care for the women and the children and this land. That's where we're at. That's why we need to know this stuff. We need to understand this stuff. Then we can talk about this stuff. Then we can make up our minds. Are we going to continue to be Oklahoma? Or do we become Canadians and Americans? Let me go one again.
My question is, I want to know when the peacemaker was born. Paul? I would like to know when the peacemaker was born. You have some kind of date?
No, we don't know. And the thing is that, we have to remember something. This story of the formation of the League, in the language we call it Ogara, okay? And our people put this story together because if you notice in the story, there are characters, and like Aniwakta. Aniwakta is not the name of a man, it's a responsibility. Adodapo is not the name of a man, it's a responsibility. So these responsibilities was used to be the names of these people, like Tegarihugo and all these names in the story, Jiguk says it. And these are all characters in the story. When our people created this story, we don't know. But there's people trying to say that the Confederacy and the Ganorita was only around in the 1600s or the 1500s. They're trying to put a date on it. But the thing is that people don't seem to understand is that this Canregoa was being applied all east of the Mississippi, all the way down to Florida, all the way to the northernest part of Canada. This all the nations, the wars had ceased. And the thing is, we traveled by canoe and by foot, and to cover that much area, and to work that long and that hard to get people to accept this peace, did not happen overnight. It didn't happen in just 100 years. It took many, many generations for people to accept this. When our people crossed the Mississippi, and we went down to the Great Plains, and we started dealing with the Lakotas and other people, and that we were bringing that Canregoa to everybody to come under a world peace as we knew it. Newcomers came, and we had to stop, and we had to come back home, and we had to start dealing with the newcomers, with the Dutch, with the Germans, with the French, with the English, with everybody who came. And this is where that offering of the Turo to all of these people came about, trying to get them to accept a peace and everybody live in harmony together. In fact, what we did was we sent 5 representatives to Europe and to address and initiate the first International World Peace Conference. And we sent 5 representatives. One of them died while he was over there. He got sick. He died. 4 survived. And they presented all of these wampum belts to them and to accept this peace. And they were there explaining to them and so on so that they would know and understand this. The 13 families, controlling families of Europe, all the royal families, 12 of them, they wanted no part of this. Because if they accepted that all people are equal, they would no longer have control over the people. And so they refused that. The only family was the one in Russia that started to consider this. And what happened to them was the 12 other families of Europe hired assassins to annihilate every man, woman, and child in that family. But if you go to Russia, I forget what city it is, there's a museum. Those belts are on display over there. But nowhere else in Europe will you find those belts. Today, when you get books and you read about the 4 kings, the 4 Iroquois kings, they had portraits done of them. And they're in all the history books and stuff like that. It said the four kings. They referred to these because they weren't a Rubian or anything. They were runners to deliver the message. And so, you know, this here has been here for thousands of years. This alliance of our peoples, because when the Europeans sent the Jesuits in and have to work on our people for 50 years to create a war of all the other peoples to turn on the 5 nations. And it created a 150-year war. It destroyed all the gathering places our peoples used to gather, like Montreal, Jolicojago. And that's why it's called Jolicojago, because the unity of the people was broken, and it broke the people. It's the same thing at Ganazu, Ottawa. It's the same thing as Skarnetadi. All over this land, all over North, Central, and South America were the gathering places of our people. And those gathering places were destroyed because of that war they created. And they like to call it the French and Indian War, or else they call it the Beaver Pelt Wars and all that kind of stuff. It's because our people realized that the ecology of this land was going to be destroyed if they killed all the beaver and other animals. Because it was the beavers that created the rivers, lakes, and streams, and always reinforcing the ecology. And so the French got concerned because now, especially the Confederacy, we wouldn't allow people to be cheated anymore. Because if our people wanted a gun, a musket, they told them, you got to buy a pile of beaver pelts as high as that musket. And when our people got enough beaver pelts, then the French to put a bayonet on there and said, you got to go that much higher. So maybe 50 beaver just for one gun. And so our people said, no more. You gotta kill so much beaver just for a few trinkets. And so they said, no more. So they said, no one's to trade any more furs with the Europeans until there's a fair price and there's a control on how and when beaver will be taken. And so this interfered with the French's exploitation. And so they sent the Jesuits in. And they incited all the other peoples and said, what, are the Iroquois your bosses? Do they tell you what to do? And your men wear skirts and this and that? So the young men from those other nations, they're the ones who want to go to war with us. Their old people didn't want them to go to war with us. And then our young men decided they're going to go to war. And so the 150 years our people fought. Today, Anishinaabe peoples and that, they still hate, especially the Mohawks. And that because they don't remember the reason they went to war with us. All they remember was the trashing we gave everybody. Because we beat 28 nations plus the Algonquin Confederacy, the Hurons, and the French. We defeated all of them. And that's why we're so hated today, even to this day. Just recently I've been traveling among the Anishinaabe people and explaining to them why those wars happened. How they were tricked into destroying that peace. So this peace has been here a long time. And it didn't come because of the influence of the Europeans, and sure it didn't happen because of the people of Atlantis. Because even the book, The Mound People, tries to say that our people were not intelligent enough to put such a sophisticated government together, that we had to have had help from, and that we assimilated with the people of Atlantis. So that's why we became so smart and smarter than everybody. You know, there's just so much nonsense created about who we are. We can't accept the fact that thousands of years our people have brought this peace. And the thing is, this last time when the Astungagoa was brought to our people was the last time that peace was reestablished. Before that, it was Galetawano. Before that, it was Kanehoro. And before that, it was the Adunwa. The 4 times in our history that these wars happened, it was our people who always created the formulas in which to reestablish the peace. And this is what we're trying to do today, is reestablish the peace amongst ourselves. And we have to start with ourselves. Because when the Ganawida went around, according to the story, he had to deal with the 5 nations. And then after, they started dealing with the others to try to reassure them that peace was good for all of us. So to ask for an actual date, that's not even important, because our people didn't go by dates. No. We went by the act.
Is that when we're talking about land, you're talking about treaties, and you're talking about a number of things. Think about this. Here's the push of the government. The push of the government has been for a very long time. One was assimilation. Number 2 was to strip all the resources out of this country without sharing it. As Ungwahimwe people, we were very, very generous. When they came here, we allowed them in, we fed them, we cared for their sick, we made them well again, and we said we would share this land with them. Then we made so-called agreements. Agreements started with Churo, the Ratzirat, which also implies a spoon. All it says there is that there was no sharp objects to be used in the spoon. But when we're separated from our land, there is no land here in Canada, and I don't know about the United States, that we have title to. And I don't care if you call up the Royal Proclamation, a lot of people will point to that and they say, yeah, there's some indication there that they recognize some rights. Well, I recognize a Hummer when I see it, but that doesn't mean a thing, except because they still drive a little dinky car, right? I recognize it. Do I do anything about it? Of course not. They recognize the fact that we may have some rights to land, but everything here is crown land. That's why it's called a reservation. The underlying title belongs to them. So, and this goes right across the country. Government owns everything, which means we don't have the same rights. There's absolutely no talk here about 1701 for hunting rights, fishing rights. There's absolutely no talk in the new curriculum here in Ontario about the 6 mile deep, nothing. And yet, they say we have treaty. We don't. So where are our rights?
You know, there's something we should understand. None of our rights come from treaties. They could not give us any rights. If anybody got any right, it was them. Because they had nothing to give. They came here with holes in their pants. They were starving. They were sick. We opened our homes to them. And when we extended them the right to go in the depth of the plow, we said that to go in the depth of the plow is all we allow you, because it will help so you can raise the food to sustain yourselves. But we cannot give our mother away, because she's not ours to give away. When we talk about one bowl, one spoon, that's this land. And there's none of us that can say to someone, you can't fish here. There's no one that can say, you can't hunt here, you can't pick medicine here, you can't build a home here. This is, all of us, this is our mother. And we are not the kind of people that would dissect our mother, chop her up into pieces and all take, somebody walk away with one finger, another guy walk away with a toe, somebody walk away with her ear. No, our mother has to stay intact, because she has to be the way we came upon her, our children should come upon her that same way. We never got any rights. Treaties does not give us rights. The only thing that is ours is that they had it. That's what we extended to them. They did not have the sovereign right to negotiate with us. When Canada wanted its own flag, they no longer wanted to fly the Union Jack. They approached the Crown and they said, we want our own flag. The Queen says, well, sure, you can have your own flag. So they used the maple leaf as their symbol of Canada. Then they said, we want our own constitution. And the Queen says, yeah, every corporation has a right to a constitution. Corporate law. You know, it's something to govern your corporation. Then Canada went back and they approached the Crown, and they said to the Crown, we want dominion over the land and the people. The Queen says, I can't give you that. They says, why not? She says, it's not mine. Says the land belongs to the people, the native people. And so I can't give you what's not mine. She says, if you want the land and dominion over the land, then you have to find a way to negotiate with the native people in which they relinquish any claim to their lands. So then that's in the 70s. And then they appointed Lloyd Barber, who would be the Land Claims Commissioner. And his job was to find a way to swindle our people in turning over our lands. And then they also started pushing this enfranchisement, and they started slowly trying to get our people to participate in their government and so on. And so this way our people would alienate themselves. And so that's what's going on. But the thing is, not a single spoon of soil in all of North Turtle Island and South Turtle Island has ever been relinquished to the Europeans. These are still our mother. And because under our own constitution, it is illegal for us to do so. Because we only have use of our mother. The ones who own our mother are still within our mother. They have not been born yet. That's who owns this land. And once they appear, they don't have the right to sell the land either. Because once they're born and walk upon this earth, they only have use of their mother. And because our mother is her own self. And nobody has the right. to give her away or sell her. It's not ours to do so. And the thing is that all of these so-called land transactions that they're doing nowadays, they're not doing with our people. They're not dealing with Unga. They're dealing with the corporations they established in our communities. They're dealing with elected system people. They're dealing with government-funded organizations outside of here. They're all the Hunatukohtu. They have all alienated themselves. They have no more birthright here. When they went beyond that circle, they went out naked. They don't have the right to the name, Ungohua name. They have no right to claim that they're a part of a clan, and they have no birthright left inside. They are out there naked. And now they've immersed themselves in a foreign system. And give me an example. Second World War with Germany, Hitler was, raising a storm. Great Britain was involved in that war. Canada got involved in that war because they're a Commonwealth country. So Australia, they all joined with the British and fought against Hitler. The Americans wanted to go to war against Germany, but the United States refused to go to war. And so what happened was many Americans crossed the border and enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces and carried the Canadian flag and a British flag into the war. When the war was over, all those Americans came back, they had to land in Canada. Then now they thought they would go home to the United States and resume their lives as Americans. They were all stopped at the border. Because the American government said, you are no longer American citizens. You are Canadians, you are British subjects. They had to reapply for American citizenship, and many of them had to wait 5 to 14 years to get their American status back. You see, they alienate themselves as Americans. And our people, we don't realize we're alienating ourselves when we're joining into that Canadian system, any part of that system. It's like somebody brought up earlier today. What would happen if Americans tried to come to Canada and vote? They'd be rejected. There's people who live in Canada that get rejected. They can't vote. And so the Americans can't come here. We can't go to Russia and vote over there. Russians will say, you have no qualification to vote in this election. You are not one of us. But only indigenous people that these invaders will turn to and say, oh yeah, go ahead and participate. Because they know our Constitution, not only because of Go, but all of Wahuma understood that they could not abandon who they are and join into an alien sovereign. There are a lot of things we need to understand. We need to understand, we need to know. Because what is being applied to us is not being applied to other people who are of these foreign corporations. Because Canada is not a government. They're a corporation. They have no land. And remember something, Canada is not a people. It's a corporation. We are, on the other hand, we are a people. We have the same bloodline. We have the same ancestry. We have the same language. We have the same culture. We have the same traditions. Everything about us is the same. We are a people. Our beliefs, we're a people. They, on the other hand, what is a Canadian? The Canadian corporation. What it is it's a collective of individuals who share a common interest. They don't share a common history, they don't share a common culture, they don't have a common tradition, they have nothing in common other than an interest. And what is that interest? Well, our land and the wealth that it provides. That's the only interest. Americans are the same. All across the Western Hemisphere. I don't care if it's Brazil, Argentina, Honduras, Venezuela. Those are not Oklahoma countries. Every country that has been established here is a European country. There is no Oklahoma country. No Wahuas are recognized to be an equal in the world community. They know we exist, but we are a resource. We are a population. There's a lot of things we better learn and understand. We're trying so hard. How do we fit into that outside system? We can't fit square pegs in round holes. We have to remain who we are. I mean, look at the United States in the 60s, the big controversy down there, the black people marching for civil rights. They still don't have civil rights. I don't care what Martin Luther King said, what kind of dream he had. He could have woke up to reality. The only thing the black man got was a one-day holiday, Martin Luther King Day. That's all he got. He's still being oppressed. He's still not being treated as an equal. He's still resented. They put a black president in, not because he was black, because he was white on the inside. Because his mother was part of the Bush family, part of the Trump family. That's all that same family. That's the oligarchy. That's who got in. And Obama was a token. And what did Obama do for the black people? Talk cool. That's what he did, talk cool. And said, look, I can play basketball like you, brother. We're constantly being fooled. Not just us, but all people, all dark-skinned people are being lied to and fooled. We cannot allow that fake news to brainwash us. You take APTN, you might as well just watch CBC because, oh what, they show you how to make some baskets, they show you, oh, we eat wild rice, we eat moose, you know, moose meat and marmalade, you know, that's our culture, that's who we are, you know, and oh, Canada, we're going to invest a lot of money for you people, you can get your culture back. We're going to teach you how to make baskets again. We're going to teach you how to beadwork again. We're going to teach you how to do all these things. You know, beadwork, basket making, all that, that's not our culture. That is not our culture. Those are just things our people made. And they especially made a lot of it when our economy was disrupted. Our way of life was destroyed. And so mothers to feed their children started doing a lot of beadwork to sell to the tourists. Made baskets to sell to the tourists. So they could feed their children. So is that our culture? Is it the culture of oppression that we're trying to revive? Let's wake up and smell the coffee. Because we are not a sick people. We are not a damaged people. We don't need healing. We need re-empowerment. We need to strengthen ourselves and start to use what creation provided us with. Not to keep looking for the hand that's going to give us crumbs. Take the people up north. Over 35 years they've been looking for clean water. Yet they can give Trudeau $1 billion or more to go to India to have a dinner. And yet those people can't get clean water. You take this community, how long you been fighting for water? But yet Nestle's will put a pipe in here to their underground water. All of these things are happening. We have to do something about it. We cannot wait for Canada to look out for our interests. They've been exhausting the resources in this land for how long? And they said, well, we're going to put a trust fund here. We're going to hold your money in trust because you don't know how to use money. You don't know what's good for you, so we're going to take care of your money. They built the city of Toronto, they built the city of Montreal, they put the railroads right across Canada, they put the international seaways, highways, byways, everything with our money. Then they gave foreign aid to other countries, our money. Everything's ours. Canada had nothing to give. It's ours. And you know something? We only told them to go to the depth of the plow. We didn't tell them to dig into our mother and to pull out that oil and to dig that coal out. Because, you know, It tells us that it is our grandfathers who have put the dinosaurs beneath the earth, and they keep them down there so that they could never come back to the surface of the earth. If they ever come back to the surface of the earth, they will create a great harm to us all, not just the humans, but all life. The European came and he pulled the dinosaur back out in the form of coal and oil and other pollutants. And look at today. Just about every community you go, little children are walking around with a pump. They all got asthma. They all got some kind of disease because of all this. Our air is getting dirtier by the minute. They're cutting all the trees down. They're dirtying all the water. Now they're selling us our own water in a bottle. They're charging us more and that for water than they are for the gasoline. And you know something? In my lifetime, I remember the old people saying, there's a day coming, we're going to have to buy water. I said it. And I ain't no 200 years old. I might look it, but I'm not. I'm still 21, and I've seen this in my lifetime. So the thing is, let's stop lying to ourselves. Let's stop fooling ourselves. We can do it. We can do it. There's nothing holding us back except us. That's all it is. We become such a society where we like to knock everybody else down. We like to blame everybody else for our problems. Yeah, they were the start of our problem, but we continued the problem because we did nothing. We just cried. Cried and cried and cried, and we're still crying. We're crying what the white man did to us. So what are we doing to help ourselves? You know, when we went into the mountains in 1974 to take that land, everybody told us you can't do it. Everybody else told us that they're going to kill you, they're going to throw you in prison, they're going to beat you up, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. So what? There's worse ways to die, staying here on the reservation and drinking and crashing and dying. Our children are dying every weekend. Every graduation day they're dying. At least if we died, we can die with honor. And we went into those mountains. We were under siege for 3 damn years. Yeah? I seen where our kids ate. Oatmeal with beans. 3 meals a day. Women eating twice a day. Men eating. It's hard. But I've seen these things. I've seen what our people went through. And not only there, it happened at his home, Ganasarak. I've seen it happen in so many communities. But there are people who believed and they fought. They never gave up. And today, 45 years later, the land we took is still under our control. And there's no government, white government laws, there's no white religions there. There's none of those things. Our people have become self-sufficient. We built our own schools, we got sawmills, we got greenhouses, we got businesses, we've got all kinds of things going. And we control it all. And everybody said we couldn't do it. And you know something? You travel through all Confederacy today, most of our people don't know about Ganyanke. It's the best kept secret in our homes. Nobody wants to talk about it. Because if our young people became more aware of what we did in 1974, young people would say, look at how many of us there are here. How come we not doing something? That delegation that went to Geneva in 1977, one of the things the nations over there asked, other Oklahomas, they said, and they heard the story of what Ganyanke did, and they asked the others, are you doing what these people did? Are you a part of it? Silence. And those people out there said, that's sovereignty. That is sovereignty. What the people of Kanyanga did is sovereignty. Because nobody will help somebody who doesn't want to help themselves. Muammar Gaddafi offered $150,000 to put in an account in UNESCO, and said there are millions more to come, not only from the Libyans, but from countries all over the world are ready to put money in that account. If you red people can get your act together and put together an economic plan, and we will release those funds to you to rebuild yourselves. They're not going to rebuild us. They're going to give us the support to us to rebuild ourselves. And you know something? So many delegations went over there to try to get that money, and they turned them away. The last time I went to Geneva, they said word, and I went to their consulate. And again, they reminded me why they gave the Mohawks that recognition that they would give it to the Mohawks to hold in trust for them, for all the Oklahoma. When I went over there, they reminded me, and it says, we're still willing to do this. But what are you willing to do? And I went there with a delegation. The first day, all the delegation went to meet with the Arabs. Next day, they came back to get me. The secretary said that he wanted to talk to you again. So I said, I'll get the others. She said, no. She says, it's just you. So I went back to the Arab consulate. They spoke to me again. There were 9 Arab countries represented. And they spoke to me. And they said, I asked them, why only me? They said, we know who the others are. We have no desire to speak to them and to entrust them with anything. This is only you. We know who they are, but we also know who you are. And you are the kind of people that we're looking for. We wanted action people. They didn't want crybabies. And some of the delegation I went with in 1990 were band councils. And some of the so-called Roundhouse people that went with me were affiliated with the band council. And the Arab people knew that. And they didn't want nothing to do with that. North Carolina went down there, hunting and fishing rights. The Tuscarora, the Duaga asked us to go down there. Before the court even began, the judge sent word that he wanted myself and my companion to come and to speak with him. So we went inside, and he says, I know who you guys were before you came here. I knew who you guys were before you came into my courtroom. He says, I know who you are. He says, do you know, he says, that these people that you're coming to help don't know who they are? They don't know what their rights are or anything. And I said to him, we know that. That's why they call us. Because they're under the protection of General Tasegowo. We have a responsibility to them. I said, and that's why we're here. And he just smiled. He says, you know, he says, I know there are 3 kinds of Iroquois. And this is the judge saying this. He says, there's the elective system people. Iroquois people who partake in the elective system. He says, then there's another one who are followers of a religion called the Code of Handsome Lake. He says, and then there are those who are followers of the Gayamrigo, the Great Law, he says. He says, the elected system and the people who follow the code are the same. He says, they have no claim to any sovereignty. Only those who continue to adhere to the Gayamrigo, the Great Law, is recognized as having any chance in hell for our people. And I was surprised, and I looked at him and he says, you wonder how I know this? I said, yes. He says, I studied and got my law degree in the state of New York. While I was going to school there, I thought I should know more about the people of this land. He says, so I studied Iroquois. He says, I did a thorough study of their history, their constitution, everything about them. He says, that's how come I know. That's how come I know, he said. And so it surprised me. So now I know that it's because he didn't speak up the top of his hat, you know, he actually studied our people. Probably studied it harder than our own people study ourselves. The thing is, I'm not saying this to hurt anybody's feelings, What I'm trying to tell you is there's a reality out there. We can try to convince ourselves that this is okay and that's okay. But we better look and dissect what our situation really is. Because we have the strength, but we're not using it. We have the minds, but we're not using them. That's why it's called Oregura. It's what takes care of you. If you use it, one that is being used, one that is being exercised, is Gatnigumriya. If you don't use it, that's Gatnigumraya. We have to use our minds. Creation gave you that mind, so you can take care of you, that you have choice. But with those choices come responsibility. And that's what the THOMPSON has been about, telling us we need to pick up our responsibilities and put life back into it. We need to put life back into it. But that depends on us. Do we continue to be afraid? Or do we do like our ancestors did? Try to ensure a future for the generations we'll never see. Turning on.
Ego, los que no lo niños. Para vosotros no vacío, no cae igale algon what us. I would like you to tell me how do you rectify what has happened. I know you can talk about it, you have all of the answers to that, but give me the answer of what you're going to do and how do we do it. Because this has been going on long enough, we need some action, not just talk. And I'm surprised that there isn't more people here today. Where are the people? And another thing I want to know, that our long house is being pushed into the Handsome Lake Code. We're not going to stand for it, but we have enough influence. And why do we have the churches on the rest? Why do we have that? And talking about APTN, why do they have this Mohawk girls on there? And they're not even Mohawk, and how derogatory is that to put R in stuff, and why isn't it stopped? I would like to, but I do not do a computer, I don't do that. And I've learned everything that I've had from my grandmother, and I was in the mush hole. And I lost all that, but I didn't lose it, it went inside. And it's come back out, and I'm going back to school now to get my language. But I also want the history. I want the teachings of ours, but I also want that outside teaching too, so we know how to deal with it. That's what we need. We need education and all that. And I don't have much time in my age, and I would like to see some action that is done, not just talk. Do something. If you know the answers, do it. If there's people in another country that is going to help us, in which we're beginning to see that other people want that information too from other countries. So why aren't we doing something? We need a leader. We need leadership here. So we don't just need a lot of talk. And I love to hear all of the things that have come in, because there are so many things that I wasn't even aware of. And although I got a lot from my grandmother was a very wonderful traditional person, so I did get that. So that's what I want. I want to see action, not talk. Or no? Yeah.
Yoriwana na hoto wa shiri wa nuto. Na kwa doges kene na hoto wa shiri wa nuto. Ona wa ka yoshrage next to the nakuto wa ni wichire. Ne na hoto ne wa teka se. Jiniji yukini kurayos ne wa umba. I'm saying what she says is very true. And that there have been many things put before us to beat down our minds so that we don't have a strong belief in our minds. In my own lifetime, I can only speak for myself. I've been involved in a lot of things. And today, it's a sad thing. My devotion has always been to our people. I fought in every way I could. I've put myself on the line. I've put my life before our struggle as a people. I've been beaten, I've been jailed, I've gone through all of these things. And, you know, I've gone through a lot of suffering over this. I've seen our people, I've seen men and women both who have dedicated their lives and who have lost their families because of this that goes on between our people. Men and husband and wife, not because one didn't believe, but one, like most of the time it was mothers, they became very concerned about their husbands who were very strong fighters. But fighting for our people didn't put bread on the table, didn't pay the bills. A lot of our men had to kind of abandon the fight. And many of the strong fighters that when I was younger, that we stood together, they're not here no more. We've buried them. And the ones that are left behind, we're not in the best of health. But I would say, when I was a young man, I went to my grandfather, I went to the old timers, and I asked them to share their knowledge, but I never asked them to fight for us. I asked them to guide us. Today, I'm not that young man. Today, I go around and I try to talk to the young ones, to start to believe in themselves, to start becoming familiar with who we are, start to learn our language, start to know things as our ancestors intended. I cannot make the young men fight. I cannot make the young women fight. I can only encourage them. I can only share with them what I have. Physically, I can't do what I used to do. I'd love to. I wish I was 21 again, because things would be different. I've learned a lot in my years. And I would have liked to have known these things when I was 21 years old. But at 20 years old, I was one of the ones who organized the takeover land in the States, to take that land back. We started out, we took 612 acres. Today, it's almost 10,000 acres. And we're working to keep taking more land all the time. One thing is hard. Too many of our people are looking for individual power. They want to be the boss. They want to be the rulers. You have the United 32 acres. The people went and fought for that land. And today there's a dictator over there. You know, Kanyanga, there's a dictator over there. LORAN, there's dictators over there. Everywhere we have dictators. Every time our people fight for something, they take it away from our people. It's like when the people here in Australia took the properties, they got Australia back. They took other lands. But the people have no say. The so-called leaders are the ones who now control all these things. Our people have to stop giving the power over to people who do not serve the interests of our people. That's what our people need to understand that. Our people need to understand that they are free people. They have the right to think on their own. They have the right to make decisions. We cannot allow decisions to be made for us. Our longhouses don't operate the way it was before. Today, the Magna Carta is what applies in our longhouses. The Magna Carta was a law where in Europe, only the kings and the royalty had say. Then they created a law called the Magna Carta where they gave certain lords authority and responsibility over land. And the majority of the people were peasants, basically slaves. And these serfs owned the peasants. That's why you hear the stories about Robin Hood and this and that. Because even in Europe they were fighting these same oppressions. Over here, the Canadian government, the American government, the Ontario government, Quebec government, New York government, all these governments are keep saying, well, this is who we recognize. Recognize them all you want. Because recognition does not mean they're Oklahoma. Recognition means they have agreed to subject themselves to all the laws, rules, and regulations of Canada and the United States. That's what recognition means. Doesn't recognize that you're Oklahoma. It says that you're an American and a Canadian. And the thing is that you cannot say these people work for you. Do you pay them? The people work for whoever pays them. It's that money. Right now, we, the people, can't seem to organize to develop an economy of some sort, to be able to support our families, to be able to support our struggle. We're looking for somebody else to pick up the tab. We're afraid to make sacrifices. In 1974, we gave up the colored TVs, we gave up the electricity, we gave up everything. We dragged a wood-burning stove with kerosene lamps into the forest. And we lived like that for 3 years. We didn't even have snow plows. We had horses. We made a plow. The horses dragged it so we could have roads. And we were right in the snow belt. We used to go to 50 below zero temperatures. Every day we had to go on the roof and shovel the snow off the roof, or else our homes would have caved in. But that was sacrifice. I didn't do it because I wanted now, I'm going to make that life for me. I did it because who's doing something for our children? Today, I fought for that. For years, I dedicated myself. They had no money. I used to come back. I go iron work. I go do work in a factory. I go do everything to make enough money, put enough time in to get unemployment. Then I would take that and I would go back with a car and I would pay my own way to do the public relations, to travel around, to try to get support and help for our people. But I can only speak for me. My grandfather and my grandmother came. My grandfather took up arms to defend the territory. My father was there. My uncles, my aunts, my family, all there. There were other families there. But we made a commitment. We made the commitment. We decided and we did it. Today I'm not there, but I keep telling the young people, there are 10,000 acres over there. If you do not want to live under the rule of the white man, go over there and take your place. And have the strength to straighten out what's going on over there. And bring it back to the wish and the will of the people. We need something to be done. I talk to the young people. I say, I can only tell you what I know worked. You're not going to change what's going on here in Oswego. You're not going to change it. It's only going to get worse. But those who have the mind and who are willing to search out the people of like minds, choose another place, build a new community. That's the best answer I can give anybody. You start new. Don't try to fix something that is damaged so bad it's beyond repair. It's not going to happen. Because if you're going to stay here, you're going to spend the next 100 years fighting with your own people. Why don't you take that 100 years and build a future for the generations that are coming? Build 100 years. Don't fight 100 years. But start learning what the center goal. Start learning your language. Don't just speak that language. Start living that language. The language will guide you. Will guide. All these teachings our ancestors gave us, that's what will guide you. Not the white man's paper. The white man, every time he does something wrong to us, he says it's legal. But he doesn't say it's right, he just says it's legal. That land I'm taking from you is legally mine now, he says. It's a thief telling you that he has the right to do this. But the thing is not all right, because it's not right what he's doing. When he put a bounty on Oklahoma and had to scalp them, he says that's legal, but it wasn't right. He said it was legal to steal hundreds of thousands of Oklahoma children and stick them in residential schools and abuse them. He says it's legal, but it wasn't right. Every time he does something right, it's his grandchildren that step up and say, we're sorry. But sorry don't cut it. In our culture, there's no such thing as an apology. You never say, I'm sorry, we don't have a word for it. We say, fix the wrong. Don't apologize for it, because apology doesn't fix nothing. What our people need is to make up their minds and start working together, and then start going back for land. If you have no land, you have nothing. You have no land, you got no place to build your home. You have no land, you got no place to raise your food. You got no land, you got no place for your children to play. Ohuta. That's what you gotta go for. Ohuta. I can keep coming here for as long as I live. And I can keep telling you things. But if nobody's gonna listen, nobody's gonna take that knowledge and act upon it, I might as well talk to a bunch of firewoods, put it on a bench, because that's what happens even in the longhouse. It's like, you can pray all you want, you can sing and dance all you want, and you can feel good momentarily, but that's just instant gratification. It's like when you get hungry. Go to the drive-thru in McDonald's. You'll take away your hunger and you'll be gratified. But you got long-term misery, because now you've got diabetes, you got heart trouble, you got everything wrong with you. That's what's happening to us. We do little ceremonies, little powwows, we invite people, we do all these crazy things and that. And we're all happy, we meet old friends. But we all leave part and we go back to the same miserable lives that we came from. We got to make up our minds. We have to find the people of like minds. There's no use taking somebody with you that you're only going to argue and fight with. Take people of like minds. Because of the like minds that went into Moss Lake, we got the land back. And the United States government, the state of New York said, oh, we have, this is New York State land, this is U.S. land. No, it's not. Because you stole something doesn't mean it's yours. But we're repossessing it. We didn't make a land claim, we repossessed our land. That somebody stole our car, we went back and repossessed our car. Action speaks louder than words. You're right. But the thing is that I can only tell you my experiences, I can only tell you what I've done. And I can only encourage the young people. But I'm not saying it's only for young people. Because when we went to Moss Lake, my grandmother and my grandfather came. And my grandfather, back in the 50s, I was 5 years old in my first land occupation. That was in the Mohawk Valley, near Fonda, New York. My grandfather organized and led a group, and we took over land over there. That issue was never resolved. But we had to leave. And I always ask my grandmother, why did we leave? She says, listen and learn. So someday we're going to go back. 15 years later, we went back. And we're still holding the land. And that was a project that was supported by the whole Confederacy. And that was a warrior project. It was a warrior project in the whole Confederacy. Even here, the council at the Longhouse backed us up. Onondaga Council, Tonawondas, all of them, the Oneidas, Tuscaroras, Cayugas, everybody backed it up. And that's what we went with. We went with the support. We don't care if it was political support or moral support, but we went there and committed the action. That's how it's done. I'm going to have to kind of wrap it up, and I hope I kind of address, I don't have a magic pill. but I got words that can try to help to incite somebody to do something.
What is our word for Indian? No, that's us. I'm not the Indian. I'm a Hungarian. That's what I understand. That's why I'm asking you. What is our word for that?
Indians are not a people. They're not a people. An Indian is a corporation. And so anybody could be an Indian. And that's why they say you go by the status. Status doesn't mean you're an Indian. It just means that you are a part of this corporation. That's what a status is. That's what an Indian is. Because the thing is, they wanted us to forget who we are. That's why they didn't call us Ganyangahaga, they called us Mohawk. Then they turn around the Lakota, they called them Sioux. They turn around, they call the Dene, they called them Navajo. They turn around, they call the people in Florida, they called them Seminoles. They called the Gaduaaga, they called them Lumbees. They're always trying to change so we forget our identity, who we are. We're Uwahunwa. The lands we come from is the description. We say, this is the land where I come from. Ganyange, Oniutaageke, Onutake. But you're not a hill person. You're Uwahunwa. It's just that you live in the land of the hills.
So why are we accepting Aboriginal? Aboriginal is, I might be original, but I'm sure not ab. You look right in the dictionary, the ab is
Not normal.
somebody who is abnormal.
See, there are those of us who have never accepted those words, and we don't even accept indigenous.
It just hurts me so badly.
Yeah.
I want that erased, and we need it erased.
That's right. That's why we encourage.
Indian is wrong too.
Yeah.
We have the Indians, the East Indians here now.
Yeah.
They made a mistake there too. We're Ongwe.
Yeah.
We're indigenous to this country. This is our country.
All oppressive.
See, even that word indigenous, I don't even like using that word. I say, Kohnuyu Ganageratu. Kohnuyu Ganageratu. This is, we are born of this land. We are what the land is. That's why every Ngwahonwe is asked, what is the land like where you come from? Because you're of the land. Indigenous, and all those are not our language. And the thing is, they like to change the interpretation of their words. And that, and we got to stop this. We have to start calling ourselves Ngwahonwe. And nothing else. We're Ngwahonwe. That's why every Ngwahonwe people in the Western Hemisphere, we call them Ngwahonwe.
Our language.
Our language. And if in our language we say Ngwahonwe, Anishinaabe is the same translation. Dene is the same translation. Lakota is the same translation. Everywhere you go, the translation is the same. Because we have the same philosophy and the same principles. We have the same memory. And we all say, the Watate. We are all brothers and sisters. Because we have our mother. She's the mother of us all. Just because we sound our words differently, our words are really the same. Same meanings. The same respect for one another, the same love for one another. It's always been the same. But with the propaganda, with the brainwashing and everything else, with their churches established in our communities, the thing is, in our language, what do we call the priest? Ratihonstatsi. Why do we call him Ratihonstatsi? And what does Ratihonstatsi mean? It means he who is burnt to a crisp. Ratihonstatsi. And we burnt him. Why? Because he committed espionage against our people. And that's a capital offense in anywhere in the world. And when we found out, we burnt 7 of them. But they only talk about 2 of them, Lalema and Brebeuf, but we burnt them all. And the thing is, we didn't burn them because we wanted to. Our way to execute somebody was 1 blow to the head with a war club. instant death, no suffering. But we always even showed respect to the enemy, and we said, what is your preference of death? And they said, we want you to burn us. Because Valdemar and Brebeuf made statements when they went back to France. They said, we're going back to the Americas, and we will be martyrs. So the way to become a martyr at that time was to be burnt at the stake, like Joan of Arc. That's how they did it. And they asked us to burn them, and our people said, you're nuts, but we'll grant you your last wish. And so we burnt them. And that's why that's all that was left, was them little crispy critters. So they're the original crispy critters of North America.
Today, we're few of us, so I think it would be better if we could join the tables here, come on up closer so we can have a personal discussion about things. We do have a bit of an agenda, and I believe today that the speakers will be talking about the individual articles of Guyana Goa, and with that there'll be plenty of questioning as well, because that's the purpose of today. We've talked about earlier, yesterday, that the recitals would and do tell the story about how this came about. And while that's important, it's a very long dialogue to listen to that story, and it takes a long time. And from what I understand, we hardly ever get to the portion where we are actually discussing the articles of law and the operation of how Grand Council operates. So this being our guide for the seating arrangement, there's also a complete dialogue as to how the decision-making process occurs, because that whole process is very important to be aware of. It's the Constitution, if we call it that. Zini wari hoda. Zini ote wasmogenu hase, nene rowen down, nene skona lunis. So, Lulu Shunido, the peacemaker, the Gadawida, and Ayawahta, when they got together, they spent, it says in the telling of it, it says that they spent a year preparing before they even went out to the Ganyakehaga people to try to tell them about this, how peace would come to be, and how he gathered back the families. And this whole philosophy is about family. And we spoke about it many, many times. Many people talked about the different components of the family. And so this being the organization of the bigger family, in other words, our extended family, our neighbors, our cousins, we talk about it. And so when we have a common issue in the Grand Council is when all the nations get together, because it affects everyone in the different nations, and it affects them all in a little bit different way. And so now, as it's similar in the way we are living today, because our communities are so separated. We've got Wahta, we've got Kanasadage, we've got Kanawage, we've got Akwesasne, we've got Ganyange, we've got Six Nations, and we're all over the place. And there's a number of things that have affected how this operates and how we're trying to hold it together, and a number of issues, contemporary issues, that have interfered with the operation of it. So we have to first look at, I think, I could be wrong, and you can all correct me if I'm wrong, is we need to reorganize our families. In other words, know how to conduct the smaller groups, our clan family, how to gather information, how that's going to unfold, and how it's going to unfold with the larger issues. The larger issues these days being the duplication of titles, for instance. And knowing that the titles now have been duplicated, how do they operate because originally there were no duplications. Originally, it was small enough that it wasn't necessary. Now we have different kinds of situations going on. There's a different kind of situation going on, different concerns in Akwesasne. There's different concerns in Wachta, and so they still need an operating system. Here at Six Nations, there's no difference. And we can talk about the conditions that we're faced with right now. Right here at Six Nations, our seats are not full. There's much disaccord when it comes to who in the family is correct, because over the years, we borrowed so many people back and forth, and those people that have been borrowed to fill certain positions think that it's in their family. And so there's so much to unravel, and those are the things that we need to be talking about based on the foundation. This wampum here is the foundation, and there's nothing wrong with the foundation. The foundation is still there, it's just not being used correctly anymore. It crumbled, and there's a reason why it crumbled. And those are the issues that we need to talk about to say, how do we repair the cracks? How do we repair the crumble? How do we reinstate our families? How do we empower our families so that we can survive, not only survive, but thrive? When we're together, just remember this one principle that the Ganawida left us with. And he said, when we're united, he gathered the arrows together and he held them up. One you can break. You put the 5 together, and it's impossible to break. And that's what we need to be thinking about. Those, I think, are the principles that bring us together to be talked about. And so we need starting places, and we need ideas. We need practical ways to say, what is the next step? We can complain as much as we want, and I think we might not yet be complained out, and nobody's heard all our grievances, but at the same time, knowing what the situation is right now, we know it's not acceptable. What would be the practical next steps to bringing this back together? I think the first step is what we're doing right now. And it's understanding what the foundation is.
You know, we had a full day yesterday, and there was a lot of information put out yesterday. I think too much information yesterday. What I believe, my good friend opened it up, is that we have a dialogue. Each one of us has a story. Each one of us has a question. How do I fit in to where am I in the circle? What is my responsibility? What is my job? How can I make this stronger? How can I make a path for my children? How can I make a path for my grandchildren so that they're sincerely happy, lovingful inside the circle? I want to hear from you. I want to hear what's in your heart, what's your concern. I know there's a lot of issues. We get tripped up by so many things. Yesterday we heard about how important it is, the first steps of a newborn child into the introductory to the Yugyokwaan Act. The first day of a baby belongs inside the circle. How do we secure that this Diyugyukwanaktu is a comfortable place for everybody. You know, last week we were in Ganawag to visit, and this friend of mine, real close friend of mine, an elder in the community, she says to me, she says, Abdul Yadav, you told somebody about what words are put through when a child first comes into this world, at the birthing. And I thought about it, and it's true that there have been occasions where people are asked to participate in the birthing. A new baby comes to this world, to welcome that baby to this world. I had not thought about it in terms of community. I thought about it for that family. What does that baby, what clan does that baby belong to? Needs to know. So you announce, you welcome that baby. Doesn't have a name yet. You say, Urihuyo Mtawahe, Nenegohno Waksewe, Jiyo Majate. It is real that you have come to this world, that you have special gifts that you will be bringing to this world. Each person, each one of you, each one of us has special gifts that we bring to this world. And it's the difficulty, it's the job to find out where those gifts are, where those personal gifts, the gift of memory, the gift of speaking, the gift of guidance, all sorts of things. It all belongs in here, as we belong in here. So at the very moment when we enter this world, it should be conscious to us about this circle. That's our binding purpose. We all belong in there. It's our comfort zone. It's our protectorate. It's our handle. But today, we don't even know about it. Nobody has taught us. Nobody spent time explaining it to us, just only very recently. I've heard about it for a number of years, but it was more like a symbol. I heard about it as more as like symbolic, but really, in fact, it's our life ways. It's the fabric that holds community together. So, that's what I'm going to talk about. What do you think? What do you believe that the Yugyoguanaktu is? Let's start talking to one another. Because, understand this, it may not sound the most intelligent explanation. You might feel uncomfortable to say what you think. But think about the rest of the people. They all feel the same way. We all feel inadequate to really say what's our relationship to that circle and to one another. How do we address Kamisnaksara? How do we talk to Rudianesu if we can't talk about the Yugyoguanaktu? We gotta have a base of our understanding in order to raise the issues properly. I said this yesterday twice. I said, we're so lucky. You Padera Suyo. We're so fortunate that this has survived in our tradition. It has survived. It's been strong all the way through, but it has survived. We have a way in which we can pattern our unity. We can pattern our togetherness. We can pattern our workability to the Yugyo Kwanhakt. Just think about it for a while. It's a good tool. It's an amazing, wonderful, simple. It's not complicated. There's no fancy scientific equation. It's only to hold out your hand, to extend your hand in friendship and say, Sego, Skinagoga. It's like when you greet somebody in the beginning of the day, Sego, Skinagoga. What you're saying is peace. Sego is peace. Are you at peace? That's how we greet one another. A lot of people know the word, but they don't know what it means. Sego, Skinagoga. Peace. Are you well? That's how we greet one another. It's in that Yugyo. In there is Skana, peace, a comfort. There's another word in our language. I find it so beautiful. The tone that we use, the tone of voice that we use to one another. It says, you wanna now. Lukewarm words. Imagine that. It even explains what tone we should use. You wanna now. It's beautiful. Anyway, I thought this morning, I was thinking, what would be the best for everybody? And I thought, we need to have a dialogue. We need to feel a little bit more comfortable to say what we want out of this gathering. What do I want out of this gathering? How can you help me? How can this gathering help me feel more comfortable in my quest to learn about who we are, to continue to learn who we are? What are the tools? What are the encouragements? What are the helping articles for me to communicate so that I have a better understanding about the concerns I have and that I could ask somebody. Sometimes the hardest part about going after the answer is, how do you ask the question? It is, it's hard to learn how to ask the question. So I thought maybe we could use this morning to develop that. I know everybody's shy. I know nobody wants to get up and say it. That's just our nature. They would say stop. Just one more thing before I put this microphone down. I come across a lot of people that are expressing to learn the language, to learn our language. There are all different degrees of people wanting to learn the language. They're trying hard. Everybody's trying their own ways. They use tape recorders and they use the internet. They use all kinds of ways to learn the language. I say to them, what's in the way of you really learning faster? Because I don't know how to do that because I've always had the language. I've never been without. So I don't know how they feel. But I know this for a fact. It's They're not shy. They're just pretending to be shy. It's a difference. We learned it, I don't know where we got it, but we're afraid to make a little bit mistake in the language because people are going to laugh at us. Well, heck, we make all kinds of mistakes in English. And all we do is back it up, repeat ourselves, correct it, and go on. How come we have a standard in English that we don't have a standard in Manila? Just never mind if you make a mistake, just repeat yourself, correct yourself, best you can, go. And I think that applies to this gathering. Don't pretend you're shy. Get some courage. Get that, that gut feeling that you've always been, you wonder about it before you fall asleep at night. You wonder about it when you get up in the morning. How am I going to do this? Do I really know how to make that mush so that the Haduis will have a feast? Do I know how to do washing corn? Do I know any other songs? Can I learn some of the songs? Can I help the society? Can I help different society? Can I help in medicine ways? What can I do today to continue our traditional way of life? Everybody has a contribution. Everybody. So it's not big things that we should do. It's just small interpersonal things that we need to do to ask that question, to learn, to continue to grow. Because we live in a world of so much interruption. Our world is full of interruption. We've got the interruption of the chaos in the politics of our world. There's so much stuff coming at us. The white man's political world is pounded into our mind through the television. This morning I was watching this murder in Chicago, Illinois. Some people just shoot themselves, but that's what's on the news, So there's nothing in there about what we should do to have peace. There's nothing in there to do about where do we get the information about except from each other? It doesn't grow anywhere else except among our people. The is uniquely ours. We should share it with the world, but we have to learn it first. So that's what I think. I think we should have a discussion. Donald.
When I look at that Joe and all the things that we've been doing, I don't see it as that. What I see is those strings that all come to the middle, and other dog was supposed to be on the top, to do a roll call, so to speak, to bring all the clans, to acknowledge all the clans. But when I look at this today, in our day in society, I see all of these clans are on the outside. They're no longer in the circle. How, and this is what we have to think about, how can we take those wampum strings of our clans and bring them back into the circle? And having the proper person at the very top where that longest string is, I think is Aranaho. Am I right?
No.
No?
The outside is double. The outside is up, it says one.
Yeah, but what is that long one for? That's what I'm saying. Okay? Now, who do we have sitting there to do the roll call and put all the clans back into that circle? He hasn't been doing his job, right? And see the way I look at it, this house is broke. And us as being Ginagahaga, we need to, our house, we need to straighten our own house first. Because right now we got 4 other houses that are broke as well. And what I see and what I've seen in the last couple of days is nobody wants to participate in fixing this. But everybody wants to condemn what we're doing here today. So how do we fix that? And then I strongly believe it starts with us. And I hate to say it, but it's gonna have to be the Mohawks that get this thing going, and then hopefully everybody else that will come along and, want to help the Oneidas. I know they got their stuff together. But that's what we have to do. We're trying to fix that when the other ones don't want to participate. So how do we do that? So that's what I strongly believe, that this thing is broke. Everybody's on the outside. We need to do roll call and get them back in the circle. So that's just my thoughts, food for thought.
Does this thing bite?
Yes.
Yeah, I wrote last week about the factionalism across other communities, and we still have a habit of talking in terms of reserves instead of the totality of ourselves as people. And we got caught into this. Each of our reserves has its own character, it has its own set of problems, but we're all the same people. We all have the same rules, not really rules, but their code of conduct as to how we're to conduct our lives. And I should have introduced myself. I don't know how many people know me, except people I know. DELARONDE Yongyats, Ganigahagani, Nog Walking On, and Chikande, Nidi Walking On. Yeah? And the struggle is to get people to put their self aside. The thing that I find missing is humility. We run into the lack of humility in many ways. In the way people accumulate wealth when there are people starving in our own communities. It's a reality. It's tearing communities apart like Wapta. Terrible. My own community, Gondege. Here, the differences are everywhere. We see them. We struggle with things that are really the outcome of colonization. The Handsome Lake Code, our fighting between longhouses. Oh, those guys are Handsome Lake. Oh, those guys, they call themselves traditional, but they don't know what they're doing. These things all tear us apart. I was telling Paul earlier today, I was at a funeral when I lived here. They conducted it in the Baptist church. And as part of this, the Mohawk Ganya Deha man stood up, and he was the preacher, and in his preaching, he said all those traditional people are going to go to hell. He told us I had to leave because I had been abused as a child in a church situation. You know? So, self. I'm a Christian. I'm Handsome Lake. I'm a successful entrepreneur. I have money. I have privilege. It's all I. This is all I. Or we, our select little club. That's the biggest thing I see that we need to break down. We need to find people who are humble people, who give what they have freely with no expectation of return. share what they have off the land with no expectation of return. But when they see this person over here getting their hydro turned off by the band council because they don't have enough money, well, you give them the money if you got it, or at least what, the 20 bucks you got in your wallet. We don't see that kind of humility being practiced, and we don't recognize it. So one of the things we need to do is look at ourselves. Look at ourselves very critically. Look at our behaviors. Look at the things we do and the things we say. Are we acting with humility? Are we acting from a place of self? We need to think communal, because this whole culture is communal-based. Now we go.
So, my name is Tiohuelo Stacy Boots. I've heard a lot of great words in what this is in our family, that it's broken, or there's something wrong, or there's something wrong with this. It's just that we put it down. It's like our tools. Well, I'm a tradesman. If I don't have the right tool, I can't do that job. I heard too that we all have different responsibilities, and we have our songs and our traditional ways and how we do things. That's all of us. That's part of that family. Like what she said, we all have a part of this. We all have a part of that. Every little string, there's a different meaning to it. Everything that we do in our lives, there's a meaning to it. Our decisions that we make. I really want to thank all of you for coming here. Feels real good. I've listened, sorry. I've listened a long time, and I've used these things that you've been saying. You have to clean your ears. You have to clean, like when somebody passes away, you gotta wash their hair. You gotta do things to get that off you. When you walk in the door, you have some things in mind that you want to talk about, what you want to talk about here, and what you want to hear. You have a way of what your being is. Now, keeping an open mind, I've learned a long time ago, keep an open mind with what people say and how they conduct themselves. Elder, a long time ago, it was a big problem in our possession. We had a great big problem, and I sat behind him all my life listening. And his great words all my life. This is difficult. He was saying something in a tribal building, and it was disturbing to me because he always was a traditional person and wouldn't go into that system. We've learned that, and we've always taught ourselves that it's you're gonna alienate yourself if you go into that system. But it was turmoil at the time. So he told me, well, he told everybody in the room, just like this. He says, watch your leaders, watch who is leading you, and watch how you follow them. Watch how their actions are. Watch how it's going and their words. And I held on to that. It was hard at the time. It's still hard. You can tell, right? You can feel it. So that's one of my messages. Just be who you are. Take these things in and let it soak in your mind. We're going to make a difference today. Because if one person turns around and makes a difference by our words and what you listen to, it's working. That is working. Now those tools, like I said, it's your tools. We have cars, we have all these, you have a bank account, whatever, right? It's a tool to use. That's all it is. It's how you use it. You don't take a spud wrench to a carpenter to build a house. I'm a full tradesman. I really wanted to thank all of you for being here. I've heard this was coming up, and I didn't know it was yesterday, and that's why I'm here today. I found out. I wasn't here yesterday. You always have really good words. You will always have really good words. Sometimes you need to scold us to get us back on that track. That tool, there's a tool there, so. Y'all will go.
And we should all know about our ways. Jitniguali Hodo. And Tigo, Jogan Hostum. They, and the what it in how to keep that love in our community. And I seen something last night I was reading, and it said about love, knowledge, and food. And it made a lot of sense, because every time we gather together, we always have food to acknowledge what we're doing. So in that circle, and I remember my husband talking about that, that's the people and their ways, how we give greetings and thanksgiving, our 4 ceremonies, Aduma, Ganeho, Astoagoa, Datno, Gayendawano. So the men's naming ceremony, the Great Feather Dance, when we have ceremonies, we honor the Creator. And also the Peach Stone Ball Game. And that determines which of the, who are going to be the leaders for the next calendar year. So we have a lot of teachings, and they all came about through the little Nishoni, the peacemaker, who brought this way of life to us. And we still have it. And I'm so proud that you guys are here today. Because any one of us, maybe we'll all be gone home next week. What are you going to do, people? Are you learning your language? And the other thing is, my husband always reminded people, you know, he always went to council. And they always had differences. And he always meant and reminded them, to have that love in your heart. Maybe we might not all agree, but we have to show love, respect. And we want to be respected, but do we respect ourselves first? Do we carry ourselves in a good way? Are we honest? Do we have compassion? Again, it's about, you know, our family in that circle. And the chiefs are on the outside holding that tree up. That's Gono Yeseskoa, the great tree of peace. And under there has been buried the weapons of war. And that's what the design of the peacemakers was, that we shall never go to war, we shall never shed blood. And I hope people remember that. To have that peace of mind, skano asano dunyo, skano angano dunyo, jetko. Datno desanamalo koke ongwe. No matter who they are, my husband had many friends. Most of these people here deeply respected him. And he's here to helping me right now to speak. And just to remind you, because we have everything we need. I mean, I'm very gifted. I can make belts, I can make onagoha, or the real wampum. I know about the ceremonies, I know their origin. What else? Oh, I can make gajisas, I can make a mask. because people need those. That's our medicine, gano kwastra. And that's what's in that circle. How are we going to help one another? And I can teach people how to do that. So we have a big job on our hands. We have a big responsibility. Another thing is, when my family was together at home, you know, we cut wood together for the winter. And if we couldn't cut wood, then all those young men would come and they'd spend a day, go in the bush and cut wood, and then I would cook a big dinner and feed all of them, 12 of them. What a good feeling. There's so many good memories, and we all have those good memories, and that's what we're here for, to share those good memories. Take in our hearts what the good things are. So another thing is we have to take responsibility for planting our food, even if it's a little garden, maybe the size of my table. But at least you have something to eat. And maybe you can even can it, you can dry the food or put it away for the winter. But at least you're doing it and you're showing your family, Sakwajali. How we're gonna save those foods, how we're gonna survive. I still burn wood at the house. So it's a wonderful feeling, all those things we have. So I want to encourage you, you know, to stay together, learn as much as you can, and I'm so proud of our young people, from K to post-secondary. So they're learning the language, and they're learning the ceremonies, and they're going to Longhouse, and they're doing those aduma. They're doing the feast for the dead. It's a so beautiful thing what the young people are doing. But we still need our speakers, our elders. And we got a lot of work, and we better do it fast because they're going to go soon. We take in our hearts what we hear that's good, and to keep us together. The other thing too is I spoke about blood quantum in a couple of times. You know, that doesn't belong to us, and we have to stop that too. There's a story I'm going to share with you, and it's about when my husband was a young man and he was in Cattaraugus. He went to I don't know, Gayuil maybe, or the recital of the Great Law or something, and this man was speaking. He was head of the Longhouse. He was dressed in his suit. He was speaking Seneca, but he was pure white man. And so him and his dad were sitting on the bench, and so after things were over, and he said, and here it was during the wartime, this young boy, the Seneca family, this man and woman, they took in this baby, this young boy, and they raised him. They raised him in the language, raised him to be a speaker, and then he became a head of the Longhouse. So the other question was, where is he going to go when he passes? So he did a great deed for our people. You know, they depended on him. There was no one else to speak but this white man. But he was pure Indian heart inside. So we have to stop judging one another. And another thing too, my husband said, and it's all in that circle. Dosa asa no totne, dosa asa na skoni ne ungwe. Don't you try to tell someone else how to think, because the Creator gave us a mind to think for ourselves what is good and what isn't. And we have to use kind words. Because we're all in this together. And we have to pull together and help one another. In the circle we have our ceremonies. They go here and go, we need to know about the origin, how the clans came about. And that's the first thing, how to give Thanksgiving. And all the belts too, they're just not about treaties, they're about our origin. We have one here on the table about bringing how the clans came about, and why we have two sides of the clans, two moetis. So if the three brothers, the Mohawks, have a death, which I am part of, then it's up to the Onondagas to come over and console our family and do all the funeral speeches, the wakes. So there's a big responsibility here we have, and we need to remind one another. Well, so if you really want, and if you really desire, if you want to help our people, we need to visit more often. We don't do that anymore. I remember growing up as a kid, we used to have people come and stay for a week or 2 weeks, sometimes a month, and they help with the cooking or haying or feeding cows or gardening, cutting wood, whatever needed to be done. And then at night or after dinner, we'd sit down and talk. So that's why we're forgetting. I remember my husband saying the same thing. There's quite a few of you in the room that attended the classes at the house in early days, in the heydays. So that's why we've lost a lot of our ways. We have to have that love in our heart and compassion.
Our intention is for a deeper understanding of the foundations. In the articles of our Constitution, if we're looking at each and all the articles, you're going to find that the first part, and I'm not sure exactly what number it is, it depends on which version you're looking at it, it was never divided up into sections like it is now. It's called Wampum 1, Wampum 2, and the rest. But we need to remember our original instructions. When Deganawida left us with this, the first part of it is the foundational operation of the Constitution. In other words, how we're to bring our families together. What is the construction of it? Where is the process? And we constantly need to remind ourselves of the process. That's the reason why it was said that we do this again. We recite this again. And so in a way, this is not a recital, but this is a symposium, so that we are discussing these things, and then we can bring those things that we really don't understand back to the surface and say, well, because things have changed a little bit, how do we address it? And so there's many of those issues that are coming to us. And so we know that we still need to refresh our memories. There are the young people that I can see have come in today. It's really, we are really so joyed to see your face here, and we welcome you, and here to again refresh the memory of this telling. This is our Constitution. And so what Deganawida said when he left, he said, this is not complete. He said he could not see into the future as far as he would like to. And he said, it's going to be up to you to put your minds together when times change to add on to these rafters that were the foundation of the original house. Remember, it was brought to us by our friend Larry here that when we're talking about this house, it's the earth that is the floor. And when we look into the sky, that's the roof. So we got the floor and the roof. In the east, we have the protectors. In the west, we have the protectors. And that's how they come to be the eldest brothers. And in the center is the Onondaga. So we're going to look at these articles again, and we'd like the conversation to go in that direction so that we're perfectly aligned into the further discussion, the question period. We will follow that, and so eager to ignite no one's
I enjoyed listening to everybody speaking, and last night, yesterday, the emotion of what we are going through as a people came out. There was some real sensitive emotion that was good to see being released, and there were some really hard core issues that came to the floor. Really good comment. We need to be listening to all of that. In order to bring to light what this is, we need to understand what each and every one of us are going through in our everyday lives. Being oppressed by a superpower, unlimited funds to bury you, to bury our minds, to stop us from thinking, how do we keep on being not an Indian, because they said an Indian's not a person. That's their law. But to us, is everything right there. Everything that we are is right there. I didn't know what to do other than, you see these two, I've explained that a couple of times, right? Again. How many people understand what that is? We're in bad shape if we don't understand what that natural thinking of creation and our responsibility is to that creation, if we don't know what it is. They're holding hands. That's why it goes round and round and round as it makes the circle. You can't take them apart. And if you listen carefully, that those two issues, holding hands together, working together in your subconscious, makes you a real human being, because it makes you think of everyone else and all that supports you, all that feeds you. That's what that is. It's not great big words. It's not a whole lots of responsibility. It's really simple. We just got to understand how to respect it Okay? So I wanted to show you something, very simple, very simple. The white man calls something in his language legalities, okay? The only difference is, every time he uses the word legality, it's when he's doing something against us and our interests, okay? Makes it possible for him to steal from us, okay? His legalities. All right, I wanted to show you one of these circles, okay? When we all come together to enjoy our company and to enjoy our responsibility during the different times of the year when we come together to give thanks in our festive ceremonies, if you want to call that. Today, that's what they're calling it. Yung wadong hahid.
Yeah.
A ceremony, you get dressed, you go to the lawn house and you sit there. And you look around and you look around and go, I wonder where they're going to have the corn soup. I'm getting hungry, right? But how many people are listening and watching and understanding what's going on? They open, the first thing they do is they open the ceremony. And the speaker of a good speaker, he can go on and on and on. 2 hours. Today we can't sit that long even though we got padded seats. We can't keep still long enough to listen to all of those words and what they mean, so we're thinking of something else nowadays. Okay? He's putting his understanding and trying to get used to listen to the understanding of our gratefulness. Every day, nature comes forward with their energy to feed us, to clothe us, so that we can breathe. What's going to happen if there's no more trees and they don't push forward anymore to make that oxygen? What's going to happen if there's no more animals? The responsibility is on our shoulder to take care of all of that. Make sure they're always there to do what they're supposed to do. Be healthy, so that when we need them, we can go there. Today, there are some people that say that's bad. There's groups all over the place. They're trying to stop us from hunting. But in our language, we call all animal life gayo. Gayo. And it means things that are killed to feed us. Gayo. It's that simple. Okay. But in front of that is Gari Horgueñost. When you go out and kill someone, you give thanks to that. It's real. The Simwarat for giving life to you now. You take its life so you as a people can survive as in this world. Okay? Responsibilities. In here, that first string, the first messages that were given to us, natural messages. Our ancestors watched the world and realized they didn't have television, they didn't have radio, they didn't have newspaper, they didn't have all of that. All they had was each other to think of what their world was all about. And they realized the importance of it. They realized their responsibility. And they put in place the 4 ceremonies, the major ceremony. Okay? And in those ceremonies, we do almost the same thing in each one of them. And one of them, the adun, okay, within those days, you're going to hear adun. That's an important one, because that is where our children is brought up to all of our people. Very precious, very important. We don't give them a name. English, using English, they say we give them a name. We can't give them a name because they're not going to be here forever. Okay? We have a certain amount of days that we're in this world. Okay. The children that come into the ceremony, we do it with pride. They come ahead. They bring the children. Our future. That's the way we see that. Our future. And we see that as a responsibility. Each and every one of us takes onto their shoulder the responsibility of raising that child. One people. When that child grows up, it's going to be a lot easier for us to come to a decision to go in one direction if we all take the time to teach each and every child that comes through that system. It says that right in the ceremony. I do those ceremonies and I don't see it happen. I keep wishing I would. You hold up the name, this is the name, maybe the name's that long. When you see that child running around this high, you see the other kids calling them a name this long.
Yeah.
Disrespectful of our language, of our culture. Why is that okay? Because along the way, there was residential schools. Along the way, there was a government out there that made a decision to take the Indian out of you. To make you understand in the back of your mind, your subconscious, that whenever that issue comes up, you're not going to want to hear it. You're not going to want to be proud of it. You're not going to want to be a part of it. That's what they put in your mind. You'll see that, some of our people. When you hold that baby up in that ceremony, you're introducing them. Look at this. Look at this baby, brand new. The mind of this new child that was sent to us.
I don't know where he is, I'm not home.
We don't know what this child is bringing to us. We don't know. But each and every one of us have a reason why we're here in this world. That's what's being said. Okay?
Yeah.
It is our responsibility to teach this new child everything of who and what we are as a people, one people. We have to do a good job to respect this new person, to be proud, stand straight and walk straight in the path that was given to us. To respect. And I give in front of everyone to you this new child, look at a beautiful, healthy child, and you hold the baby up, you show it around. Look, get to know this child. When he's crawling around or she is crawling around in the dirt, start teaching her or him. Speak to her or him in our language. But it's not happening. We go out of our way to speak so beautifully in English. We try our best to sound so sweet, so loving, everything in English to get to the subconscious of that brand new mind that's in that's like a sponge and taking everything in. And then we wonder why, when they get older, it's so difficult to teach them our language. Because now our language becomes a second language instead of ours, our first. Your first language is when you're thinking to yourself, you're using your language. You're thinking in your language. That's your first language. If you don't do it in your first language, then English is the major language that's coming out of your mind. Okay? So when that baby is held up there, we're introducing that baby to everyone, to get to know them, to respect them, to teach them. Then we go to the next. I'm a little emotional, I'm sorry, but it's because I don't see it happen, okay? It's beautiful. That baby is introduced to all of the nice things that are given to us in the natural world that hold the medicines that baby might need when it grows up. The medicines get to know the name that this baby is going to be carrying. The name of this baby in this clan, and this is the mother of this baby. Later on, the father comes up because he's sitting on the other side of the house. Okay? But it's introduced to the medicines because someday that name is going to have to be used in addressing the medicines for help. Then it's introduced to the different societies that we have that carry the medicine, different kind of medicines. Okay? More a spiritual medicine than a herbal medicine. It's all introduced to that. 3 times. A minimum of 3 times that name is to be announced there. That's a doom. That's one of them. That's one of them. The next one, it opens up. You young guys here, you're the protectors of our people. You watch over our people. As our people get older and older, they start getting bent over and having a hard time walking. They're the ones that took care of you when you were learning how to walk. They fed you when you were hungry. They gave you all the clothes that you needed. They froze outside so they could feed you, clothe you, give you what you needed. They did it whatever they could to help you. Now it's your turn to help them. We're seeing that less and less and less. And we see government out there supporting our older people. And in doing that, they pull the knowledge, all the knowledge that has been accumulated in thousands of years, being passed down to generation to generation. We see government put up nice new buildings built just for them, government. So we say to them, well, I can't take care of my grandma, I can't take care of my grandfather. Hey, there's a nice house over here, I'll put them over there, that way I'll be free, I can go anywhere I want to go. That's what's happening. We're taking that responsibility off of our shoulders and giving it to the oppressor. Okay? And it's because it costs us, because our knowledge, our intelligence is all put into a beautiful building someplace by itself. All of that stuff is talked about in that it's all talked about. When you young guys get up there, you're supposed to have a song. A song. You don't know how many days you're going to have here in this world. And you have a very important job. Our ancestors used to be singing their song on their way to a war, on their way to a battle that they don't know if they're going to make it through. But they sang their song because it says in our teachings, when you're coming home, when you're on your way home, meaning you're done with this world, you're on your way home, you're singing your song. That's what they say. That's why you need to have that song. Then, when that's all done, the men all finish singing their song, giving thanks for everything that they have been given in this world. When that's done, then it opens up. The speaker will say, okay, now we're going to make time for anyone that has been here watching who and what we are as a people. Anyone that wants to come back through the door and bring their mind back here. Leave all of that ridiculousness that our brothers with the light skin has put into our minds for his own benefit. You leave that outside. Don't bring it in here amongst our people. Leave it outside. If you can make that commitment, we will accept you back inside. We will bring you back inside. That's heavy. How many people can do that? When you're 5 years old like this and you go to church, all those things, every Sunday, and they cram into your subconscious. Can you leave that behind? That takes a lot of work not to bring it through the door. Because when we're having meetings in each one of these clans, when we're having meetings and there's an issue on the table, you may be the problem because you're bringing through that door into that meeting something to do with a cross. Teachings of that cross. Teachings of how to get to heaven instead of how are we going to survive in this world. This whole thing is based on this world. That's what our concern is. Each and every one of us are supposed to be thinking on the behalf of all of us, how are we going to survive in this world? As a people, sovereignty we talk about. In order to be that, you have to be independent. Feed yourself, clothe yourself, make your own laws, make your own way in this world. That's what that all means. Oh, when we shift into gear, it's our car. And we are going to steer that car. That's what it's saying. But we keep bringing in, oh, the white man's law. Oh, hey, we have to hire a lawyer. They are all committed under oath to protect their interests. But because we didn't take the time to teach everything about how to protect ourselves as a people, we run to the lawyer because we feel safe. We think they're going to protect us. Our protection is within us. We need to remember that. It's a very heavy ceremony when it comes to the adoption. Yesterday, you've seen the emotion of people when it came to what the white man brought to us. Oh, I'm a half Indian. I'm a half Italian. I'm a half, quarter, eighth. Oh, I'm not an Indian, I'm non-Indian now. But my great-great-grandmother was. Our ancestors used the law and their right as a people to take in people that committed to fight for their interests and to live in the way that our people lived and respected our world. 13 colonies discovered early, that was against their interests. That their own people were running away to go join the Indian villages. That was becoming a problem. But it became a bigger problem when they went to slavery. And the black people, as soon as they got to know the Indians and where they lived, they ran away and went to the Indians because they were free. Yeah. All of that stuff, it's taught right here of what we're supposed to do to make ourselves strong as a people. Your blood bank today, because of what government has done, the decisions they have put in place on convincing us, stay on the reservation, don't marry a non-Indian, it's against the law. It's going to disappear us. That's his law. See? Our law is to stay strong, healthy. And you can only do that if you have lots of people. Lots of people. Never mind the color. Never mind the color. What's in there? What is in here? How is it beating down here when it hears something over here that is going to cause the life of somebody that's in their circle? They're going to come forward and protect that. They're going to come forward and protect that human being, that Ungahuna. Keep our way alive. Adumwa. It's such a big issue in our longhouse ceremony. Okay. Adoptions. We need to put aside whatever the white man has decided for us that is going to empower him. We need to bring back to life a real Guyana let go. Not just something to talk about. We need something that is living each and every day. We need something. You know those belts over there are political history. All live. They're all alive. One word in there, gaswanta. Okay? The Onondagas, they talk a little bit different than we do. They say gasmanta. Okay? They speak through the nose. We speak through here more. Okay? But us, we would say gaswata. Gaswata. And it's more understandable to us because that belt is talking to us. The words have already been put into that. Now it's talking to us. We're just looking at it and talking to us. And what it is saying is, if you and another governing entity or another people have a problem, I'm the one that's going to put it out. I'll put out the fire. Gaswata. Okay? You put that belt there and you recite it. And it brings the minds back to where it's supposed to be. That's our way. That's real. That's real. Okay? We're at a very dangerous part in our history. The old people would say, our legs are at the end of the cliff, and they're dangling at the end of the cliff. And we're just waiting to be pushed over. That's how close we are. They're both sides. Both sides are working. The other side, the U.S. side, isn't working as openly as the Canadian side. But they're doing the same thing, to grab our land. And it's already got its people paid off that are going to say, yes, let me sign the line. They're going to be paid off. And we have to do something to protect our interests. We have to move. We have come to a point where we see, and I don't say this with disrespect and hate or whatever negative. I don't say it that way. I say it because it's happening to us. LORAN, that's supposed to be protecting us. They're supposed to be living the law, an example of our law, right here. They have ceremonies in their thoughts. They have in their thoughts. When they're sitting there, that's what they're supposed to be thinking. Those in mind, taking into consideration what is the problem confronting the safety of the people that give me the right to speak their mind. They're not leaders. We cannot call them leaders, and we have to remember that. A leader has the right to order you what to do. Our Rudiana don't have that right, because we hold that. We give the directives to the Rudiana through our clan system. There's a little misunderstanding when it comes to the law. Most of our law houses have a stove in the middle, right? The language, when there's issues in the well, they say, "Hola kadi di wajahunda." Then I got you what you go road, the tunubaya gara ne wajahiyakte. That's what's said, okay? It's got nothing to do with that stove in the middle of the house. But yet, our younger people now are understanding that stove plays a very important role in that whole process. They didn't have a stove when the Ganawida was around. They had a fire, a little campfire, okay? Or they might have been meeting out in the field. What they were talking about was Gahwajira. When the Gahwajira gets together, okay, my brothers and sisters of my family, when we get together, it turns to a fire. Yuwajahaya, it turns to in the language. Gahwajiragero, the sparks that are all over the place, the families meaning, that are all over the place have come together into the clan to discuss their issues. And now Rudi Jahaya, now it has come into a fire. Okay? What those words are saying is your mind, your decision has come to one direction, mindset. Now we have thrown over to your fire. You are also a fire on this side. Your family is meeting on the same issue. You are also discussing this. You're a fire. What does it say? You see, you gotta understand the language in what the language is saying, not what English is telling you what our language is saying. Doesn't mean the same thing. They're teaching in the schools, this is adequada. That's not what it means, a table. What it's describing is everywhere you put your food. This is where we put our food, adequada. Okay, gakwa, food. That's what you put. You can put it over here right now, you can put it here, and that could become that. Okay? The language is very important to what we're talking about here today. We need to understand that. We need to understand the importance of what we are saying. Like I said, the situation we are in, Rudiana are biting on us. They have turned on us as a people. They don't know it, maybe. They don't realize it, maybe. Maybe they've been blinded by other forces out there. We don't know. We just stand back here. We try to send out invitations, but they won't come. They won't come. And if we go there, we're an instant threat to them. So what do we do? What do we do? What did the peacemaker give us? How do we confront that? You know, in that ceremony, it goes right around, and it points out the responsibilities. Everything that they have to do, it points that out. They come over here and they talk to Rudian and Yudian and remind them of all their responsibilities to the people. Then they come over here and they talk to the women. Do the same thing, how important it is, their responsibility to our children, because they are the first to be teaching them. Then it comes over here. So what's going to get the goods over the way out? Are you young men that are here? It is talking to you specifically and reminding you of your role in our world. Your role is a big role in our world because you're young, you're healthy, you're able. You can defend our people. You can support our people. You can help our people. You can watch over our people. You can be the carriers of our messages. You can be the eyes out there in the world of our interests. Bring back the possible dangers that might be confronting us. That's your role. We have to remember though, orihuio. Make sure when you're hearing something, make sure it's not rumor. Orihuio. Make sure it's the real thing. I didn't say garihuio. I said orihuio. Okay. Truth. Okay. Real. Orihuio. See? You've got to be very careful with that word because it has been manipulated. And we're feeling it today. It broke the back of our people right here. It broke our back. How do we fix it? In a nice, understanding way in the beginning. We have to go that way to try to fix it. They are our brothers and sisters, our aunts and our uncles. We are all part of the same family, and we have to understand that. Someday, we will be going to those same personalities and asking for some kind of help. That's how family works. We don't want to just throw them out to the garbage. They are us. It's like cutting your arm off. So how do we do it? You just want to do it here. It's very important that it be done here because maybe I wanted to touch on that, I don't know. We have two Iroquois confederacies, right? We have become two, and it mixes things up. You got one in Onondaga, then you got the Oswego one. I remember when I was a kid, they never called it Six Nations. They always called it Oswego. Okay, Oswego. Not Oswego, that's today's. Oswego. And what it meant was where the water kind of moves upward. You know when you're riding a boat and all of a sudden your boat goes like this in the water because the water is pushing upward? I was told that's what it means. Somewhere around here in the Grand River, that's the way it is. That's why they call it Oswego. All right? Listen, our people were known for their intelligence. Our ancestors. You go back, American side, what happened over there with the white people? Okay. There was a time when the brothers fought with each other. What are we taught as family? What are we taught? When two brothers fight, stay away from that. Don't take sides. When a brother and sister fight, don't take sides. When a husband and wife fight, don't take sides. Why? Because they're going to come back together, and who's going to be the enemy? You. Because you took the other side. Right? That's That's what's gonna happen, right? Well, way back when, our ancestors saw that when Great Britain and the United States, what became the United States, start fighting. Colonies came to the Confederacy and asked them to sign in with them. The Confederacy thought about it. And their decision was, use our brothers. Use our brothers. We can't take sides. Use our brothers. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn over the ball here and put the fire on this issue. Put the fire on. We're going to stay neutral. Okay? They didn't take either side. But they added, but our men are free to fight if they choose. It's up to them. The reason why they did that is because some were mixed marriages already. Some were already had family on one side or the other. And naturally they're going to protect their family. And they said, but hopefully on the battlefield, if they see each other, they won't bring harm to each other as Uguahuma people. Our situation today, the other side over there says, when Grand River comes across the Rainbow Bridge, their horns get caught on the bridge. Yeah. They don't recognize them as Ridiani. What about the strategy that was used by our ancestors? Instead of making the situation worse, why don't they make it better? Come together and understand it was a strategy of our ancestors that those brothers are going to come back together and one side's going to win. We stayed neutral. Regardless what they say, we stayed neutral. We are still one people. So we need to bring that back to that one people today and confront both sides as one face, one mind, one body. We need to do that quickly. What people are saying is you have about 10 years. As a people, Uguahuma people, we have about 10 years. Canada's going to have everything in place. U.S. will have everything in place. And we're going to start. Especially those of us that want to stay the great law, we're going to go through some hard times if we don't do something and put our recreation mind to work on real issues. We have been taught to work so that we could have one day a week off to play and be ridiculous. Yeah, we've been taught that. And we see it in a lot of our younger people being ridiculous. And we're losing a lot of our young people because of it. So we need to somehow, the parents, the grandparents, need to talk to our young people in their homes seriously, very seriously. Sit them down and make them see the reality that is right dead in front of us. We need to move people. We need to make a decision. I'm sorry, I could have had another 3-4 days just to talk about the different things here, but I'll let Paul do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ngadi ngulare ke nona zwata de wayna da muhaje ne yanzu da wada sunra. Okay, we've just sort of touched the peak. This this morning on Gairi Diori Vagatini Diori Vakan. The four matters. It's really important to understand that part of it because it's the glue, it's the binding, it's the connection that we need to reabsorb. And this is the thing that when we were given the understanding that this is an oral tradition, that we need to be putting this into our heart first, and then tempering that with our mind so that our mind reflects that heartfelt energy that brought us together in the first place. And just a quick overview. This is not the first time that the principles of the Great Law came to our people. It was the original understanding, right when we were made into human beings. We were given these basic instructions, and there's a whole number of things that are attached to those instructions. And the instructions is how we are to conduct ourselves, how we are in relationship with not just people, but with all creation. We are all part of this creation. Remember that we are part energy, which comes from someplace up there. It's all around us. And we're part earth. And it's been brought together. And it's been brought together for a temporal time. And that's part of the original instructions. That one day, that's going to separate. He gave us this spark of life. And with that came these instructions with how we are to relate with all other life. Life of the earth, life of all the things that grow on earth, the animals, the birds, it goes into all of those things. That's why we remind ourselves with this, the opening, we call it the opening address. It's Gano Maradonsa. That it's those very first things that were given to us. And that reminds us. The things that have been spoken about today were the things that we did the tobacco burn with as well. And so that's all a mirror of what we're doing today. It's kind of like we have other metaphors like polishing the chain. And that is a metaphor because that chain needs to be polished all the time. It needs to be re-massaged. That's our way as original people. Original people means it's an oral tradition. And yes, we do have the written things as well, but that's an object. It's static. It means it's not alive. It's not alive until we interact with it, until we become part of it. And I think it was Galuyanoro who mentioned earlier today that what we really need is we need action. There's three things to this Gatnigo Rio that we need to understand. This is done in a circle, and if you can imagine three circles overlapping each other, you have Gatnigo Rio, which is the good mind, and in English there's probably 40 or 50 words that describe what are those principles of a good mind. How do we operate with a good mind? We've heard other comments about how we've been divided. It's by design that we've been divided. What we're doing right now is what the conqueror, the colonist, generally speaking, those that fit into that category,
They don't want this to happen. They don't want us to be of one mind. But yet, we're doing it. So, when we talk about being of good mind, it overlaps. When we are operating with good mind, what naturally happens is peace occurs. Which means, the word is talked about the sewing, but it's not really sewing, it's bringing those things together and then binding it together so it becomes strong. This is our challenge because there's three parts to it. So we have the good mind over here. When that happens, when that's full, we have peace. When peace is full, then we have strength because we're all together. There's also the inner part of it. And that inner part is idea, plan, action. Those three things tie together to make anything happen. So first of all, the idea was we're going to be polishing this idea. Two, what we need to be doing is with all the input that we're hearing from everyone, all together, we're working together. Our hands are together, our arms are together, and we look at each other with their own strengths. That's why we say we stand in a circle here. That's representative of what we're doing. We are binding ourselves together with one mind, with an idea. The idea then develops a plan of action. And the third part is the action. What is it that we are going to do from here? What's the plan that we need to put together today, tomorrow, and the day after? And then, who is going to be the ones to do what? Because we all have different energies, we have all different talents. That's why we're together, because we're using each other's talents for a common goal. And that common goal is the Hadigong Sadunje. Those little ones. Those babies, those faces we don't see yet, they're going to inherit this world. What are we leaving with them? What are we leaving them with? We're the ones that are responsible. When we know, it makes us responsible for the action. And even if a plan does not work, you don't scrap the idea. You go back to the planning stage. And you go back to the plan, you replan it. You gotta have plan B and plan C and plan Z, and we pass the alphabet to keep doing it over and over and over again until we achieved it. Our forefathers had achieved it. It's been mentioned a number of times here, I've heard that this is not the first time that we got off track. This is not the first time this circle got broken. The last time it happened and everybody was at war. And it was put back together. Likely in one lifetime. It was put back together. And it was that idea, plan, and action that made it happen. I encourage you to think about that and to take that into consideration when you hear the rest of the interpretation of Kahinardekoa.
Kagere de wano murada na wego ni gaso chati nutu. Ne wani wani sirade. Tadi yoni wate kenu murada ne ya tuti kwenye odige dokto. Ne kia jata hasenes na yawana sade wani guna yada nes kona gage ne wani guna sunga. I'd like to begin first is again extend a greeting to everybody that came here today, but also to the ones that were not able to make it here today. And that we could all come together to learn, understand, and become of like minds. We've heard a lot of things, and some of us have heard some of these things before. But as a child growing up, often your mother, your father, your grandmothers, your grandfathers, they repeat things over and over to you. And each time they repeat these things over to you, you start to get something else out of what they tell you. And that's why it's important. And when the formation of the League came together, was rebuilt again, it was decided that would be the way of our people, that we would have recitals of this every year. Every year, each of the 5 territories would have this recital. Take the words out of our wampum and again, enlighten the people or remind the people. And because white man adopted something from us, and he uses it as a weapon against people. When they get in trouble with their judicial system, their laws, right away, if a person says, I didn't know, the court right away says, ignorance is no excuse. Well, in our people, it was true. To play ignorant was no excuse, because every year a recital was done. Every 5 years, all of the 5 territories came together to listen to a recital the same way. So they always understood and knew things the same way. Today we look at Ojokwan Huxta, because this has always been a way of our people. I wish people would stop using the word, it's our law. This is not a law. This is our way. This is our way. Because we are a free people. Law is not required. Because if you have to have a law is to control your people. If there has to be a law, then your people are not free. You are not respected to be able to use your own mind, to reason for yourself, to work at it, to be a part of it, to build it. Instead, you're being dictated to. We should stop using that word law and always say, the way we are, our ways. Today we keep talking I mentioned yesterday today, this formula of counsel to resolve our differences through peaceful means is not Guyana de Goa. It's a part of Guyana de Goa. Guyana de Goa came when creation came. That's when Guyana de Goa came. Yoyana de Goa, the great, good, nice, the path that creation chose us. Guyana. That's Guyana de Goa. Our people, when we landed on this earth, or born from this earth, whatever, we had no language. We had no songs. We had no ceremonies. We had no culture. And we keep saying original instructions. We were not instructed. It was built into us. It was called instincts. Natural instincts. That's what creation provided us with. But not just us, the animals, the plants, the insects, the fish. They don't have language like the human today, but they still carry on. Why? natural instincts. One of the things that was put in us is we weren't like a bear, where a bear could be a solitary creature. The human is not a solitary creature. The human needs other humans. He needs companionship. So our people knew, by staying together, they could work together. Even though they had no language, they could work together. They worked together to gather food, to feed each other. And they realized in numbers they could hunt, and in numbers they could take bigger animals down. They were learning these things. Then they learned to communicate through sign language, through grunts and groans and whatever. But in time they started creating languages. As time went on, the languages became more sophisticated. Because today we'll talk about a creation story. But the first peoples never could relate to us what the first understanding of creation was about. So Wahadikarisa, they created stories. Created stories because the children would always ask. It is the most natural thing in a child, curiosity. If it's not for curiosity, you don't learn. And so the children would ask. And the grandmothers would tell these stories. The grandfathers would tell these stories. And they would grow up this way. And as time went on, we became more and more evolved. And to stress the importance of the creation for our children. And they were made to understand there's so much in the world. Zaczesam, because there's so much. It's a world of plenty. They taught the children, do not waste just because there's a lot. You don't waste. You respect everything. You respect the air, you respect the rain, you respect the thunder, the land, the fish, the animals, everything. You respect it all. That's why when you took a deer's life, you said, no, what could no marado? Dita satka we, zayakta. You take that deer. You take the spirit of the deer, that deer gave his flesh and body to you, so you could feed your children, you feed your family. And every time a hunter went, he took a younger person with him, so that young person would see you speaking to the spirit of that deer. Then he knows that when his time comes to do the hunting, he will repeat that. And that continuation of respect will always be there. When the grandmother went to pick medicine, she took those grandchildren with her. And she went, she found the medicine, she says, don't pick that one. Found another one, don't pick that one. The kid said, why? There might be only two left. And you have to have two to reproduce. So they went, and when they found a big patch of this medicine, then she says, now we can pick the medicine. Then she says, you kids go gather some sticks. The kids gathered the sticks. The grandmother made a fire. She took out her oil and she addressed the plant. And she said to the plant by name. Maybe she said, Ononoru, Ona Ise, Ogufezaro, I want to go on the Satkawe. Nega again Hatra. Diko na Hoshanoto, Ronum Hoktadi. Can you, Ononoru, give of yourself? Because I'm here, because someone couldn't make it here, and she named that person. She says he can't make it here, or she can't make it here. So I come on their behalf, and I ask you to give that power to help that person get well again. And she did all this, and the children are watching, and they're listening. And you know something? A grandchild, when they hear the grandmother and the grandfather talk, doing what they're doing, that will never be forgotten. They did not realize that it wasn't the plant that was being talked to. You talked at the plant, but you were really talking to the grandchildren. Because that's what the grandchildren see, is what they will continue to do, generation after generation after generation. And this is where we always remember to respect and acknowledge all of what creation provided for us. And so our people created ceremonies. And we have stories of how certain ceremonies came to us. When the maple started to run, when the strawberries started to come, when the raspberries started to come, and we started planting gardens, and we started getting the green beans, the green corn, the harvest. We had a lot of these ceremonies. And then, it was a good time. But being the way human beings are, emotion played a terrible role. Rumor and gossip played a terrible role. And it started to divide people. It made people argue with each other. It made brothers fight with each other. It made sisters separate from each other. And at first it was name calling. Then it was fist fighting. Then it was using weapons on each other. They started taking each other's lives. And for a great long time, wars were happening between our peoples. And always the grandmothers and the grandfathers, the mothers, they thought more about these things. Because men make war. The people have to live that war. And the grandfathers and grandmothers talk about what a terrible thing is happening. How it was not safe, where villages were being burned. People were made to go hungry, and so on. And so the old people put it together. They said, we need a new ceremony to unify our people. And they created a ceremony. And the main principle of this ceremony was called the Adumwa. It was a ceremony that was created for the people. It's to remind the people how much they need each other. And if they continue this way, they will cease to exist. And so, the first ceremony of the four, that ceremony was a people ceremony. It was a time we would all acknowledge one another. We would start to learn to love one another. We would respect whoever you are, what contributions you've made to the people. Whether you're Aroyaner or Ayagoyaner, or if you're the grandmothers, the grandfathers, the women, the men, the young people, everybody's contribution would be acknowledged. And so our people got united again because of that. But as time went on, we fell back into the same thing. Again, the rumors, the gossip, the hatreds, the jealousies. Again, we started to fight. Again, a long time our people went through all of this. Then they said, we have to do something. And so they created a ceremony called Ganohoro. It was a ceremony to remind the people what their responsibilities are and what the example of survival and consistency would be is the creation. They reminded the grandmothers that moon and you have the same responsibility. They said to the mothers, you have the same responsibility of this earth. They said to the men, you're just like that sun. They said to the relations, you're just like the water. Everything. We in the different stages of our life, we have that responsibility. And they said, see, creation, it continues to go on. It never stops. It's always giving. It survives. Because of the peace and harmony, that creation, the path it's showing us. That's why when we say Oyana, Kayana, it's Oyera, the direction. creation is taking us. That's what we have to that's what we have to follow. That's what we have to live by. That's what we need to remind each other of. Things got good again. Everybody was together. Every year they put those two ceremonies together. They put them through. Again, the same thing happened. We started arguing, fighting, eventually we created war. Again, it all started repeating itself. That just seems to be the way of the human. The old people again, they put another ceremony together. They call it DELARONDE. And everybody just says it's a peach stone game. It's not. It's about the appreciation of life. But if you want to benefit from life, you got to put your back into it. And the thing is, you can enjoy. You can enjoy life. You can enjoy doing what you're doing. You can see the benefits. How it benefits your people, your children, your grandchildren. How it will make you strong. It's about not just sitting under a tree and thinking creation is going to provide you with anything. Creation has always provided. But you got to get up and help yourselves. Creation provided you with everything perfect. Gave you a brain, gave you ears, eyes, gave you a nose, a mouth, it gave you 2 arms, 2 legs, a body, everything. You were created perfectly for everything that's there. Now you just had to use it. And use Onegura, that which will take care of you. And so, we got tree ceremony now. Again, things went well. Until again, it started the seeds of ugliness. And again, the wars started. It started happening. And our people, again, came up with an idea, a way in which to try to remedy this problem. And so, they got together and they created a ceremony called the Astungoa. Astungoa. And we created stories about this. We created a story about a peacemaker's journey. The story was for the children. To remind the children, to teach the children. Because every culture in the world has mythology. Every culture in the world creates stories for the children. To give the children a foundation. Things to work towards in life. As they grow, they analyze these things and they start to separate the fact from fiction. And this is how they start to go as part of the education process of our people. And so, this Astungoa came. And the purpose of this Astungoa, these strings that go around. This Astungoa, based on all the things from Astungoa, they say Kayanare Goa. But the thing is, at that time, our people didn't just create a ceremony. They created a formula to help the families, how to resolve their differences through peaceful means, through counsel. And the responsibilities. We hear our people throughout the years, when they talk, they say, this circle here is the people holding hands, or the Rudianes are holding hands. But that's not what our language told us. It said, it didn't say is that all of us, we have this here. That's our responsibility. All of us are responsible. And all of us have to do our part in taking those responsibilities and acting upon our responsibilities. In
in the story, they talk of that tree. And they say if that tree should ever fall, we are the tree. If we would ever fall, and the only hope we have is that we were responsible enough that we could raise our tree back up and that we could survive as a people. That's what this circle is. It's kaya nilikowa and all the good things that go about, and kayeri nioriwa is in this circle. And that's why we say we are all responsible to make that live. We cannot just create 4 principles and believe principles going to help you. It's not going to help you unless you make it work. That's why they walk. Through time, they got away from our language and they started to use English metaphors. That's why I always encourage everyone, keep going back to the language. It will bring you back to where you're supposed to be. What frame of mind you should have. And that Astumagoa would bind the original 3 ceremonies. And you had a ceremony for the Astumagoa, which is the one that would bind all the principles together and that you can never separate. If you separate it, we will end up as we are now, confused and scared and angry, but we're not helpless. The fact is that we're still sitting here. We're still talking about this, which says it's still here. We can do it. If our ancestors could do it, all those times, why can we not do this for our children and our... We can. There's nothing stopping us. Not even the air between us, but ourselves. We got to make up our minds and accept what is the truth. And in this time, the last time when they brought everybody together, what Yesnoagoa told them in that ceremonies, they said, Nega de wai, ona de wopsi, de generata ze go, tantiyo shunwe, toyo yung guardi, na hodo yung guarderio stoppa. You guarderio stoppa. It didn't say the weapons would be thrown in that hole, because it's not weapons that makes you fight. It said, you guarderio stoppa. You guarderio stoppa is the things that makes us fight. Those jealousies, that hatred, that greed, all those negative emotions. Even love, the emotional love must be thrown in that hole because it's emotional. But there is a real love. A real love. And a real love is one you work to create, to make. That's why the mothers and grandmothers arranged the marriages. 2 people didn't have to love each other. They learned to love each other. A learned love is stronger than an emotional love. Look in all our community, I don't care what community you come from today. You got 2 young people, oh, I love her, I love him. Well, they're not doing this. Their minds are lost. They love this person so much. They get together. They're not even marrying today. A month later, she's telling him, I'm pregnant. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful life. She didn't have the baby yet. They separated. He's with somebody else and she's gone down the road with somebody else. And that was love. That's the emotional love. That is no good. When I was growing up, he always talked to us. He talked to us. He said, you know, he says, when you come of that age, you feel you have an interest in a person. He says, and you think she's the one.
He says, date her, 5 years. Get to know her, all her ways and that. You get to know her family gets to know you, she gets to know you. Vice versa, it just keep going. And after 5 years, you're pretty sure if she's the one. But in the 5 years, you might find out you are not going to be compatible. So you haven't created any damage, and you move on. But if she's the one, you marry her. But you're going to find out, once you start living with her, she's not all what you thought to be. Now she can wake up in the morning, let's continue, go out ahead, you know? But that's the way it is. And she's going to look at you and say, holy moly, you know, this jungle mouse guy, you know? But the thing is, those are things you can live with. And you work on that. You know, I dated my wife 7 years. 7 years till she caught me. It's been 45 years we've been together because of the words of that old man, the guidance of that old man. I'm not saying we were perfect, but we knew how to love each other. We knew how to care for each other. We knew how to respect one another. We raised a family. Now we're raising grandchildren. And one of us is going first. But it's not because we walked out the door. Because they were on a slab and they took us out. That's just the way it's going to be. You know, and that's the thing. You have to work at everything. You have to understand there are going to be ups and downs in every relation. But you got to work at it. You've got to have principle. If you do not have principle, what do you have? Today, this young society, well, it's what you call chaganakayagu. It's like they took life and they just like a broke a branch off the tree and that's what they're going to use as their tool in life. Instead of taking the time to buy a hoe, a shovel, a rake, a hammer, and tools that they can use in life. They broke a stick off a tree and said, that's still what I'm going to use for the rest of my life. And in time, life is not good because you couldn't do the job right. And this is the same for us. If we don't take the guidance that the grandfathers and the grandmothers gave to us, then where are we going? Because if they could do this 4 times in our history, the most terrible of times, they could do this. It was nice, our sister. She reminded us that we're not to spill each other's blood. And that's what they said. That we would throw all the things that make us fight into this hole. And to reaffirm this, we will create 7 spans thick our skin, symbolically, a metaphor, whatever they call it in English. So that if ever those things should find their way back to the surface of the earth, they will not be able to penetrate our skin and find their way into our bloodstream to find lodging in our minds. Because no matter how hard you work to put things together, never believe this is the final step. In life there are many steps, and anything can happen in the future, but at least be prepared. And we'll always use that path. Stay on that path. Don't grow off that path and think you can find a better way. This path is a guarantee because it was traveled for thousands of years. It is thousands of minds of our ancestors that put this thing together for us to bring us to where we are. They always gave us a way in which to make things right. That's why our ways, there is no such thing as an apology. You cannot say to your children and grandchildren, I'm sorry I didn't help and make life better for you. You can't. You have to make it right. In our way, making it right is taking responsibility. And that's what every one of these beads in here
is the responsibilities. And that we put all of our energy together to strengthen that, so that we can keep those 4 principles which we are responsible for. It's always about responsibility. But if we ignore it, somebody mentioned 10 years from now, you think things are bad now? It's knocking on our door. Knocking on our door. It's more real today than it was before. Before, people say, oh, I heard my grandmother talk about that. I heard my grandfather talk about that. It's never going to happen. It's like when our people get to the border. They can't stop me, but they're stopping you. They're searching you. They're humiliating you. And you're on your mother. They can't tax us. They're taxing you already. It's only going to get worse. Soon, you're going to have to pay for those roads out there. You're going to have to pay for buildings like this. You're going to have to pay for those chairs you're sitting on. You're going to have to pay for your kids to go to school. You're going to have to pay for all of this. And you're going to have to pay taxes on that land and that home you're not paying taxes on now. You know? Our people don't realize. We look out there. Look at how many who don't have much. They're all living in trailers, and people are putting them down and call them trailer trash. There's a lot of white people out there living in those trailer parks because that's the only thing they can afford. And now, look at it. In every city in North America, there are people who don't even have a home, but are sleeping on the streets. Look, go to any city in Canada. You're going to see them go homeless all over the street, homeless. They gave them a one-way ticket to the city. They never threw them a lifeline where they can go home. We say we love our children. Just because we put up a Christmas tree for them doesn't mean we love them. That's one day a year is no good. We have to do it every day. Every day we got to do this for them. And the thing is, we're falling so much into that culture from the outside where they disrespect everything. And they tell you how to disrespect each other. And take on this culture and make yourself better. Start collecting, possessing. Today, if you walk in somebody's home, you're going to look around your own home and look around and say, did I need that knick-knack? Did I need that extra coffee table? Did I need that? When you look at everything, you're going to turn around and say, I don't need that. I need my stove so I could cook. I need my bed so I could sleep. I need my table so I could eat. I need some chairs so I can sit down. But all the rest of this is junk. It's junk. You see? And the thing is, like, you know, you got people's homes, my home included. Open, I got a closet. Jesus, perfect. I got so many clothes in there. I don't even wear them. My wife's got her closet, plus she puts it in my closet and she's putting it in her closet. She's got so much clothes. And I always say to her, I'm going to take it over there. They got a box to give to people clothes because they can't afford clothes. Yes, I'm going to get to it. She got more shoes, as much shoes as whatever her name was. All those shoes. Oh, it's good. And every day, I said, new shoes? Oh, I had these a long time. Yeah, but I'm not going to argue with her, you know. But I mean, this is the thing. We're living in an artificial world. And we worry about all kinds of things because a rape culture has been brought to us. Today, women want to get into a feminist movement. Why? You've always been a free people. Yes, you've been oppressed. Yes, you've been disrespected. It's because the men have lost self-respect. The men have lost self-respect. They're not protecting you no more. They're not looking out for you. And now many of them have become the abusers. We have to start to teach those boys again what it is to be Rumwe, to be a man. Talk to those young girls, teach those young girls, like the corn, the bean, the squash, and the others, and cultivate them so they can be productive for our people. Because you are the power. You, the women, are the power. That's why we call you Gatnishtopsera. We keep hearing about he. We don't see he. We don't see him, we see you. We know who brought us into this world. We know who gave us our first drink, our first food, our first medicine, everything our first. You gave it to us. But we haven't been taught how to appreciate it. Nobody goes through the rite of passage the way it's supposed to be. The young women aren't going through a ceremony like they used to be. We're sending our children out there ill-equipped. And we wonder why. And we sit there as older people who say, when we were young, this is the way it was. The way it was. We want to think of and our memories are all of the good things. But our memories don't go back to the stupid things we've done. But yet we can look at the stupid things that young people do today. But we did a lot of crazy things. Especially these guys. But the thing is, we have to be realistic. And fear should not be a realistic obstacle. Jealousy should not be. Greed should not be. Everything in our language always Ganuru Quatra. Oreganos. It's called Ganuru Quatra. Ganora, the corn. That's everything's all about real love. It's all about real love. But it's a love that is worked at and created. Not one you get in a Cracker Jack box. It's one that is real. And you, the mothers, used to help us to learn to build that love. We had grandfathers who could teach us to build that love. We can do it. We can do it. We have the power. As long as we're breathing, we have the power. As long as we're standing on our mother, we have the power. There's nothing to stop us but us. And we have a formula to do this. We can bring our families back together, and we can build a grand fire again for all our people, uniting all of our people. And remember something. There is not only we have a whole bunch of relatives out there. The Anishinabes, the Tenes, the Lakotas. They're all our family. We must unite. And that was the original intention of this Ganushinoni Onwe. That we would add to the rafters by bringing more families into this house. We would build the greatest house ever. But it's up to us. We can do it. We've got to stop criticizing one another. We've got to stop pushing each other away. Oh, look at those creepy creeds. That kind of stupidity. Instead of having our brothers and sisters join us in us, because we all have the same struggle. We all depend on the animals. We all depend on the birds, the fish, the trees, the grasses, the medicines, and everything. One bowl, one spoon. That's what that is. That's our birthright. And we complain the white man denied us our birthright. Then we picked up his way and we're denying our own people their birthright. We're denying each other of our birthright. We have to stop that. We have to stop. We have to wake up. Get our heads out of the pollution and start looking with clear eyes. Listen with clean ears. Let the truth lodge in our minds, and the truth will come out of us. And let's take care of our people and remove that bile that's lodged inside of them. There are 4 streams, and that's what we have to start implementing. Helping each other. Dito wala hindi ko gets ko. That's our job. Every single one of us. It's not my job. It's all of us together. Diliwali-waya na walk.
Akwego kiwani wakata husade na hudu washiro, akwego shuyanale. Nakakupakumus, kane la teksago, kane ne todiyunza. Ukadine nuwa, ohadewe yoste, if they're not here. That's what we need. We have it, but our young people, and I would like to see, I know that I haven't always did what I should do, but I haven't always known everything. Being in residential school, and that's not, it's not a crutch for me for that. I've gotten over that. I'll probably never forget it, but I'm not going to dwell on it. What I want to do is uplift from here and go back to my grandmother's teachings and all of your teachings. And since you have, I would like to see us have a big session with the children and the young people that are so lost and don't know who they are, and be here and listen to what you have to say. And I would gladly try to make, if I have to rope tie my kids to bring them here, I will. That's what I have to say, and that is exactly where our strength is going to come from, if we're going to do anything. If we don't, then we may as well just give up. And I'm not one that wants to give up. And I don't think there's anybody else here, or we wouldn't be here today. They get what we need, or no.
Some of you have been reading the document that was presented before you. I want to say a few words on Article 2, on the white roots of peace. It's told to us that when the Kanawida came to the Shuni being put together, that there was an institution of Juomera Tazekowa, which is a symbol of the strength of the unity that was being created with the religion of 5 nations. At the top of the tree will sit an eagle, Skajiera, because it sees the farthest and it can warn us if there's any great calamity coming towards us. That's what was said. It says that this Jumela Tazikova will be high and great, and it will symbolize the strength of our unity in the original 5 nations. At the bottom of the tree will be 4 bright white roots of peace. The nature of those 4 bright roots of peace is rather controversial. There's some big parts in that Article 2 that we have argued about in council and in meetings ever since I can remember, going on 4 years. It says that these bright roots of peace will go to the 4 corners of the universe: north, south, east, and west. And when it goes to these 4 directions, to the universe, whoever follows these roots to its source can find a unity, a peace that was established. Kaya niyo we're told says that. Do you agree that whoever follows the roots to its source can sit in the shade of the tree of the great peace? Do you think Donald Trump can follow the white roots of peace and sit in the shade of the tree of peace? Doesn't have the proper mind, doesn't have a way about him. It says there's got to be a purity of heart and purity of mind before there's some consideration. I might have been a little bit too extravagant on that, but if people do come to follow the roots to its source, and I have seen it in my lifetime, that people who have no native ancestry whatsoever have followed that roots to its source and have had a good heart and a good mind. And after the people were convinced that that was so, there is a process we can bring them into our clans, into our nation. I know that that's a very controversial issue. And we're going to keep arguing that for many more years. But it's in our history. It's happened many, many times where people from across the great salt water has sat in the shade of the tree of that great peace very successfully and helped our people immensely. There are articles in history that document these things. I know personally, in my time at home, where a man came to us. He was from Flint, Michigan, and he was working for Indian Affairs in Ottawa. His name was Jerry Gamble. I don't know what's his nationality. I don't know if he's a white man. He came to Akwesasne, employed by the government. He came to the people, and he worked in the Department of Economic Development, trying to help businesses get goals so people can start having businesses. He befriended the people. He listened to the people. He talked and he explained about the way that this program is not meant to help you. It's meant to bind you up. And there were issues, there were political issues. Where I come from, there's a very active women's movement. It's been like that for a long time. They call them the Homemakers Society in English. But it's the women. And they wanted to create political change. They asked this they asked Jerry Gamble if he would write letters on their behalf to the concerns that they had. And he did. They got to know him well. And he seemed to be different. He's not like the other non-Indians that they have met. Over time, it was 1968, December 8, 1968, that there was a major political outburst in Akwesasne. Because where we live, there's a customs border office there, agency. And what was going on is people would cross the bridge to go buy groceries, sometimes on credit. And they would come back to the customs. And the customs wanted to charge tax on some of the items in their grocery list that they bought on credit. They didn't have money to pay for the groceries. How in the world were they going to pay for the tax that the customs was trying to collect? There was a harassment. That's for Akwesasne, and where I come from. That's been the case on the border. I'm getting back to this White Roots of Peace story. To make a long story short, that protest created a lot of change. And LORAN came there to help us out. People from all over the communities came to help us out because what we stood for was a principle that we all believe it's our right to cross that imaginary line without them interfering with us. This man, Jerry Gill, helped the people organize. He put a newsletter out. He's mimeographed local newspaper articles that were talking about the situation and made a 12-page mimeograph copy, and he distributed it all over to just get the news out. To make a long story short, it turned out to be, some of you may know this, Akwesasne Notes. Through the years, it became a world international Indian news paper. Became very, very popular through the 60s, 70s, 80s. During that time, there was an idea that we should go and talk to the non-Indian people outside, in the outside communities, concerning the White Roots of Peace. So we put together a communications group. There was 8-10 of us. Jerry Gamble is the one who mainly organized that communications group. We would go to universities and we would talk about who we are, what we're all about. We would bring books, we would bring posters, we would bring all things that people can look at, our publication, our point of view. We would bring seminars, we would bring classroom lectures, we would bring social dance songs to get that message out. And it was well received for 50 years. We were on a bus, traveling all over the United States. So, getting back to the story, the Longhouse people, especially the Bear Clan, it was requested that they accept this man among their ranks, this Jerry Gamble. And they talked about it. They accepted it. They adopted him. They gave him a process which is called Roksanagete. The name is hung about his neck. It's a temporary, permanent name in our clan. That's what we call it, Roksanagete. And his name is Lalihopwats. He digs up information. That was his name. That's the name they gave him. That's what he's known as today. Now, I'm telling you that what happened like that is going to be argued for years. Because a lot of longhouses would have nothing to do with that. They wouldn't accept it. No way, no look. But what does the White Roots of Peace say? Does it say what quantum? Does it say ancestry? No. It says what's in your heart and what's in your mind is what will determine if the people will accept it. So it's a very, like the DELARONDE is explaining about our law. It's very, about, not law, I take that back. About our way, the way we do things. It's not a standard practice that we have known in European academia. Our worldview is very, very different. So you have to consider, when you go through this, the great way, you can't depend on European understandings to follow it. It comes from our way of life. It comes from our, like the DELARONDE said it so well. That's why it's going to be a difficult challenge It's going to be a difficult journey to put it back into place. The root of it is going to have to be lovingfulness. We're going to have to look at these articles. And this 117 articles in this paper is just the beginning. There were many rafters added to it. When the Chiefs Council sit and make a law, and we sat through many of those who had the annual ceremony, those were added to the rafters of this understanding. Our Constitution, if I may, is nothing like the American idea of a Constitution. It's a living document. It's a loving document. So I think, Joe Quade and members of this community and our people from a long time ago have taken on this journey about how we're going to live our life very differently. And just like what the government is saying, we're going to have to do a lot of remembering. We're going to have to do a lot of unlearning. We're going to have to drop a lot of this stuff that's in our head about what constitutes a way of life. You know, we've been involved in this thing, trying to reinterpret it for many, many years. And we learn every day. We learn stuff about this every day. What is the duties and responsibilities? What is the duties and criteria of Rodianism? I mean, we've talked about it for so long. We repeat each other for so many times. It's the women that need to stand up to this challenge. I say to you, women, mothers, it's those responsibilities that you have to pick it up, because you are the custodians of those titles. It's yours. You are the ones to determine who's going to be sitting there raising your voice.
Yeah.
So you better learn what it is you're trying to say, to tell somebody to say it on your behalf in these councils. When the Rodianes will call a meeting, the women should be lined up in the clans just like they are, ready to say it. This is the way we think about it. Because right now, they don't even open a door for you. Your voice is not recognized. They have set themselves up to be the only voice. It's like the Garunda said, it's like when Esrarba says, it belongs to us. And it's a big challenge to take it back so that we can keep it in good shape for the future generations. I'm not kidding, it's not a mystery, it's a knowledge that this council was given to us by a much superior strategy than anywhere else. And again, I'll say this, I said it yesterday a couple times. We, the people who call themselves Rodimushunidu, are a very, very fortunate people, because we still retain this way of life. We still have knowledges of it. We still can talk about Kaya Nero Seraho. We can still talk about it in our language, about how we do condolences, how do we select who's going to sit there, how do we question, or how do we come of like mind on this matter. I didn't want to speak too much, but this topic, this gathering is so important. And we're all learning together. We're all learning together. I don't think there's anybody who can say, yeah, I know it all. No, it doesn't exist. Because it's the collectivity, it's the collective idea that we can come together that's going to be the force to implement this, if it's possible to implement it. It's the will of the people that has to be the strength to get back online. But again, the women have a very strong and important role to play in it. I was asked earlier, they said, well, you guys have been invited and we don't see no ladies represented on your panel as speakers. It's true. So take your place. You don't mind, put a chair there for you. Let's work together.
If we have a little more time, he mentioned your Diana. Yagoyana is put in place by the clan to do a specific job. She is watching the children all their lives to make sure they are taught the proper things to be able to sit in those positions, because she is watching. When a Luyana passes on, that Yagoyana has 3 days in the law. It says you got 3 days. That's how important that position is. You have 3 days to put somebody else in that position. 3 days. Within those 3 days, if there's something that comes up, he can sit there. But if the Yagoyana chooses not to put that person back in that place as the Hadaludanunha or as a Luyana, she can make that choice. Or within the 3 days, she can look amongst all of the young people. And she raises the name of a potential person to be put in that place. She does not choose that position. She raises the name to the whole clan. It is the clan that makes that decision. After they put him through all of the questioning that they have, and he has to answer them. Because if he doesn't answer them in the proper way, he's going to be representing you in a forum out there, and you want him answering in the proper way. You don't want him getting angry at a question, like the way Trump does, right? You want him to be always conducting himself properly, carrying your voice. When Aruyana dies, 3 days, you have somebody else. A small condolence, it's called, is put through. Later on, down the road, a year, whatever, another person can be put in that place for real, in a big condolence. Or that one person that went through the small condolence can go be put through a big condolence. But it is the Yagoyana that holds the Onigoha for that position. Because she is responsible to make sure that that position is always proper. That person in that position always remains straight carrying the word of the clan. And that's not happening. Why? Because the clan is not doing what it's supposed to do. The clan is supposed to be supervising, watching over both Luyana and Yagoyana. They work for you. If the Yagoyana is not doing her responsibility, you call her back into the clan, and the clan can talk to her. You're gonna do this job, or you're gonna just let it go. They have to give her a chance to do her job. If she doesn't do her job, then they can find a replacement for her. She doesn't necessarily have to go out disrespectfully. They can do it in a respectful manner. Thank her for all of the time that she has spent working for the interests of the clan, depending on what happened. Same thing with Loyana. A Yagoyana looking at a man that has gotten what happens, hard of hearing, hard to see the issues, having a hard time talking now. You know how some people would they talk, hey, there's God, getting difficult, right? Your voice is shaking like this. When you're talking to another governing entity someplace, another people someplace, you don't want them to think that your representatives are scared. And if you're talking that way, they're going to think that you're scared, and you don't want that. So you approach that Loyana. The Yagoyana approaches that Loyana and says, listen, you're getting up there in age. You have done an awful lot to help our people. We have considered all that you have done, and we think it's time for you to be moved up to a pine tree chief. A pine tree chief has a voice, but he's not in the council to make decisions. A point of respect. Okay, that's if it was a good situation. If there are bad situations that the Loyana is doing, then Yagoyana will approach him and inform him of the issues that are bothering her about his actions. It is up to her to talk to him, to straighten him out, encourage him to come back on path. If he does, that's fine. If he does not, she has to keep watching him, and then she goes and approaches him again. Again, she tells him. She has the wampum. It's the wampum of his position. You have the name. You're the one in charge of it, Yagoyan. You tell him this is the second warning on this issue. I have to let you know. You need to come back on board. You need to be straighten up, or I have to do something. The third time, she comes with the Ruska Ragetta, with the man. Ruska Ragetta, one of the men. Or Ruska Ragetta Goa in that clan. Okay? Because when they're put up, you have nieces and nephews. She comes with a Ruska Ragetta standing beside her. You're not standing alone. You're never standing alone. You always have backing. That's why your words are strong. You're not standing alone. The third time, if he does not listen and accept your warnings, you have no choice. And you tell him, you have no choice other than to hand it over to the men. And they deal with it, physically, if they have to. On that third warning, you can also just take his title, dehorn him, as they say. It's all up to the Yagoyan. You have to be strong. You can't be weak. You may be a tiny, small person, but you got the whole clan behind you. You have the whole Guyana de Goa behind you.
You have to do what it says to do. It was brought up over here. Guyana de Goa, right? Wahadia de Cerisa. What does that mean? Well, they tell us it means the law. In English, it means the law. Well, if you want to interpret Gaianere Goa, Gaianero Sera Goa, see, that changes. Gaianere means nice, right? Gaianero Sera Goa is right here. You know when you lean up against a pole, or you lean up against a table? That's what you're doing. They have made a decision. A decision, when you have a problem, is what you're going to lean up against to help you through that problem. That's what that word is saying. It doesn't mean law, as we know the white man's law. They made a decision for you to be able to come and it'll back you up. See, so we need to understand that word also, okay?
Today we hear in the councils, chiefs, dehorning chiefs. The chiefs do not have the authority to dehorn chiefs.
No.
It's gotta be the women. You know, when they have a dispute over council, they get a committee together and they dehorn each other.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
No.
That title belongs to the family, not the kings and queens that they have imposed themselves. They're dictating to the people, yeah. So we hear it sometimes, you know, the chiefs dehorn so-and-so. Well, it just doesn't work that way. They repeat it often enough to make you believe that that is their power. They do. They preach that, they yell it, they cry it, they do everything in their power to make you believe that they are the last and ultimate voice. No, it belongs to the family. It belongs to the Hawaii continental.
If we can explain, what is sovereignty? What is sovereignty? The thing is, each and every person here has sovereignty. You all sovereign, all of you. But that word in English is a terrible word. In our language we say, you're a free person. And as a free person, you have the right to make decisions on your own. You have that right. And that you deserve, from the people, from everyone, to respect that you have that right to make a decision. But when you make a decision, you can't just say, I made a decision and not act upon it. You have to act upon your decision. In the white man's world, they keep saying, well, we recognize the Indian as being sovereign, but he doesn't mean it. He says you're quasi-sovereign. Because to him you're not sovereign. Even though you're acting sovereign, you're not sovereign. Because he hasn't given you that recognition. Well, our people made decisions from the beginning of time. We didn't need the Vatican to tell us we have the right to do that. We didn't have Great Britain to tell us we have the right to do that, or the United States, or Canada, or anybody else. We have always had that. Creation has given us that right to exercise our freedoms. Sovereign. I'm not that great in English, but I know their thing about sovereign, you know, that comes from the church. It's a pope, the Vatican, that decided if the kings, the 13 families of Europe, had the right to rule. But they had to be answerable to the Vatican. Vatican gave them that right. Then they
passed that on down, and they created corporations like Canada and the United States. And they said, you know, we recognize that you're sovereigns, but they're not sovereigns because they're still under the jurisdiction of the British Crown. Even the United States, and we get all this history about the Declaration of Independence and everything else. The thing is that the British gave up the war, but the United States didn't win. Because the United States, well, Britain says, all right, you want to exercise yourself and be a government? Okay, go ahead, be a government. But the United States couldn't trade with nobody. The British controlled the high seas. And with their ships, they prevented the United States from trading with France or with Spain or with anybody. They couldn't go on the water without their ships being seized. So the United States had to make an agreement. And they went and made the agreement in Paris. And they made an agreement so that they could carry on trade, but they would still be under the British. And that's why every lawyer in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, and any of the British colonies, when he goes into the field of law, he has to pass the bar. He has to be accepted by the bar. And many people probably have no idea, what is the bar? Is it where they're going to all go booze after he graduates? What? But the bar is B, period, A, period, R, period. British Accredited Registry. Every lawyer has to be accepted under the British Accredited Registry, the Crown. So how does the United States say we're an independent sovereign? They're quasi-sovereign. It's like saying they're half pregnant. And that's what they try to do to us. You're half pregnant. We see you're pregnant, but you're only half pregnant. Rabbits have false pregnancies. Not people's. And so when you ask about sovereignty, sovereignty is for us, we, as he was explaining earlier, when we make a decision, we make decision. And in order for people to recognize what decisions we made, we have to make it live. We have to assert it. If you don't assert sovereignty, you have no sovereignty. It's like everybody says, we have rights. You say you have rights, but you're not practicing your rights. So if you don't practice your rights, you have no rights. It's all about responsibility. Acting on your responsibility. That's how you have rights. That's how you're sovereign. You don't get sovereignty from the white man to give you a license to say you're sovereign. Say that I'll give you a license so you could do this or you could do that. You know, okay, we'll let you do your funerals, we'll let you do your marriages, we'll let you do this. We don't need their licensing. We don't need anything from them. All we have to do is do it. Back home, we don't have license. We do marriages, we do the funerals, we do whatever. We don't get no license. But you know what happened? Back home, the provinces and that will say, we don't recognize your marriage. We don't care. We don't care if you recognize it or not. We've done it from the beginning of time and we're going to keep doing it. You're not going to stop us. But I said we don't recognize it. Here in Ontario, they recognize the longhouse marriages. And I always found that strange. Is the Ontario that much more open-minded? But I learned a sad thing today. Not today, but yesterday. That there are people here who do perform marriages who are licensed by the province of Ontario, and that's why the longhouse marriages are recognized. That is a very sad thing.
that our people gave up their sovereignty to another to decide if our marriages are legitimate. Very sad. When I talk about sovereignty, there's a lot to be understood about what is sovereignty. And the main thing to understand is, as a free people, as free-thinking people, we have the right and freedom to assert that sovereignty. That's how you have power, by enacting it.
Okay, just a quick synopsis. It's not a wrap-up, it's just kind of like to bring us to an understanding of what has been already said and how that ties in with our intention. The Gallina de Goa, as was said before, I'd like to explain a few terms. Now, it's been already said several times from the beginning that we're dealing with a foreign language, which is the English language. It just happens to be the language that all of us understand to be the operating language, which has changed from original Ganjokwan Haksa. How the origins all came about. At one time, all of our language of council was understood to be Ganjokwan, which means all the other nations had to have a fluent speaker of Ganjokwan on their bench to be able to transfer the information over council. Today it's English, so we have to redefine what it is that we're saying in Ganjokwan.
That's perfect.
The old language. Now we're dealing with a new language. A new language happens to be English, so we have to think in terms of how do we translate these concepts when we talk about Oyana as Gallina de Goa, the great footsteps that was led us into peace. So we're talking about the footsteps. It gets translated as being law, which we think of in a different way. So we're not talking about the law of colonialism. We're talking about Oyana, our way. We're talking about the way we were originally operating as a family. This whole thing is all about family, the reorganization of family, and how that operation exists. So there's a couple of things that we need to know. Principle is that when we talk about, we had words like democracy that came up, we had words like sovereignty which came up, and if you really think about it, in the way that we talk about it, we say, we are free-thinking people, but there are principles. These are the principles that are the stagnant piece that we're kind of tied to these days. We think that this is actually Gallina de Goa. No, it's not. but we're so accustomed to thinking about it as the way this is presented. So Yikodadewaniya, that means we are free. We are free to be a, closest word in English is democracy. What does democracy mean? In our way of thinking, has to do with the people. The people are the ones that make the decision. So in your family, whichever family you belong to, you are the ones, if we're all related here, and we are, you are the ones that make up the family. In the family chooses among themselves their best representatives. Their best representatives to collect their voices is the one we call Yagoyane. Remember, Oyana, Yagoyane, Gayane, Goa, they're all related. They all represent each other. So the voice of all of you people, once you have come to one mind, and don't forget Yagoyane, she's sitting among the family, listening to everything that's going on, and when everyone has collected their thoughts, she's the one then that takes the word to the chief. And the chief is not a chief. He's a servant. Think about it in those terms. He has a responsibility, just like Yagoyane has a responsibility to reflect your collective thought. She puts that together, and we wish to honor that hub, because Yagoyane, remember Sky Woman? Sky Woman has a daughter. So the two first things in our early tellings tell us what's at the center. Comes from the birth givers. Our mother, the earth. We talk about our mother. This is our relationship. The women we call Yitikni Stam. These are our mothers. We wouldn't be here without our mothers. And we wish to honor our mothers for that particular reason. Today, we wish to honor those that have been chosen for that very, very difficult job to represent us. She is the one that chooses, watching the children as they're growing up, to choose which one has the right temperament, one that has the right personality, to be able to voice the opinion of all the family. So, the family is the voice. Yagoyane is the one that collects the voice. She gives it to Royane, so-called chief. Wrong interpretation, but that's the way it is. We're using the colonizer's language. We're so used to listening to the colonizer's voice, thinking the way they want us to think. They don't want us to be thinking Yikodadewaniya, because it was brought up, what is Sa'uyera? We talk about Gaksatstamsara, Goa Sa'uyera, the great natural element. That's our instinct. It was talked about, I don't know how many times. Sa'uyera, that's our instinct. We talked about the animals. Nobody had to tell the animals. Nobody still has to tell the animals what they instinctively know. This is what we instinctively know, even though it needs to be stirred up all the time. Stirred up in the sense that it brings it back to life. We are the life. We are part of this natural world. We have those instincts, but in the colonial way of education, that's the first thing that they attack and try to take away from us is our voice, number one, and they don't want us to be natural. Because when we're natural, we're using our instinct, instinctive law. It's not law, it's our way, and we follow that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up as a synopsis is, I've heard several times today that we're not explaining what's in here. So I just wanted to remind us, did we not talk about the chiefs planting the tree of peace? The white roots of peace, and what that means. The Onondaga chiefs, caretakers of the council. I think so. And I can go through each one of these, and I went all the way through it. We did talk about the fire keepers, how they keep the council fire clean. We talked about the Council of the Mohawks divided into 3 parties. We talked about the Ganawida and the leadership of the Confederacy. We talked about the Onondaga chiefs. We talked about the chiefs being present. We talked about the issues going back and forth, the role of the Mohawks and the Senecas. We talked about Cayuga and the Oneida chiefs. We talked about if there's a disagreement, the Onondaga fire keepers last to decide, and so forth and so on, all the way through. And we got up to the part where it talks about the clans, and that's about where we are right now. And I just wanted to bring it to the attention. It's been unanimous that we need the clan mothers with us. We need the people. We need your voice. They're representing your voice. If you need somebody that will represent your voice as being that voice, we welcome that. And the other thing that we welcome and we look forward to is that tomorrow what we'd like to do is we'd like to actually put into a practical situation so that you can be part of this decision-making process. In other words, divide you up into clans, and if you don't have a clan, we'll help you decide where you sit. And we'll be going around and we'll be assisting you into giving you the process, the protocol on how our decisions are arrived at. It starts with the families, and I'll just use Kanien'kehá:ka for a quick example. Kanien'kehá:ka, we have 9 families traditionally. Those 9 families are divided up into 3 clan groups. And so we have to make adaptations now because sometimes we really don't know where we belong. And so we have to make adaptations to be able to sit in those places. But even if we do that, it's still the process that's most important. How we divide ourselves up, and this is not any of our fault. Some people don't even know who their clan family is. And that's a real sad state of affairs. But it doesn't mean it can't be fixed. We can always fix something. This doesn't have anything to do with what was talked about today, but I've been asked and say, well, we've got a clan mother, and she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing. And what do we do? Well, there's a number of things that you can do. And there's a process. It's all in this process. It's how we conduct our business. And if a clan mother is not doing her responsibilities, it could be because she doesn't know what her responsibility is. So she needs to be reminded, and then there's a way to do that as well. And then she's given that responsibility again to understand, because all of those words were spoken of here, that they have the words put in the strings. Those are her responsibilities. And it's a spoken responsibility. She needs to accept that when she becomes clan mother. It's not the beads themselves that are the title, it's the words that are in that title. So maybe she doesn't know. Remind her if she doesn't know. And also, it's up to the family, because it's the family's voice that she is collecting and representing. If she's not representing your family, she needs to be told that in a nice way, and ask her if she is willing to do that. If she refuses, there's another process as well, and it's in DELARONDE. It's a nice way to deal with these things. And maybe she's really not inclined to be in that position. So what do? She won't give up. They say, she won't give up the beads. It's not, the power is not in the beads. All you do is you take the words out of those beads, and they are then useless. And you make a new string. And you reintroduce that, and then you offer it to the one that is willing to do that job, because it is a really heavy responsibility. She's got a lot of responsibility. The clan mother. I'm glad I'm not a clan mother. And so, I just wanted to bring us back to a little bit of understanding, because this is not, when we, remember earlier I said that these were not ever a numbered kind of a thing? They became a numbered kind of a thing. They became sort of like a list of things that we have to do in a given order. It's an oral tradition. This is all blended together. And we have heard all the way up to what number, I don't even know what number it is, because I'm not used to these numbered systems. We're up to number 42 right now. And so, if you wish to read that English document and say, well, you didn't cover this one, those are the ones, the points that we say, well, maybe you missed that.
So I guess I have a few questions. Is what if there's discrepancy on who is a clan mother or who is a chief? And what I hear here in Six Nations is duplicate titles, and so I don't understand what that is. And then I hear all the good words and understanding of the circle wampum, and how do you work with people if we're not like-minded, or if I don't know, how do you create change or how do you build unity and strength if the people don't believe in what you are talking about or don't want to? I think capitalism and money and power play a huge role here. Neoliberalism, whatever, like people are all about money and power and don't want to give that up. And the threat of the truth, like people don't want to hear the truth or they don't want to stifle people who are speaking the truth. And tomorrow when everybody's doing their plans and they're doing this practical way of being, like what happens when we go back to the community? And that's not the case. I just see a lot of different people trying to do the same thing, but nobody's really working together, or there's a lot of resentments on who's doing what. So all this is really great information, but I just don't know how to apply it and create that change, I guess, if that makes sense.
These are very good questions, very real questions. And this is the purpose why we're here. It's because everybody wants to know, how do we fix this? You can't begin to start trying to fix something if you don't know what it is, what you're trying to do. People are looking for a formula of how to fix the problem that we're all having to live under. There are many different minds in all of our communities. We need to remember that we are many communities throughout Oloreke, as far as the Rodimushuni. In every community there are these divisions. And we've been working for years trying to bring all the minds together. But when there are people who are resisting to follow these ways, and the thing is that the people who want to know this and who want to do this just have to make up their minds. We keep talking about Ojokwan Huxta. The thing is that all the titles are in there. All the responsibilities are in there. And the people here, somebody mentioned, maybe we can't fix all the 5 families at this time. But they said maybe we start with the Ganyagahaka. The people here in Oswego, for many years, the Ganyagahaka did not have a longhouse. Now you have a longhouse. And I can't say for sure, but someone told me that the people at the Ganyagahaka longhouse, his desire is to follow Gayanere Goa. But they had a visit from someone who came and told them that in order for them to be accepted, they had to accept Skanadaria. And there are a few young people who were of that mind. But the people in that longhouse, the women and men, rejected it. They said, no, this longhouse is about Kayarekoa. And I know a lot of people here in Oswego, and you are Ganyakehaga, but yet you don't attend that longhouse. There's always been the same problems as it back home. There are people who won't come together because of personalities, because of, different opinions and so on and so forth. We're putting our personal before the importance, which is everybody. We have to work with everybody. We're never going to survive if we're going to continue to let our differences be the thing that separates us. I would recommend, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm recommending that those of you who are here and those who have that same mind, you want to go and go, then go to the longhouse is ready and willing to go that road. And start practicing what you're preaching. Reorganize the families. The thing is, just because they have the beads and whatnot, that they've appointed triple and double titles and so on, that doesn't matter. The thing is that you have to start choosing your representation, your representatives, ones who have not a conflict of interest, but ones who will actually serve the wish and the will of the people. You put people back in the position of Yagoyaner. You put people in the position of Royaner. And you make it very clear to all the others. You are not following Ojokwan Huxtop. You are not following the Enrigoa. You are following something absolutely foreign to us. And in Guyana Enrigoa it says, should anyone or a group try to establish something contrary to Guyana Enrigoa, then they will have been deemed of having alienated themselves. It's in your constitution. You're not making this up. It's already in there. But you cannot allow them to take you by the nose and pull you out of the circle. You have to stay in the circle. You can't force them to come back into the circle. But they always have the right to come back. But when they go outside that circle, they can claim to be a Royaner, they can claim to be a Yagoyaner, they can claim to be Rodino Shodi, but once they went out that circle, they went out naked. Everything stays in the circle. So you just make that work. Tomorrow we'll try to begin the process of how you sit, how you come to resolve differences and so on. It's not the answer tomorrow to everything, but it's the beginning, it's a process. It's going to take a while to make this process work, but that's the action you take, because you don't want to take physical action against them. That'll never make things right. And we got to follow Ganaregoa. It applies to us just as well as the ones who went outside the circle. We cannot spill blood. We cannot do that. We have to, we have to make our minds right and do the right things, as hard as it is. Nobody said this would be easy, but you can't keep trying to make somebody do something they don't want to do. Those of you who want to do this, those of you who want to follow Ganaregoa, then you take responsibility and start to get involved. You start to do your part. And if you're shy to talk and so on, that's okay. That's why you have representatives. But you have to find that point where you are going to have to give your thoughts. And that's within your family. Within your family, you have your voice heard. And your grandmother will gather your voices. And she will deliver that voice to your representative, your Royaner. And then things will start to work. Then everybody's going to be watching you. And people are going to say, hey, look, those people have a voice. Their representatives are representing them. What the heck have we been doing? They come. It's like Kevin Costner's movie. Build it and they will come. They will come. The thing is, right now, what does anybody have to go to as to what is the example? And I've heard people ask me, have you ever seen this process in place? We, sitting here, have been a part of that process. We have seen it work, but we also seen what was done to destroy it. This is why we know it works, because we have lived it. We had 3 communities in Easter here. We all had councils. We all duplicated those titles. But when we got together, our women worked on it, and they would tell us who was going to represent us at a Grand Council. So we might take the Dagarihogo from Sadaga, we might take the Anuata from Akuzasta, Hanakarine, we take him from Kahnawaga. So they came up with a full quorum of 9, and they would send that 9 to Onutaga to represent us. We did it. It was done. And this is why we can help, because we've seen it work. We've seen it, and it was strong. And that's why everybody in the East was talking, everybody was talking about those Mohawks in the East. And some of them called us crazy because we were getting things done. Because the decisions we reached was through that process. And we accomplished a lot of things. But ever since those dollars were being poured in our communities to divide us, that's when things went down real. All of a sudden, there were the Yanecho who had their hand out for a check. That's what was wrong. All of a sudden, they're going around the country doing charitas. They're being beggars. And then they wouldn't stand as a people. Oh, we're ready to prostitute our ceremonies. They're doing Strawberry Festival for a bunch of people out of New York City. As long as they pay their $150, they can attend. This has to stop. I believe in sharing our way of life. I believe in sharing our culture. I believe in sharing what we know with the world, so we can establish some kind of world peace. It's for the world. That letter was not intended just for the 49 families, it was intended for everybody. But we don't have the time to go there and educate everybody. We need to start with ourselves. And our children will continue that journey and bring it to the rest of the world. We're the only hope the world has to find world peace. But it has to start right here tomorrow. We start right there. Before this young woman took the mic and started asking different questions, we had a young fellow back there who brought up some very good questions. He asked about the versions of Guyana-Goa, and about that he had heard that there was a Grand Council that made decisions and so on. But I was at that Grand Council. It was back in about the 80s. And the issue that came to the floor, and that was because our people were split. There were those who followed Guyana-Goa, and there were those who followed Gariwio. And it always created problems between us. And we've had very heated debates about it. But what was decided at the Grand Council is that these philosophical differences we had to put aside. Those who wanted to follow only Guyana-Goa have to follow Guyana-Goa. You must follow Guyana-Goa. Those who follow Gariwio, they were free to follow Gariwio. But both the Gariwio followers and the Guyana-Goa followers had to follow Guyana-Goa. That was clearly made very clear at that time, that everybody had to follow Guyana-Goa. But we've seen since that time that people who claim to follow Guyana-Goa were not following Guyana-Goa. And then the differences only became stronger. And as far as the version of Guyana-Goa, if you collected all the Guyana-Goa books that were written by the different authors, there are not much difference between them. Some of them might have one or two articles that the other one doesn't have. But basically, they're saying the same thing. The only main difference between them is when they use words to represent our representatives. Some will have in there chiefs. Others will have sachem. Others will have Ruyan there. And others will have lords. It all depended who was writing this book. But they were all saying the same thing. Some have 117 articles. Others only had 98 articles. But they basically were saying the same thing. It's just that some had a little bit more to say than others. But as far as which one, there has always only been one. And that's Guyana-Goa itself. They were trying to determine which book. Kainarigoa is not about a book. Kainarigoa is our wampums. That's where Kainarigoa is. When we take those words out of that wampum, those words are what is representative of Kainarigoa. Those are the things that guide us. Those are the things that reminded us of who we are. As far as the ceremony of the 5 arrows, I've always heard about, how the Garawita showed as an example the strength we would have. If we stood alone, we were easy to break, but when you united all, like 5 arrows, no man could break it. And that was all symbolic language. And always those things were brought up to remind us that we needed to stay unified. But as far as the ceremony, I personally myself have never heard of that. I'm one of the people that always refer to the creation story and a lot of these stories as bedtime stories. I'm one of those people. And I stand by that. I stand by that because I have run into so many of our people who are looking up in the sky for that hole that the sky woman fell out of. And then when the talk came of a hole in the ozone layer, and some people said, maybe that's where the sky woman fell. The thing is that I myself, I love these stories. And I think these stories are important to keep us on track of who we are. But I don't take the story literally. These stories are all metaphors. They're things that is about us. But it was designed to make our children think. It was a part of our education process, so that our children can take out the reality and the fantasy. It was it's basically was to feed their minds. And as time go on and they grow up and they learn, it's the same thing as I explained when the grandmother took those children to pick medicine. She wasn't talking to the plant. She was talking to those children. But she did this and that to show the children and stress the importance of having respect and not to be wasteful. These things our ancestors did for the benefit of the children. So when the white man came here, we told him those same stories because he was a child in our ways. And that's why when we took somebody in, no matter if they were 6 months old or 60 years old, and we took them in as babies because they were new to our ways. And they had to start from scratch. They had to start from the beginning to learn again who we are all about. And so that they could be a full part of who we are. And that's the same for our children. That's why we call it Ogara Sua, Ogara. And that's why when the old people would tell these stories, they would say, let me tell you how it was told to me. Let me tell you how I heard it. And let me tell you my understanding. But they never said, this is what happened. They said it was Ogara. It was a story to tell, to make the minds think, to make the minds work, to become more analytical, and to be able to use and strengthen and exercise that mind that creation provided all of us with. All of these things that are being done to us as an individual, but individuals are singled out and, basically oppressed. And the rest of us sit back, and because it doesn't affect us personally or presently, we're not there to say, hey, this is our jurisdiction. It's a matter of jurisdiction is what she's talking about. And our jurisdiction is not being dealt with. We're too busy fighting, arguing, and putting each other down and pointing the finger at each other and so on. And, it's something my grandfather said to me and I never forgot. He always said, we today, says, we got the eyes like a cow. Big eyes when we look at each other. And we're so critical of each other. We see everything wrong with each other. But he says when we look at ourselves, we use little eyes like a mouse to look at ourselves. And that's it. We're not using the same eyes to look at one another. And the thing is, we have this terrible habit now. It's even worse than smoking cigarettes. We're always condemning each other. We're always finding the faults with each other. Earlier today, I talked about the first ceremony of the four, and the one that was called the Adumwa. And in the Adumwa, it was made very clear that in order to bring a goodness, a happiness, a love, and a harmony back to each other, we chose a speaker, and he went to everybody that was assembled. And he acknowledged everyone. He thanked them. He thanked them if they did 5 minutes of service to the people, or he did 365 days. He still acknowledged that person. Sometimes a contribution of a person for 1 minute had a big impact. And we have to respect that. We have to acknowledge that. We never turn around and visit somebody and he said, oh, that guy, he did this and he did that, and we were all so happy about it. We never hear the happy stories. We always hear, that SOB over there, he did this and this and this and that. You know, and then I go visit the SOB, and the SOB says the same thing about the other SOB. And that, but when I sit and talk with them, they're saying the same thing, they have the same concern, they have the same desire to make things work. And I'm sitting there listening at these people and saying, if you people would just get together and talk face to face, and you'll find out what's in each other's minds, and you'll find you have more in common. But rumors and gossip and hearsay and so on is what is being used. And how are you ever going to find that unity? How are you ever going to find that harmony if this is what you're going to go by? This is what these gatherings are for. So we start to understand, because of LORAN, when he's installed, the first things he's told, never to listen to idle talk or gossip. And they say to the people, do not ever bring idle talk or gossip to this man. But it wasn't just meant for him. It was meant for all of us. Not to backstab each other, not to put each other down, or so on. Address the issues. And the only way you can address the issues is by conversation. Talk. That's how you're going to resolve these things. So to try to address this young woman's concerns, we're going to have to address those things. But at this point in time, we are not organized enough to deal with those things. But those are I'll tell you very truthfully, those are all on the back burner that we have to address. But I can't come and do it of just you and I, and we're going to go out there and fight and this and that and everything else. Because where is our support? Where are our people? Because we run into all kinds of problems every day. And we have to fight those things by ourselves. If we bring it to the longhouse and everybody says, yeah, you're right. But nobody says, we'll help. Nobody says, we'll help. Everybody just says, yeah. Oh, that happened to my brother. Oh, that happened to my sister. They didn't help their brother and sister. Why should I expect them to come running out to help me? But the thing is, as a people, we are going to have to assert our sovereignty. We are going to have to take jurisdiction for where we live and beyond. Because all of Turtle Island is our home. All of Turtle Island is our mother. And we have to teach our children. We'll take this fight as far as we can. But you, the new generations, you're going to have to continue this. Because eventually, we need to assert our sovereignty right across Turtle Island. And you need to unify all of our brothers and sisters right across this land. It's going to take time. Just like the story of the Ganawida and Ayahuasca. It will not happen overnight that they unified the people. It took a long time. It took a lifetime. And when the Ganawida left here, he says, I did not complete this job, nor can I complete this job. It is up to you, the people, to finish the job.
Yeah.